I am on the clock in 9 new drafts, but we're not making those picks yet. We're starting off the rip here with Spike Week's Erik Beimfohr. He and I are going to jump in the Big Eliminator, the $100 Eliminator just launched, I believe, yesterday. Excited to get all of Erik's takes on this. We did a podcast on it over at Spike Week about a month ago or a few weeks ago about the Eliminator format. We'll talk through it. We'll jump in a live draft here in just a moment. This is Stealing Signals. Let's go. What is up? Welcome in, everybody. Beimfohr. What's up, man? Thanks for coming in. One of my favorite people to chat with. For people who don't know or remember, we used to do, just for one season, we did a Sunday morning DFS show. It became a little bit too much on my end for, with the way that I write Stealing Signals on Mondays and Tuesdays and stuff the next year. I loved doing it with you. I was hoping to do it again, but it was like, man, I need to get my Sunday mornings back because my grind after the Sunday games through like Tuesday is so brutal. And so it's been kind of nice the last couple of years to not have something on Sunday morning, but sure. I miss doing regular content with you, man. One of my favorite guys to talk ball with.
You mean an 8 a.m. show your time for like an hour and a half and then have to put together your DFS lineups and put all your, get all your start sit stuff in your million home leagues and then watch all the games and then rewatch all the games and like have real life was a little bit too cumbersome. Yeah, I can only imagine that be the case for sure.
Yeah, for sure. It was a big one, a big lift, a bigger lift than it should have been, but excited to have you on, man. We did a pod not long ago and talked through the Eliminator format over on Spike Week on your pod, and it was super, super fun. I wrote the 2 articles. All the viewers here know about the stuff that I've written over at the newsletter on the Eliminator format. You've really been in the Eliminator streets. I think you and I were in some slows together at one point. And we really agree on the ways to approach this. You shared some of your exposures when we did that pod together, and you've been even more extreme, I think, 0 RB than me. That was the big thing that I had talked about in some of my strategy stuff where I felt like you really wanted to get the receiver depth. You wanted to be sort of imbalanced in your draft to create balance in your scoring. So you have strength at certain certain position groups, but not necessarily at others. And you shared your stuff and you're like 0% in all of the top running backs. I was like, man, I took a couple anchor running back builds. Like I did a couple. But no, I love that. And so Underdog launches the Big Eliminator today. I'm a little rattled right now because I just got back. I was telling you before the show, 5-hour drive this morning, woke up, got on the freeway, 2.5 hours down to Oregon, 2.5 hours back. We're in some new slows. I should have mentioned that as well off the top. I'm on the clock in a bunch already. I entered, I think, 65 this time. I know the timer's going to hit me. I got so much content to do. It's going to be a brutal next couple of weeks, but we gotta keep the draft moving. But anyway, I'm a little rattled. I'm still getting I literally got home 15 minutes ago, so I'm trying to get my bearings still. But we are going to jump in the Big Eliminator. It's $100 buy-in. It's a 5 max contest. And Underdog announced that just yesterday, and so you and I are going to hop in a live one here in a few minutes.
I'm psyched for this. It's maybe the Eliminator is probably the most fun. I think it's definitely the most unique format in basketball, probably like in all of fantasy football. But like you said, we riffed about it for a while on the Spike Week pod earlier this summer. And that even I was itching even more. I didn't get to fully max the first one. I think I got to 110 or something like that. And now I'm kind of disappointed. But draft fatigue is real, man. I'm already starting to feel it, and I have a whole lot of drafts left to do. So I do appreciate that they made this only 5 max on this big one, so I don't have to add even more to my list. But yeah, I think that among all of the best ball tournaments, formats, right, there's cumulative scoring over on drafters. Underdog has their marathon and sprint and stuff. And I think those are fun. I think those are cool. I'm obviously a big fan of the playoff format that, Best Ball Mania and Puppies and all that, DraftKings. But this one in particular, I feel like is one where we can really kind of flex our strategic muscles a little bit. And I don't want to say totally like player take muscles, but kind of more like player archetype type muscles. And you and I talked about that kind of at length on the show. So both from like a structural perspective, like you said, I think that there are actually some pretty big edges. Not that there aren't in all of best ball. Like, you know me, we're pretty aligned on a lot of the strategic different things, but like in a playoff format, like there's so many different ways that a season can go. And that's just a season. There's so many different ways that week 15 can go, that week 16 can go, that week 17 can go, the players, these different players can get hurt and all that stuff. Like I was not really into Amari Cooper last year as an example. And guess what? You showed up to week 16 without Amari Cooper. Good luck, buddy. Like it is what it is. And he was like fine, right? Over the course.
Yeah.
Nobody looks back like, yeah, if you didn't have Amari Cooper, you were screwed for the whole season. He has that big game. So there's just like so many ways that are just like straight variants, I think, that end up, creating the results in these main tournaments. Whereas Eliminator, of course, there's going to be a ton of variants. Like no one is denying that. But I think just simple strategic elements can really be a lot more powerful even in Eliminator than in other formats. And like you said, you and I talked a lot about that. I'm really a big believer from the zero running back perspective. And even now, I'm pretty excited for this draft here today because like we talk about, we used to talk about like the barbell draft approach and all that kind of stuff before best ball exploded. And there is no such thing as a barbell. If you're not drafting all summer, you're just screwed. But we would think about late, this time of year, August and September, is like, I have all this information now. Like I have backfield depth charts that are a lot more clear. We're getting injuries popping up, to Rondale Moore and today JJ McCarthy. And things are becoming more clear on players, where players should be valued. Some players who maybe we didn't think should be drafted early in the summer are now becoming maybe even priority targets. I don't think many people saw the Jordan Mason possible RB2 situation coming with San Francisco. There's just so much that changes. So like now specifically, we can really hone in on both the structural advantages that we think we have in these tournaments, but also like some of the player archetype stuff. Like there's some players, honestly, that I don't have a ton of interest in say Best Ball Mania. Like I'm not like full fading some of these guys, but we highlighted like a David Montgomery, who also now looks better in Eliminator with a little ding to Jahmyr Gibbs, although he seems to be fine. But like certain archetypes of players are a little more valuable in the tournament. And a lot of the times the structural and player archetypes are different than I think what our opponents think are the ways to play this format. Like I think people see Eliminator, people see the advance rates and they think floor, like just survive and advance. And I think it's a little misleading. I think it's a lot more of the opposite. There is definitely the survive and advance element to it, but how you go about achieving that, I think, is a little bit different than probably what a lot of our opponents think. And so it's the one tournament where, like, I think that we all probably have some edges in Best Ball Mania and all that kind of stuff. But this tournament more so than the others, I think if you're really honed in on like what you're showing on the screen, what we talked to before, what we'll talk about today, you can really kind of get a pretty substantial edge in this particular format.
Yeah, this is one that there are a lot of layers to the format, and it's fun to do it as a co-managed thing. Before we talk about too much more, do you want to hop in one because it might take a minute to fill?
Yeah, it's a good call.
And then we'll get hanging out in the lobby, and then when it fills, we'll draft it. Anybody who wants to jump in can do so. But yeah, there's so many different layers to consider with this, and I pulled up this little chart here that I released on Twitter yesterday. Basically, updated it for this big eliminator. It was the same thing that I threw in the article for the smaller eliminators. I really like this third column here, the percentage of the field remaining entering a given week. It's doing the advancement stuff, but showing how that compounds, right? Like, yep. I think people were looking initially at the advancement stuff and going, oh, look, 80% advancement these first couple weeks. Oh, it's easy to get through those first few weeks. But I mean, that starts to compound immediately. Like only 10 of 12 advance, then only 8 of 10 advance, then only 8 of 10 advance. By the time you're going into week 4, half the field has been eliminated in the first 3 weeks. It feels easy to be in the 10 of 12 and then the 8 of 10 and then the 8 of 10. And yet half the field won't be in all 3 of those. Like to get all 3 of those right does mean you are already building a pretty strong team, a pretty high upside team. And then really the one that I like to point out is that the buys don't hit until week 5. A lot of people thinking, oh, I got to get those early buys because, and I think you do if you want to try to win the contest. You want to try to advance through those early buys. But I also think to a degree, layering your buys is the way more important thing, actually, not to a degree. I think it is way more important because I do think you just want to be able to score every week. And I think there's this element of, upside throughout, and people are going to play this floor. And as you said, it leads to this element where there's a bit of a gap between sort of what we think is the optimal way of doing it and what is actually the way that it's going to be played by a lot of the field. And so there's some really fun and interesting elements there. It'll be fun to, I was mentioning for a second to co-manage because we'll be able to try to, bounce some of those things off each other. There's a lot of stuff in real time. So I think this will be a really fun stream. One of the things I immediately noticed when I built this was like the advancement per week is a little different. There's a little bit of an element in like week 7 right there where, I want to be a little stronger in week 7. And week 7 only has 2 buys. It has the Bears and the Cowboys. I've in the smaller eliminator was actually seeking those guys out because I wanted to balance out my buys. I think in this one, I might be a little bit not afraid of drafting them, but I probably wouldn't take multiple. Like if we take a Lamb in the very, let's say we get the 1-1 and we take CeeDee Lamb, like I think I might shy away from grabbing Bears too, because you're going to have a lot of pod luck there, but you want to be able to have some upside in week 7 to get through that 2 of 4. All it takes is, of the 3 other teams you're playing, 2 of them have pretty good rosters or don't have any week 7 buys. And if you have Lamb, you're like already behind the 8 ball, pretty tough to get through week 7. They're week 7, right? It's the Bears, the Cowboys week 7.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the Niners and the Steelers are the other 2 bye week in week 9. That one goes back up to 75%. A little bit easier to envision getting through week 9. Week 11 is one that doesn't have a lot of great teams, but you do run into some stuff with the Cardinals and the Giants, and you can run into some stuff with, like, I like Wan'Dale Robinson, I like Trey McBride. I have some Kyler teams where I've considered Daniel Jones late, and you can run into some QB elements with week 11. There's some other teams there too that I'm not thinking of right now. That's another one. It's a 2 of 4 week. One of the first things when this big eliminator entered or was released that I was interested in was to see if a higher percentage of the field was moving on throughout the season. That's not the way it's set up. You understand why, because they want it to be where the different prize plateaus are very cut and dry, where as people lose in week 8 and week 9, week 10, you're moving up in the different prize plateaus. I still think there's ways they could have maybe structured it a little bit differently so that, the prizes would have then started later, and there would have been more people at the lower plateaus. Basically, the prizes could have started like week 10 or week 11, which would have allowed more people to get down towards week 10 and 11. The way that it is, so much of the field is actually gone by week 8. There's only 10% of the field left when the money hits in week 8, and then from there it really thins out every given week. By the time you hit week 12, which is the week where we get our first 6-team bye, it goes to a 23-team pod, which I assume is 23 remaining, or maybe it's, it must be 23 remaining, and then there's 18 remaining. The next week, 6 are there's 3 16 pods for that week, and beyond week 13. Oh no, I think I have that backwards. I think it'll be 46 remaining in week 12. There'll be 2 23-team pods probably, and then it's going to be by week 14. There's going to be 2 14 pods. Week 15, no, I still got it backwards. It's probably 69 in week 12, whatever. Right. I didn't put the exact total number of teams remaining at those points. They're a little bit bigger pods in week 12. By about week 15, you have, I think, it must be 3 pods remaining in the con. Week 16, there's 2 pods remaining. And then week 17, there's only 2 teams in the final pod. Literally, you're going to be head-to-head in the final. Getting to week 15 to week 16 is I thought it got down to 1 pod a lot earlier than it actually does, but it gets down to just a few pods and just a few teams remaining, and 0.9% of the field gets to week 14. And if you get to week 14, you make $2,500. I mean, I think there's an argument to be like, hey, let's just go stack all the week 14 guys that we can stack. I think it's probably a minor edge, and then try to just get some pod luck in week 14, honestly, because that's a 25x right there. It wouldn't be the end of the world to just go out week 14 if that's the way it went. But yeah, a lot of ways to think through the buys, ways to think through the structure. It definitely incentivizes upside when you look at the percentage of the field remaining each week and you see how that starts to fall off and how tough those pods are going to get when you're in the top 20% by week 7 and you're in a 14 pod, but it's a 14 pod of the top 20% of teams to that point. I mean, that's, you better have some upside in your build, right?
100%, and perfect timing that we did, Phil. We got the 105.
Look at
big
that.
fan. Big fan of the old top 5 pick in this format, especially. So the week 14 thing is super fascinating, but I wanted to go. So there's a lot of Vikings chatter going on here, understandably.
Right.
So with the chaos that's breaking out, I haven't seen. I haven't checked in on what's up with Addison.
I just saw from Alec Lewis, I'm seeing some different tweets. Alec Lewis says on Twitter, Vikings wide receiver Jordan Addison just went down, leapt for a contested ball. He's hobbling off with the help of trainers. Then Underdog's alert was that Jordan Addison's leg was carted off practice field Wednesday. We always talk about with the carted off stuff, that is way more common in practice because I gotta get this brand off my face. Way more common in practice because the practice fields are often very far away from their facility. Yes. So they have the carts down there, and there's not like a lot of traffic or whatever in this area. So they have the carts down there. They drive them back up to, the hangout spot, whatever. So not probably an immediate massive concern, but also Addison has that suspension risk. Not really a great eliminator target anyway. I'll be curious to see how far he falls. We are up. What do you like here, Chase or
I was hoping for Justin Jefferson. I kind of don't hate Amon-Ra over Chase, actually, in this. I mean, I love Jamar Chase, but just by sheer nature of kind of the archetypes of players, you mentioned the bye week. If we can sneak Amon-Ra through that week 5 bye, that's beautiful. Justin Jefferson, I know people are the Vikings thing is so interesting. JJ McCarthy goes down, and look, I'm concerned about the Vikings, like from a win-loss perspective too. But like the question in the chat about will they shut down Jefferson? Like teams just like don't really do that. And Justin Jefferson, I don't know if anybody watched Receiver. Certainly does not strike me as the kind of guy who is interested in being shut down later in the season. And it's really, really hard to be out of the playoff race. It just doesn't happen that much. They would have to be 0-6, 0-7, 0-8, something like that to like really, really shut it down at all early. And you want to talk about eliminator type stuff. I mean, I do like Amon-Ra since we obviously took him over Jamar Chase, but like, I can't think of much better eliminator type wide receiver than Justin Jefferson with no Addison and a terrible defense. And they're probably losing. Like, we don't really care about win losses in fantasy points. If they're going to be giving up a bunch of points and the Vikings are chasing points, like that sounds like a pretty darn good thing for the best wide receiver on the planet. I have systemic long-term Vikings concerns, but I'm not really
like my question would be, and I think I just saw it from Madison Parkhill on Twitter, and this is a really great way of framing it. He's like, I'm a Vikings fan who strongly believes in KOC, and I have no idea how people are selling this as a good thing. Ceiling and floor is undoubtedly lower with just Darnold than with Darnold plus JJ McCarthy. That's in a conversation about the McCarthy stuff. I was just talking to Jakob Sanderson a little bit on Twitter prior. McCarthy being out now, like I'm a little concerned about that because Darnold is like a shaky talent profile. People are really excited about Kevin O'Connell, but I think people are forgetting how bad Sam Darnold has looked at times. He looked terrible in week 18 last year, got the start in the Shanahan scheme, still didn't look good, had all year to practice. I mean, he looked really good in that first preseason game, and I do strongly believe in KOC too. But how concerned are you about not having McCarthy there as well? I loved having both of them where it was like, okay, I think Darnold could actually be a lot better than he's been in his career. But if he struggles, then McCarthy comes in, and then I can also sell myself on McCarthy's upside. And we have two. It feels a little fragile or more fragile now. But let's make this pick first, but we'll keep talking about that in a moment.
What are you doing in this tier of wide receivers? Because I'm pretty wide open. You see, I have a whole mess of Nico Collins, who is probably he may get snapped up here. But this is a pretty wide open tier for me that I don't have like mega strong preferences. And
that's true for me too. And I think for everybody for the most part, I need to get my rankings list like updated somewhere, but I have I'm pulling it up right now. I have Olave. I slid Olave ahead of Nico. Okay, so he goes anyway. I take a ton of Nico as well. Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward. Nico pick, right? Like, I mean, I think for me, the only other for this format, I could see Cooper Kupp at this stage, but like Nico's a really nice pick.
I mean, you can see on my screen, I have almost, this will probably get me to 20% Nico in the, I guess I got it on BBM. I should pull up a eliminator over here 1 second. But I'm just, I mean, if I'm in on 0 running back, I'm honestly not being too choosy with the second round wide receivers. And like, dude, at the end of the day, like Nico was like, legendary is not the right word, but like I'm not sure people even quite know how good Nico Collins was last year. Like it's kind, I know he's going in the second round, so I'm not like saying anything profound, but kind of all those Texans guys go like, you know, within a roundish of each other, and I get it. I like them all too, but Nico was like, I know Tank wasn't there, but like we often do this like backwards looking analysis where we say, well, yeah, he was awesome, but Tank got hurt. Right. And it's like, yeah, but like every time that somebody gets injured doesn't mean a guy is mega efficient. A lot of the times what happens is you get piled on more volume because your teammates suck, but you actually maybe don't continue your efficiency. Look at Devontae Adams. His teammates sucked, his team sucked. And so he got a whole shitload of targets last year, but he wasn't like very efficient. That's a concern that we have for him this year. Nico like elevated to an efficiency level that was like only trumped by Tyreek Hill, which is like something really impressive. And when I can see that kind of a talent, and I have CJ Stroud and an offense that's could be the best in the NFL, like I'm just not worried. I'm just going to draft that dude
for sure. Not like overly familiar for anyone not familiar. I'm not as familiar as I should be with your guys' tools. This is a really cool layover that you have over at Spike Week. The highlight is correlation stuff.
Yep.
And you have the schedule there for anyone who's asking that question like I was to myself. We are back up. I mean, I have Diggs as the guy here, but
do you want to spend 2 top? See, this
right.
is, I would probably default to DJ Moore. It's a different
Go ahead and throw him in the queue. Can you scroll down a little bit? My face is blocking the rest of the receivers. It's not Pittman. Is there?
Pittman,
oh yeah, you could pull up like. But then that gives you another week 14 guy. Yeah, I mean,
let's do DJ. I mean, let's do DJ Moore. I really hate getting into this tier of wide receivers. As you can see, I take a lot of Tank Dell. I'm kind of neutral on Diggs, a little underweight, I guess, in Eliminator. But that was something that you were mentioning before about kind of layering your buys and stuff, but also about like team stacking and big stacking. I think that's the counterintuitive part that's hard to wrap your head around in the Eliminator, where like, on one hand, in best ball, we like to stack. And if one offense performs really, really well, that's great, right? And we all are excited for the Texans. I have plenty of Nico Tank, Nico Diggs Tank teams across all of best ball. In this format, I think about it like a cost-adjusted correlation, like in this format, where the more pick, I don't really want to overstack or mega stack teams really at all in this format. But if I'm going to do it, like let's say we did do like a Texans thing, and we find some super cheap offense that doesn't have the same buy as the Texans, and we say, all right, in week 14, we need the Saints or whatever, right? Like, I think that was even the example you and I gave, where we're like, all right, you stack the Texans or you stack the Ravens or whatever. Week 14 is going to be, come on down, Derek Carr, Rashid Shaheed, whatever, and just expect they're going to blow up in that week. That's going to let me survive. But the more, not just picks I spend on the same bye week, but the same team as well. If they fail at any point throughout the course of the season, right? The Texans have a 6-point stinker, like see ya. You use your first 2 picks, 2 of your first 3 picks on that offense. But then also like think about it from a draft capital, or when we talk about draft capital, I always like to use auction dollars because it's kind of just a little cleaner to think about. Like think about your 2 of your 3 most expensive players in an auction draft, and you don't have them for a week.
But
so
I'm more willing to do it in week 14 because of what we just talked about, like 0.4% of teams are going to be available in week 14. So like, we're probably going to be dead anyway. We might as well, it's kind of a cash game mentality. It's a little bit backward, but if I'm going to do that, I strongly prefer it with the week 14 buys. Agreed. I might consider it with the Texans. And it's like, you're just going down this path of like, well, the Texans are going to carry me to a 25x and then I'm going to go out week 14, right? But like you said, if you can stack the Saints later and they actually help you advance out of week 14 as well, because that's one path to winning this thing. You got to get lucky somewhere and you have to think through like dynamically and creatively about how you're going to get there. But yeah, that would be, in my opinion, one path to getting there. We are on deck here. Oh man, I really want to take T. Higgins. Are you doing that for T. Higgins?
I'm very in on T. Higgins. Yes.
Dude, he's the drumbeat guy that I'm going nuts over. He got 4 targets in his. I wrote up the preseason week 1 usage, or the stuff that I saw when I watched preseason week 1. Some of it was specific usage type stuff. Jamar Chase has been out. When we didn't take Jamar Chase in week 1, I immediately in my head was like, I hope T. Higgins falls to round 4, because then it's not confusing. It's not hard. Yep. T. Higgins is on a contract year and is in camp and is getting all the buzz that like Ayuk was getting last year. He's been a problem at other times in his career, but the beat reporters are saying he's in the best shape of his life. He's having the best camp of his life. They went out in the preseason game, first play RPO, first read to T. Higgins. Couple plays later, deep shot off a play action, and Burrow lets it go into double coverage, and Higgins catches it, but it gets ripped away as he goes down. Would have been a long TD. Couple plays later, third and long, pass to T. Higgins, draws a DPI. Couple plays later, pass to Higgins in the red zone. He gets a little yak after the catch, scores the touchdown anyway on the drive. It's only 2 official catches on only 3 official targets because the one got negated by a penalty. But it was like first team offense was T. Higgins. And so, even after Jamar Chase comes back, this is the bet that it was in the second round last year, was that T. Higgins can be this dynamic alongside Jamar Chase. It looks like we're going to get that outcome in 2024 is the way that I would describe it, but you don't have to pay the 2023 prices. We're making the same bet in my mind. He was hurt all last year, making the same bet in the middle of the 4th right now. Love that pick.
And not just the middle of the 4th in a different wide receiver environment. I know wide receivers were more expensive last year than in previous years, but we've taken that another step this year. You know what I mean? There's only 3 running backs going in the first round. There's like only like 3 more running backs that go in the next 2 rounds. It's all wide receivers early, and yet T is going 2 rounds later than he was going before. He's also a guy who I was like lukewarm up until this point, but speaking of trying to pounce on guys late in the draft cycle, he's one I'm prioritizing. So another spot where I'm pretty wide open. I love me some Jaden
What do you
Reed.
think? You like Reed? I think I would be Kincaid here. It looks like you're not drafting a whole lot of Kincaid.
It's just been it's not like something I'm upset about, or it's not something I'm like really actively seeking. I'm totally down for Dalton Kincaid
I would like to get the elite tight end here. I like the 2 tight end builds in this format, and it's tough to make sure that we'll get that back in the 6th round. So grabbing Kincaid here is a really nice faller too, I think, at 505. I don't know if he's going there. He wasn't always going there, but I haven't done a whole ton of.
So you see, I take more, like I have 17% Kyle Pitts and 12% George Kittle. And so I've just been taking like the wide receivers and quarterbacks in that 4th, 5th round, right? I'm just kind of cycling through the wide receivers and quarterbacks there because, again, to this, there's how I'm structuring teams. It's look, if 0 running back and elite quarterback and elite tight end don't go well,
it's not going to be good.
It's going to be really, really bad for me in the eliminator. The old several $1,000s into 0 is going to be fucking really fun this year. But that's kind of been like a lot of my stand. Like you see a lot of Anthony Richardson, Lamar, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, whatever hurts. Right. I take all of those guys. So Kincaid has just kind of been that guy. And then I do a little bit of I like Andrews, but like again, week 14, I also just kind of like Andrews better than Kincaid overall. So Kincaid's just like the guy that was like a little bit falling through the cracks. It really has nothing to do with Dalton Kincaid at all. It has to do with kind of how I'm structuring my teams. And then I have more Pitts, right? I have more Kittle, just a little bit more of all these next guys. Tons. Love me some Brock Bowers. Right. So tons of Brock Bowers. So he's just been, so I'm kind of happy to get him on this team then.
Yeah, it's really nice. And so now we do have 2 week 12s. There are different positions. I'm not like overly concerned about that. I do want to ask you, and I don't mind saying, okay, Kittle goes. I was going to ask if you would be into Kittle. Part of my Kincaid thing is like, I think when you start 4 receivers, you could also, if the fall does happen, take Kittle in the 6th. But now that Kittle's gone, I'm really glad we took Kincaid, right? Like,
agreed.
He goes 5 picks before we're back up. I assume that Kincaid and Pitts and Kittle would have all gone before we come back in the 6th. I think it was a pretty key pick there for our build because we do like the 2 tight end structure in this format. and tend to lean towards the 3 quarterback structure because we're talking about how you get the weekly spikes. You want to have 3 different stacks for the fact that you want ceiling all every week, right? You want ceiling all season. It's kind of like you're in the playoff format all year, right? We talk about how like weeks 15 and 16 and 17 are all that matters in the BBM. And the Eliminator, to a certain degree, and more of a degree than I think people realize, that's what you need all year long. Like from the jump. We're back up here. I mean, I would be in the wide receiver 5 discussion, although there's Stroud, Hollywood Brown sliding a little bit. I wouldn't be out on that. We don't have a week 6 guy. It sounds like it's only like a week 1 concern, right? Or a week 2 concern.
They even said something like he's almost for sure out week 1, but they're like totally confident he's back week 2, which is not a major issue given we started with 4 wide receivers. Yeah,
I mean, we're sitting here. Okay, so Stroud goes. So we lose that stack. I think the pick probably has to be a receiver, and with the way the buys line up with Brown, like
I'm pretty
JSN's gone. Actually. Deontay Johnson's gone. All the guys I like in the 6th are gone.
And I don't really, I mean, I do like David Montgomery a little bit for this format, but let's do Hollywood. We're kind of in a wide receiver room. We're in a wide receiver room.
We're in a wide receiver room, and the next wide receiver up is Christian Watson. I mean, to get Hollywood Brown at 608 now is a really nice value relative to where you were getting him always.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Like, you see, I have a bunch of Watson, but that's because Hollywood, I mean, he's fallen a round and a half in like the, since the injury. And I get it, right? I understand why. I didn't really like Hollywood at the old price. Like when you give me Worthy and Rice for cheaper on he was the most expensive Chiefs wide receiver. I had some other wide receivers I preferred. And I was like, well, if I want Chiefs, like, I mean, for the longest time, Rashee Rice was going in the 70s, in on this format. So it was kind of like Hollywood's an afterthought. Well, now that's all changed, right? It's completely flipped around. Hollywood's the cheap guy. And when you have a little bit more of the luxury to be like, look, if I really needed my wide receiver 5 in just week 1, like it was probably going to go poorly, this was probably a disaster. So, and I'm willing to take that risk in this format, but your tight end thing was another thing that we talked about earlier this summer, but I also just wanted to reiterate, like the market has gotten a little tougher, and it always does over the course of the summer, right? The player pool weeds out and it becomes a little tougher at every position. To like overload, like say a onesie position, like tight end early in drafts. But in the Eliminator, it's the one where like, my goal is to win every spot in all of my pods in the early parts of the season, except running back. Like I'm willing to be behind the 8 ball at running back, because if I'm winning quarterback and I'm winning 3 wide receiver spots and I'm winning tight end, I'm also probably at least competitive at the flex position. So, okay, you have to sacrifice something. You're never going to have the perfect team.
But that's how you get high floor. If you win all of that, I mean, you're not going to necessarily win the pod every time, but to get to the 8 out of 10 that you need to be consistently, you got to be really strong at a lot of different spots. I didn't realize Ladd was falling a little bit. I see him down here a little. Keon Coleman Thomas in the last round. I still have Ladd
a little bit. You like Ladd?
Yeah. I still have Ladd ahead of Keon Coleman. I was going to say Thomas. I'm great with too. Kenneth Walker falling here. I mean, they're talking about using him like more than he's ever been used. This guy just timed out and probably took Kenneth Walker. I don't know. He takes Connor. I would be pretty comfortable with Kenneth Walker here. I don't know how you are on him.
No,
they're like,
and it's
at a discount when you have 5 receivers already. Like,
I think it's changed. Okay. I think the Seattle backfield has changed from what and not even changed. Maybe your expectation was just like it's the Ken Walker show in Seattle. But like even today, just right before this, I think they said something about Sharps, and there
he goes.
Good pick, Ken Walker. So
I would be either Ladd or Thomas. I guess we already have Higgins on the week 12, and we have Kincaid on the week 12. We do have Amon on 5.
Amon on the 5. Watson is 10. Ferg is 7. DJ. Any preference?
I would be McConkey.
All right,
I kind of like the profile and the setup a little bit better. I've always been a little concerned about Brian Thomas's collegiate targets per out run. Yeah, McConkey didn't run enough routes in college, but the targets per out would have been solid. And when he was out there, and I mean, I
elite.
Yeah, elite. They were really strong. They're very strong. Yeah, especially considering Brock Bowers and those other dudes running in the routes with him. A.D. Mitchell was there. Jermaine Burton was there at times. Like you actually have a legitimate target competition issue when you're talking about Georgia. He gets open. He's a good player, and there's a lot of target volume available. Obviously, Quentin Johnston looks absolutely dust. So I mean, yeah,
I think
love this freaking 6 receiver start, man.
I'm pretty sure I took Quentin Johnson out of. I do top two. I rank to top 250. So once after top 250, I don't care. I this morning I took him out.
It's just
of the
not
top.
draftable.
Second year, first round pick wide receiver is not even in the top 250, and he's not hurt. He's healthy.
Crutches is a big underdog drafter. You've probably seen him in the lobbies. He was messaging me yesterday that he had not actually seen. He was like, I don't know how I missed those eliminator pieces, but he really largely agreed with them. And so we were talking a little bit. I was happy to hear that. But he mentioned a little bit earlier in the chat, he tries not to give away too much in this contest. He's already maxed the smaller one, though. The biggest mistakes that people are making is worrying about the eliminator ass picks versus building structurally correct. I did think this note was interesting from you, Crutches. You said the biggest thing you disagreed on, because you said we were pretty aligned, except for a slight disagreement. You were doing a lot of the 3 QBs with 2 tight ends, but you go super thin at tight end and 2 punt tight ends mostly. I just wanted to comment that I don't think that's even inconsistent with a lot of things we we're just talking about. The way that Beimfohr just described it was being really strong at all these other positions and making sure that you have the potential for some real tight end points as well. That's why I think taking an elite tight end is valuable, because I think the elite tight ends are going to score in such a meaningful way. Kincaid's really, really good this year. We're getting an advantage every week at tight end. That is really helpful for your floor. At the same time, what Crutches is saying is that it's because it's a low-scoring position and a lot of other people in my pods are not going to be getting a lot of tight end points. I can also use that extra pick to be so strong at receiver and potentially even get an anchor running back and sort of trade off, right? Instead of getting that tight end spot, my RB1 spot is going to be a hit. Like if you take Ken Walker instead of Dalton Kincaid or whatever, put in an anchor running back instead of Dalton
Mixon
Kincaid.
or whoever instead of
whoever
Kincaid.
it is. And if that guy's scoring, strongly enough throughout, I feel like it's just the same bet differently, right?
Same idea, same strategy, just a different application of it.
Right.
It's the exact same thing. I got no pushback on totally punting off tight end.
So we are almost back up. Hopkins is continuing to fall, obviously banged up. Man, so this is where I get ready for running back for sure. We have Burrow there, and we do have Higgins, and so you could make a little single stack case there. I don't necessarily like the later Bengals. The running back for me is probably Mostert, because if he just stays healthy, he's a great pick in this format. He's so underpriced relative to the potential he could stay healthy. But I'm also very, very comfortable with the Burrow pick here and just keep pushing.
Let's do Burrow. Let's do Burrow. Just lock in so when you were talking about T, it also had me thinking, just other than Jamar Chase, I feel like we've been drafting Bengals super highly for years, right? Joe Burrow, number 1 overall pick, was awesome early in his career. Even, he tore his ACL. Jamar Chase, superstar as a rookie. T has always been awesome. Used to have Tyler Boyd, right? We used to take Joe Mixon in the 2nd round. We've been chasing Bengals tight ends for what seems like a decade, and it never works, but we've been chasing them. And it feels like this year people are finally like, all right, I'm done. I'm done with this Bengals shit. They just never. T hasn't quite done it. I think
people are worried about the thumb injury, where it's his rehab was supposedly kind of unique. But yeah, man, they 6 and 8% pass rate over expected. They were +6 and +8 percentage points pass rate over expected the last 2 years. I projected them for the 2nd highest pass rate of any offense behind only the Chiefs. They let Mixon go, brought in Zach Moss for $4 million a year, right? With $3 million guaranteed over the 2 years. It's $8 million, very low deal, even in, in modern RB terms. And then their 5th round rookie or last year was a rookie at 58 touches last year, all barely used him. He's going to be a part of their committee too. And I love Chase Brown. Yeah. But you think about what they did this offseason, they're we don't really need to invest in running back. We're gonna make do with our day 3 pick from last year and a cheap free agent. We're gonna keep Higgins and get him out there on the field in his last year with the team, and we're gonna throw the fuck out of the ball. That's what they're gonna do.
Yep.
This is I'm getting back in on the Bengals pretty hard. All right, we're back up.
So
man, speak of the devil. The running back is probably Chase Brown. Do we want to keep stacking?
I guess that's the question: is do we want to add to the Bengals bet, or do we want to do something like B-Rob or Tony Pollard or anything like that? Robinson's a little better for the buys.
I would be Brown, but you could talk me into it.
Let's do it. We're gonna take 6 running backs anyway.
I don't mind. I think we got to be done with the Bengals, but I don't mind doing it again with the later bye, the week 12 bye. If we get to week 12, we're going to be happy. But we're also, what percentage of teams even get to week 12? It's not the right way to think, but I do think it's a reasonable way to think. If ever, like, in terms of enjoyment as well, like, and there's an element of this, like, we're doing this as a hobby, like, the people that are like, oh, well, I'm going to optimize for everything. It's like, okay, well, all your fucking teams are dead week 5 because you had all your buys week 5. And it's like, congrats. Like, dude, like, I want to like dream a little bit, I want to enjoy my team a little. Going into week 12, 1.7% of the field will be remaining. You have to have a 99th percentile team, 98th percentile team just to get there. The prize, if you're eliminated in week 12, is $1,100. It's $100 buy-in. We'll be like, sweet, man. We made a grand.
And
like that.
you can still, like, it's not over, right? Like,
right.
Think about all the chaos that happens every single year in the NFL. There's still going to be teams that make it to week 12. Their players are not on bye, but they're hurt, or they're just like not as good as we thought that they were going to be. It's like, it's not over. Maybe they've been carried. They've been sneaking by with a bunch of injured guys on their team. And like, there's so much chaos that happens throughout the course of an NFL season, so long. It reminds me a little bit of playoff best ball in this, where you're like, pretend you're building a team that has a first round bye in the NFL playoffs. And you're like, well, yeah, like, they're really good picks. We think that we're making the case that the Bengals are really good picks this year. You want them on your teams. The 49ers, pretty good picks in playoff best ball. The Chiefs, pretty good picks in playoff best ball because, they won the Super Bowl. You needed Chiefs to win playoff best ball tournaments. But how did you sneak them through? Right. So now our goal is, with these last 10 picks or whatever, how do we find a way to like, all right, we know week 12 is probably we're not going to be a favorite in week 12, but we can build for a scenario that we can survive in week 12. It's not out of the question. So like, that's another edge, right? It's like, some people are just like, oh, ho hum, whatever, like week 12, I'll probably be dead. I'll play this like a cash game. I'm like, no, but don't play it that way. Build it for like, all right, I'm probably a dog, but like, what if,
right.
I'm looking at the week 12 schedule.
The argument that I think of is like, I think there's a better chance that the winner of these eliminator contests stacked to the week 12 and 14 buys than other people probably do, because I think there's a decent chance that helps you get that far. And then, I mean, yeah, it's like, oh yeah, you got to get lucky or whatever. I guess it's also because I think there's a lot of good teams in weeks 12 and 14. Like, if you're in on the Texans, you're in on these offenses. But yeah,
you can't avoid it. What are you going to do? Avoid all the best offenses in the NFL? Like,
but there's an element of like, yeah, for sure, you're not going to do that. Let's make this pick, and then we'll keep chatting. Oh, Caleb Williams chilling there, and we have the DJ Moore. I mean, this is a thing where, like, I don't mind just like continuing to fire at upside at the other positions. Yeah, I mean, I think Caleb. I would. Yeah, I'm Caleb too. We're completely in lockstep. I mean, we wait till the QB window. We grab 2 really nice stacked options behind ADP. I think both. I mean, this draft has gone really, really well.
Almost to your point, almost a round on Caleb. I'll take that.
Yeah, we got a real good ADP value. That was a fun one. We have the 6 receivers, right?
Yep.
Are we at 6? Yeah.
2-1-6-1. Yep.
We probably need to dip back into running back sooner than later. It's starting to get more efficient at that position, and some of the guys that we're dreaming on, like the Kendre Millers and stuff, are harder to dream on at this point. So we probably gotta attack that a little bit. But
it is nice, Ben. I'm not gonna lie. I don't even speak about Kendre in public anymore, because the moment you talk about Kendre, everybody's like, "Well, don't you know Dennis Allen hates him, and he's always hurt." And I'm like, I'm aware. Like, I do read the news as well. Like, I see all the, aren't you worried about Kendre? Yes, I'm fucking terrified about Kendre Miller. But now he goes in like the 17th and 18th rounds of drafts. So like, it's nice to have somebody else who you can mention the name Kendre and you don't get like shunned off the face of the earth.
Right. Right. I just want to, would you mind clicking over on tight end real quick before we get back up? I just want to see if the tight end 2 world is, we're done. We're done with tight end. No. I mean, I think when you have Kincaid, I do think we should punt tight end 2 pretty clearly.
Yep. I got a couple of late guys I like in this.
Yeah, I do too. It's a nice option at this stage.
I do fucking hate this running back
I
range.
know.
So it has dried up. So, once Chase Brown moved up and all these guys moved up, it's rough.
Is there a so Charbonnet is an option.
Sharps is an option. Is there
one in that group you like more than others? I would not be Jerome Ford, and I don't play Eckler or Elliott or Gus Edwards or Trey Benson really ever. So Sharps is definitely my next highest ranked if you want to just start him.
I'm cool with
Is there a
that.
receiver that you want to go to? No.
Not
Are you
really.
good with Sharps? I couldn't see below Sharps. Okay, let's just take Sharps. I think there's a decent little floor with Sharps. We talked about the Ken Walker touch stuff. Like it could be a problem, but also that week 10 bye is not like fit. One. Yeah, you don't wind up hammering week 10 buys often. It's not one that's too hard. Is our only week 10 buy so far.
Yeah.
So I wanted to, but as we head towards the long side of our turn, I wanted to share a couple things. I'm gonna share one of my screens. We got Leone in the Twitter streets responding to my earlier tweet about not a lot of people make the first buys. Don't draft scared. He said, isn't saying not to worry about bye weeks because there's a good chance you're eliminated by then. Akin to saying not to worry about week 17 BBM because you're probably not going to make it there. We get Kitchen going sassy pants. Leone strikes again. And Leone responding, I just stepped in a pile of sassy. That interaction cracked me up. I also wanted to highlight some of Crutch's notes in here. So this one was with the tight end thing. He said, figures you got to be uncomfortable somewhere, rather be uncomfy at least at the least projectable one. That's the tight end thing. We think about it in DFS terms. And Casher, I was playing the $2,500 guy. What I love about this point is you got to be uncomfortable somewhere. A lot of people try to be comfortable everywhere. They're trying to get balanced. They think they're, and then they're not getting enough depth anywhere. You want to be contingent and deep at the spots that you're not, and then get uncomfortable somewhere. The part where me and Crutches and you, the three of us all really agree is you do have to be uncomfy somewhere. He's saying his uncomfy spot is tight end. I do like that note. This other note that he had, I want to know if you could help me with Beimfohr. I'm not usually up on the modern poker stuff. It says, think poker ICM. I don't even know what ICM is. The bubble is in theory much more important than the flat jumps weeks 12, 14. Lean to stack those, especially in the big eliminator. What I was going to say to Leone's point is there's actually a chronological thing here that is really relevant to me. And I was mentioning it before we got into our last buy, but I think there's a pretty decent chance that the team that actually wins this thing has stacked the weeks 12 and 14 buys, because the teams that stack the earlier buys are going to get eliminated at a slightly higher rate. And when we get to weeks 12 and 14, there's so many teams back there that the teams that make it that far will be overrepresented in the field. Right. With weeks 12 and 14 buys. The other teams are dead. They're already gone. They don't get the benefit. They're not all going to be gone. And the ones that get through are going to have an advantage at that point. To Leone's point, yes, it's all about how do you maximize your EV? Yeah, okay. And probably stacking earlier buys maximizes your highest best path through. But there is this point where the field is going to skew towards 12 and 14 buys when you reach 12 and 14. And therefore, if you are skewed towards 12 and 14 buys, you are not necessarily in a worse position than the field. You're trying to get lucky at that point with those teams that are skewed towards week 12 and 14 buys. As worse off relative to the field as you should be is the way Correct. That I would frame it. You have a slight advantage, the fact that the field's going to skew your direction as well. We're back up. I mean, you don't want to go Herbert at this point.
I'm pitching Tyler Algier. That's fine. That's my guy. That's my.
Let's do it.
If there's a player stand,
we already have a week 12. Okay, we got him.
Yeah. We definitely don't want any more week 12 running backs. Definitely not arguing that. But Algier is just a major priority for me this year. It's just about as simple as everybody is obsessed with Atlanta, as am I. It's very difficult to find running backs who are good at football in the NFL in the 12th and 13th rounds. And I feel pretty good that Tyler Algier is good at football. And he's mixing in already. All the reports are he's not a stone zero in week one. It's not like they were doing the Bijan as the new Christian McCaffrey thing. And then they got into practice and it was well, no, not really. That was just a bunch of nonsense from the coaches. I'm not saying he's going to be putting up a bunch of big weeks early, but I don't think he's going to just stand on the sidelines and hold a clipboard either. And look, his teammate is a first round pick. His teammate is a top 8 pick in fantasy drafts. And he is the clear handcuff.
He's got a great contingent case.
He's got one of the best contingent cases.
I do think the standalone stuff with him is going to prove to be a little bit over.
Yeah. It's not last year. It's not the same as last year, which he did have reasonable standalone value
last year. Yeah.
He hit my lineup, dude. I got 12th in Best Ball Mania last year. Bijan played, and Tyler Algier was my flex with 22 fantasy points or whatever. That was with Bijan in the lineup. We're not getting that, but Could he bink a touchdown here and there? Like while Bijan is healthy? Absolutely. And there are a lot of guys that that's just right. Jordan Mason's not binking touchdowns when CMC's in there unless they're up by
That's a good
40.
Point. Yeah. And the Falcons, to that point about being up by 40, the Falcons have the easiest schedule in the NFL by kind of a lot, and they might be up by 40 sometimes. I mean, they might actually be pretty good. Not 40, but they might be in positions where they're like, we're taking Bijan out and we're going to ride Algier late. We might get some of those fourth quarters where he gets 12 carries for 60 yards and hits our lineup. Like, all right, I'm in.
I totally agree. Herbert,
do you take Dobbins ever?
Is nice. I don't think I've taken him once. Okay, 2%. I have 2% Dobbins.
I do take a little bit of him because it seems like he's going to play a decent amount, but I don't think we have to. Both Herbert and Cousins. I mean, I don't know that we should go QB here. What are the other running backs?
Click Chuba.
What Dobbins? About Musgrave? Musgrave's a pretty nice pick in this range.
I'm cool with Musgrave.
Let's just grab him.
Yep.
It was kind of flat everywhere else. I mean, Chuba would have been a good one too.
He's the typical eliminator ass pick that people would say is an eliminator ass pick because Chuba is because Brooks is going to miss the first few weeks.
Right.
So you're getting
he gets you off to some hot start, but that you don't really need. Like, I mean, that's the part of it where I'm on Leone's side, where I'm like, not just playing to get to week 5. Like, Chuba's going to help you get to week 5, but
you don't get money in week 5. You don't get any money in week 5.
Yeah. I do think stack wise. Like I mean, I still think I want a third QB, so I'm trying to think through like, are there so the Cousins play was with Algier. I saw him highlighted. I was like, who do we have? Because we don't have access to like Kincaid, Musgrave, Hollywood, obviously Stroud. We have one of the who did we take? Nico. We already have the other 2 stacked up.
We'd have to backdoor something. Yeah, we would have to backdoor something.
We're getting pretty thin.
Unless Herbert Herbert is falling.
Continues to slide. I think in the 14th, like I'd just be like, all right, we have 3 really good quarterbacks, but it gives us stacks throughout the year. You know, I mean, I'm kind of okay with that.
Yeah, me too. The other one I have been backdooring that you want, and there goes Herbert.
Oh, it goes.
But notable for the news of today is I was already doing some Darnold. You know, I definitely like Darnold if I had Justin Jefferson in this format, but little Jalen Naylor action in the last wide receiver, a little Darnold, Jalen Naylor. I'm kind of
half decent in the preseason game.
I've been I have my hit rate is not particularly high on these guys. Okay, so take it with a grain of salt. But I have these.
This is one of your college football film.
This is just one of my you just have certain guys, right? That you're just like, I swear he's good. I promise. I
swear Jalen Naylor's good.
I'm like, don't look at anything that you that would tell you whether he's good or not. Just trust me, bro. What's your source?
I'm
trust
in,
me,
man.
bro.
We can do that.
But so Addison goes down today. We don't expect it to be a big deal, but Addison was also probably going to be suspended at some point. TJ Hawkinson's not going to be back. Like, they got to throw it to somebody, and we say they're going to suck and lose games. It's like, somebody's going to score some points. We know the Vikings are going to score points, even as bad as Sam Darnold probably is. So guys like that, I've been looking to as like break glass in case of emergency type players.
That is awesome. I love that. I love that note. I think he's a good one. I just put him into my redraft ranks. I was like, this at the back of it. Like, obviously, we're up. Let's make our pick. McLaughlin's fine to me as a guy who's probably going to have a role. Dude, he's one of the burstiest running backs in the league. At the same time, I'd be fine with Bucky Irving and a lot of these other guys too.
14. Yeah. Do you like McLaughlin more than Bucky? Week 11.
I take a shit ton of Bucky. I like McLaughlin more as an eliminator ass pick a little bit. Like, he's gonna
have Bucky
some splash games. All right.
I just can't get. I understand all the McLaughlin stuff, but I just really struggle to get behind it. You know what I mean?
Okay, that's fine. And I haven't taken a ton of him. I just think he fits.
If this were full PPR, maybe we could start to talk. I also just have
my issue with him is that he's not going to get enough snaps, but his touch to snap rate is so high. I do think he's going to get 8 touches or 6 touches in most games. And I do think he's a really efficient player. So in terms of the idea of what people think they're getting it with an eliminator ass pick, like Zeke, they think they're getting a minimum of 6 to 8 points. I actually think you're probably kind of getting that with McLaughlin later. but you're getting it through efficiency. You're getting it because he's going to hit for like 8 yards per carry some games on only like 5 carries and give you 40 yards and maybe catch a pass. And you're like, all right, well, I got 6 points this week and then score some as well. I don't think, I mean, I'm not like, I actually take a shit ton of Bucky. I'm glad we went Bucky. Like Bucky's my favorite.
I much prefer Bucky because I think you could get that same thing with more upside, more contingent value, more offensive upside. I mean, the Bucks were better. They have more talent than the Denver Broncos do. Like, I just think you can get the same thing as McLaughlin with like some of these other guys, and Bucky's like the perfect use.
I just want to get access to the Denver backfield a ton too. The way that like I think Nix is going to.
I was playing it through Estime. I've been playing it through Estime most of the summer.
Where's he at right now? Is he gone or is he? Okay, we could still potentially.
He's way down here now. Yeah,
no, you passed him. He was up right near the top. He's 5th.
189. Okay.
So the other guy who looked sick was Braylon Allen, and I would be like, dude, I'm in on Allen.
That's what I was going to say.
We already have 2 week 12 buys.
Oh, you're right. You're right. So we can't do Ray Davison.
And I don't think we can do Davis either. I think we should just do Estime, who I am also really in on. And I like we both really like the Broncos backfield. Let's just pull him up here. That's a nice. I mean, if we didn't do Jaleel, Bucky and Estime's, those are 2 of my highest drafted running backs. Like Chase Brown, Charbonnet, Tyler Algier, Bucky, and Estime. I mean, if those guys all suck this year, my whole team, my whole portfolio is dead anyway. So, like,
you know what? Why I like Estime a lot more is I also think there's a little bit of a misconception with what Estime is as a player. Like he's not Jaleel McLaughlin in the. I mean, he's not Jaleel. He's like he ate Jaleel McLaughlin. He's like 2 of Jaleel McLaughlin, but he's viewed as like, he's just this 2 down banger, whatever, and like. Yeah, he's not explosive in the passing game, but neither is Samaje Perine, and we view him as just a 3rd down back. Estime was kind of that at Notre Dame. It's like, for whatever reason, these Notre Dame backs, it's like they play all their guys in the pass. Like Estime was played in the passing game. He was, by all accounts, a solid pass protector, which is, I think, what sometimes gets lost in the whole pass down back thing. Like Samaje Perine is the least explosive freaking receiving back like of all time. But you know what he does? He's trusted to not get his quarterback killed and then just leak out into the flat and catch the ball, dude. Just catch it, get what's there. And I think
I totally agree with this take. You think Estime can be that? I was checking a text and I was going to say,
but Javonte can too.
What was the relevance? Yeah, Javonte can too. So Estime, I was really encouraged by that in preseason week 1. I wrote this in my preseason notes piece that he actually caught 3 passes from 2 different quarterbacks and was playing a little on passing downs. Also was staying in for protection, and I thought looked comfortable picking up the protections. I was like, man, his work in the pass game, and in fact, that came up on one of our shows. I want to say I was on ADP chasing this week. I think it was on Monday. And I said that my biggest takeaway from the Broncos backs in this game was Estime on pass downs was the biggest thing for me. They played him on a number of pass downs. He caught the 3 balls. He wasn't on some blitz pickups. That was part of the concern. He didn't catch a lot of balls in camp. I mean, in college, that was a big concern.
But
for me.
He wasn't. It wasn't because he wasn't out there. Right. That's the hard part to like gauge is like, did he not catch balls because they kind of just didn't throw it to? And Notre Dame's also weird. Like they play a bunch of these shitty schools, right? And they're like, it's kind of easy for them on offense, and they don't you don't have a lot of check downs when you're playing really efficiently through the air. So I think he can just.
Will you click QB real quick? Because I mean, God, is Fields. So Fields, Nix, and then when does Darnold come off? I like the Darnold Naylor thing.
Is he gone?
I mean, he's going to come up higher now is what I'm saying. When will he come off in this room is what I'm saying.
I think
do you want to do Fields?
He's gone. Sam Darnold is.
Darnold
been drafted.
Let's just grab Fields.
Let's do Fields.
Yeah.
I also love Fields.
I don't even think you need to stack him. He's got the, he's got the week 9 bye. Like he's just going to spike some freaking quarterback points when he plays. Like
he also has a high floor when he plays. So again, you want to talk about like, oh shit, so it's week. You want to talk about how you can be fine in week 12 when you're Joe Burrow and your Bengals, situation is you draft 0 running back and you let the chaos play out in your favorites, right? It's like, we're not projecting Audric Estime to be the Broncos workhorse in week 1, but I don't know. Javonte's hurt by week 12, right? And so he is getting a lot more touches. Like, okay, now we just luck boxed this running back because the chaos. It's not even like we're not projecting anything. That's just how 0 running back works sometimes. Like these guys just get out there because of chaos, and then you have Justin Fields on your team, right? And hold on one second, I just want to look at in week 12. Who does Pittsburgh play? Just for shits and gigs, I like to look at the Browns. Okay, so maybe
I thought we were
not so
about to
much on the
get
Browns.
round 17, Kamani Vidal, and I was going to be like, all right. I mean, he's probably going to get cut, but like, let's.
Are you still drafting him? Because I am not. I am not drafting. Come on,
I would like too much of him, and I don't. Again, I don't do the fast, right? So I was going to say, like, I haven't had to test this. I just entered all these new slows today. I'll be testing it over the next couple weeks. Probably my answer would be no. My answer would probably be that I don't need more exposure to him, even in round 17.
I think we can wait for this preseason week. This is kind of what I love about this time. It's like,
yeah,
all you got to do is back off for 5 days.
That's a great point. That's
don't click the button for 5 days.
Don't click it right now. Don't click it right now.
And then when he, so he was, I know he dressed and like warmed up, but it sounded like he wasn't like, that was just like we're going to let you get out there, in your first NFL game and warm up, but he wasn't healthy enough to play, or he was sick or something. I forget what it was, but let's watch this weekend. If it goes the same way, it's like, okay, undraftable. But if he could be like the third back in the game this coming weekend, and now you're like, I'm back in.
Do you want one running back and one receiver here? I assume, right? 3, 6,
one
7,
running
2?
back and one receiver.
What will you click receiver real quick? Okay.
Yep.
I was thinking running back first as well. You had mentioned, like Naylor. I assume
that's true.
Jalen Tolbert has already gone off. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not super familiar with the way things are at the back of drafts.
Quite
right
a bit. He's up into like 175 range or something like that now.
So running back, God, Juwan Johnson's still going in the 17th round, though.
Yeah,
that was probably one of your late round guys, right? That was
Juwan and Colby Parkinson are
there you go.
Two of the late round guys that I am.
Kendra's got the week 12 bye. We can't just throw Kendra out there. Are you scrolled all the way up right now?
Yeah, I'm scrolled all the way up. So it's pretty gross. Do you have any favorite late round? I would shout Jordan Mason.
I'm down with Jordan Mason, honestly. I'm also down with Roshan, I think, even though he seems like he's further behind Herbert, it could still kind of break in a really favorable way for him. Oh, we have Caleb, and we don't have a week 7 running back. We don't have a week 9 running back either. I'm down with Mason.
Let's do Mason.
He actually does give us a little week 17 thing with Amon-Ra too. We get all the way to the final. Our 2-man final, head to head. We're gonna have the correlation for
you got to have the week 17 correlation for your heads up week 17 matchup.
Oh man,
we got it everywhere, dude. We got Burrow. We got the Bengals with Estime. Little bring back. We got. Did we take Sharps? Yeah.
Yes, we take Sharps.
We have more week 17 correlation than most of my BBM teams for a heads up final. That's so funny.
That is amazing.
But
all right, and then we're gonna tack on
a wide receiver.
A receiver. What are our receiver buys right now looking like? We got Amon-Ra 5. We have
5, 14, 7, 12, 6, 5. So just not week 5. Probably not week 12, because that would give us just a lot of overall stress. Week 12. Yeah. Let's see. Look, I'm not trying to be negative Nancy, but this Jordan Whittington rise is absolutely cracking me up. Like, dude, have you ever seen worse numbers on the college prospect than Jordan Whittington?
God,
holy shit, man.
Will you scroll down past his name so I can see some names that are actually draftable?
Somebody that's boy, we are in peak August draft. Ray McLeod, Jordan Whittington.
My God.
This is a tough scene.
I still think Cleve Raymond's draftable, but he's another week 5 guy. I mean, dude.
Yikes.
So among the names that you already swung past that I would consider are Josh Reynolds, who I do think is probably going to play a decent amount.
Yeah.
Like they played him a lot with the ones. I don't think him and Patrick are definitely going to play, but I do think he's going to play in 3 receiver sets.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was another one. We go back down a little bit. It was a little further. Oh, you could do like Darius Slayton.
I
think you could do Devontae Walker still, but probably like wouldn't be my
Slayton
favorite
and Hyatt. You got the Giants guys.
Yeah. A little further than it was right after Reynolds. There was another one. Oh, Trey Tucker. It's going to be the Raiders wide receiver 3. And I mean, they're going to use a lot of 2 tight end sets, but he's a deep threat. Like he could have some splash upside. I don't know why he doesn't get drafted, but they don't have a 4th receiver. Like, I mean, Michael Gallup retired. Like they don't have that depth.
Right. I did.
I'm open to. Oh yeah.
What asshole keeps taking my Vikings?
Naylor went.
He drank. I've never seen.
Oh my God, that's who we should have taken. I think it's maybe Reynolds over. I mean, even over Franklin. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
It's a pretty boring, but we already
Look
bet
at all
on the
this.
Broncos
Look at all this
offense.
correlation. We are just
Yeah.
correlating the shit out of this eliminator team. But I'm fine with Josh Reynolds.
I don't love it, but I think he's going to run routes, and we don't have a week.
We got pinched in this room, man. It's normally not this bad. Fucking Jalen Naylor.
So, like Consigliere said, Johnny Wilson, baby. Johnny Wilson stuck out to me, but it's sort of similar to the Kamani Vidal thing. Like, we're drafting the eliminator, and we have a really strong top group of receivers. I don't want to lose because 2 of our receivers miss a game at the same time. And we have a guy. My issue with Johnny Wilson is he's probably not going to run that many routes, guys. You can swing at him in BBM and hope that injuries and chaos occurs and it materializes for him to actually get a role. And by the end of the year, he's made good on that role. And in week 10, 12, 14, he's suddenly the surprise breakout player. But the reality is, even if he wins the wide receiver 3 job, he's probably they're so rotational. They do so much 2 tight end stuff. He's not going to run that many routes. The Josh Reynolds thing is I feel pretty confident Josh Reynolds is going to be out there running a good number of routes. He's a free agent. They brought in, they paid him. He's a veteran, well respected around the league. This dude's gonna be on the field. And if we just are in a situation where it's we just can't take a 0 at wide receiver 3 because one guy's on a bye and 2 other dudes. One guy got a concussion last week and is missing this week, and then we have 1 injury, and we're dude, we're down. This is our wide receiver 7. This is a team that only has 7 receivers. We're down 3 receivers this week because of a bye, a random concussion and a long-term injury. I want our 4th receiver to be someone who actually runs some freaking routes. They gave him $5 million guaranteed, and not the biggest contract in the world, but he's a veteran that the Lions wanted to keep. He went to Denver because I think they're going to play him. He's Sean Payton's type of receiver. I want that guy on the field. Oh,
he's going to play. We don't have to like it, but it just sometimes you have to face the truth, and it is what it is. And Josh Reynolds, NFL wide receiver 2 is unfortunately a real thing in at least heading into 2024. The other thing about Wilson was, we had 2 wide receivers on week 5 bye already, and we mentioned that we didn't want to draft a week 5 bye wide receiver.
Consigliere is truly convinced that Johnny Wilson's taking Goddard's route tree so Goddard can help inline blocking to lengthen his career. He says he's 100% sure the Bears were cutting Foreman last year well. I mean, that's a very I love the take. That's why I shared it. I also would like to point out that I'm not going to necessarily trust somebody on Dallas Goedert who misspelled Dallas Goedert's name twice.
I would also just say Consigliere needs to go wash his hands because they're awfully dirty from putting his hand in the dirt there with Goddard is going to be staying in line to block, and Johnny Wilson is going to run more routes. But
let's recap this team though. Oh,
really quickly on Wilson. I agree with you. I think he's in the mix in playoff format tournaments. I'm not going to have 0 of Johnny Wilson, but also when we think about how you win with those players, it's of course, he's just a lot better than we think. But then even when Johnny Wilson is better than we think, how really does he provide a ton of upside? Well, it's probably an injury to AJ Brown or something, because guess what? Johnny Wilson could be awesome. He's not better than AJ Brown and Devonta Smith. And so you already have very minimal targets to go around. You have routes concerns. It's how efficient can he even be? How many targets can he earn? How many routes can he earn? And then, so he is the full-time slot or full-time wide receiver 3, and they move the guys around. It's really hard to see a path. You did all the projections, AJ Brown and Devonta Smith eat in this offense. It's their offense. And then they have a good defense and a running quarterback and Saquon Barkley. It's tough. It's really tough for him. So like I said, pipe dreaming a week 14 2-touchdown game or something. Sure. Fine, go for it. But pipe dreaming Johnny Wilson is just awesome and takes all the Dallas Goedert targets is just not really unrealistic. And Dallas Goedert wasn't useful with the Dallas Goedert targets last year by himself. So what are you really getting if you hit,
For sure. Let's recap this squad. We went Amon-Ra, Nico, DJ Moore, T. Higgins, 4 straight receivers to start. We went Dalton Kincaid in round 5 to make sure to get some tight end upside. Hollywood Brown and Lad McConkey 6 and 7. So we get 6 receivers through 7 rounds. We didn't take another receiver until literally the last round. We finished with a 7 receiver build. That's why, because we took 6 before this wide receiver window, or as we would envision it, closes. We go Joe Burrow, Chase Brown, Caleb Williams, Zach Charbonnet, Tyler Algier through that quarterback, window and the early 0 RB sort of range. Luke Musgrave, detour real quick to grab a tight end 2, then back to the running backs, Bucky Irving, Audric Estime. We grab Justin Fields for our QB3. We close up running backs with Jordan Mason in round 17. We grab Josh Reynolds for the wide receiver 7 at the end. It winds up being a 3-6-7-2. We have the 2 quarterbacks stacked. We don't have Fields stacked, but I mean, I don't know that it's really fine. Ever care about stacking Fields at any point in sort of his career. The 2 tight ends I really like.
There's also
Kincaid.
Ayuk concerns that right. Like you would
ideally
probably like to stack him with Pickens, but you don't want 4th round George Pickens if Brandon Ayuk is on the team.
That's a great point.
You know what I mean?
It's a great point. But Fields is, has a good camp and is close enough to starting that if Russ is Russ, like there's a very decent chance that Fields gets in reasonably early. I understand that Fields didn't fix all of his problems. There's a lot of people that were like, oh God, he's horrible. He fumbled 2 snaps and he took 2 sacks in the preseason. He definitely can't play.
The center got benched, by the way. Justin Fields didn't get benched. The center got benched for the snap.
The other part of it is he got the ball out quick to the perimeter to George Pickens on a couple plays. You can't expect him to be a completely different player than what he actually is, though. And I don't think the Steelers expect that either. Yeah, he threw the ball well. He did something.
I was more concerned about, is he going to throw the ball accurately, or is anybody going to get open? And he looked fine passing. That I think it's fine. Like you said, aren't you worried about Justin? Yes, I think we're all worried about Justin Fields. But when you rack and stack the late round guys now, I mean, we couldn't even get Sam Darnold at that price, right? We were on there, we were talking about, should we take Darnold or Fields? Darnold was gone. So we're talking, the drafts get thin now. It's middle of August. The late round guys are very, very thin. How confident are you in Derek Carr? How confident are you in Bryce Young? Even if they're the start, which they should be the starter all year, how much fantasy value are they providing to you? So I would rather take the swings and bet against Russell Wilson and on Justin Fields still at this price. I think we're getting to be able to buy the Darnold stuff. And I think Russ was playing some with the ones today in practice. So there's a little FUD that there's another nice buyback period on Justin Fields. He was never available at, almost pick 190 for the last 2 weeks. Now he's back there again. So I'm willing to buy back in.
My buddy, our buddy, I don't know if you know him particularly well, Eric, Dom Biryani is from the FF Go Bills, the 2-time FFPC overall champs. He said, good draft, guys. And I was like, oh, yeah, hey, he was watching. That's cool. And then he said, Theo snipe. And I was like, we weren't taking Theo. And then I recognized that he's in this draft. He's the notorious DAB there. He had taken Daniel Jones. Will you scroll up? I want to look at. So he took Gesicki in the final round. He was going to take Theo. I want to look at his build. I'm curious. This guy is, again, main event, high stakes, 2-time champion. So he goes Bijan, Deebo Samuel, Tank Dell, Travis Kelce, Calvin Ridley, JSN, and Brian Thomas. So he did start with an anchor running back, and he gets Kelce in there, but otherwise a lot of early receiver, very similar to to our strategy there, other than obviously the early running back in there. Jalen Warren, Brock Purdy, Devin Singletary, gets Mike Williams and Ricky Pearsall in the middle of the sort of running back range. He's the one who landed J.K. Dobbins, and Aaron Rodgers apparently doesn't care about the Achilles as a part of human body. He's the one who took Jalen Colbert as well. Daniel Jones, Roshan Johnson, and Mike Gesicki. So a 2 tight end, great and late, Kelce, Gesicki build. I mean, I love your receivers. A little worried about your running backs, but no, he's worried. Bijan. That's why he was pushing those other ranges. That's the way. Just bank the Bijan RB1 points every single week. That's right. And every week, whatever happens at RB2, just let the season play. That's the way to play it. I wasn't thinking through that. If you take Bijan, you should be pushing.
Warren and Singletary is beautiful.
Yeah,
you're going to get plenty of production.
Fine. He's fine at running back. He could have literally stopped there. I mean, he doesn't need J.K. Dobbins. Who needs an Achilles? This was a fun one, man. This is a fun contest. It's one that there's obviously a lot to consider. We were sitting there, talking about a lot as we went through it. It's hard to talk about. It's hard to talk about an eliminator
team and draft it. Like the streaming drafts, whatever, right? To pick your favorite players, correlate, blah, blah, blah. But like the Eliminator, there's so many things to consider when you're on. You constantly, we were like, okay, week 12 buys. Okay, we have 3 Bengals already. Okay, what about, week 14? Oh, we can't take a week 5 wide receiver. We can't do this. Oh, Jalen Naylor's gone. It's like there's a lot of things to consider in the Eliminator. I think if you listened, you're probably like, oh my God, yeah, there's like 40 different things to think about when you're coming up on the clock.
Yeah, there are so many things to consider. Eric, I mentioned to you before the stream that because I just entered a bunch of new slows, I want to look at where my exposures are at right now. I was hoping to dig into the Spike Week tools to do that. And maybe you could talk the people through how to use the Spike Week tools. We could show them off a little bit, and I could get some takeaways that I want for I just entered 65 new slow drafts. What do I need to send you for that?
How about just to make it the simplest, I'll just pull mine up and then we can get yours loaded after the show, and you can that way you'll already know kind of what to look at.
That makes perfect sense.
You can tell I was searching for my Sam Darnold teams before we started the show here. I got Sam Darnold. So anyway, what you saw during the draft is what we call our draft hacker, right? It overlays. You can you have like 100 options. You can customize whatever you see on your screen. I show obviously my raw player exposure and the playoff week correlations, which probably don't need to do for the Eliminator, but I just don't change it. But then you can see all like the combinatorial stuff. You can see just like a ton of different, like a lot of it's exposure level information, but I show, because I want to see, I'm drafting, you see here, I've drafted 730 teams so far. So I'm constantly looking at like, you'll see here, like player combos. So I'm seeing how many Deebo Samuel and CeeDee Lamb teams do I have together? And so like that's overlaying with the draft hacker as well, right? It's pulling the same data, overlaying onto my screen while I'm drafting. So I can say, do I just keep drafting the same combinations of players? The same guy, like I'll display with my quarterback, right? So once we drafted Joe Burrow, now I'll get to see the players that are coming up in the draft. How many times do I have them with Joe Burrow? How many times do I have them with my tight end one, Dalton Kincaid in this instance? And then there's like a bunch of different stuff people should just play around with. There's 2 things that I will point out. We have this draft board view. That's like my favorite way to view a lot of this stuff. You can look at every single tournament. We also have drafters and DraftKings data on here. And like I said, you can see you guys can't see it on here, but there's a drop down for every single tournament. And then, so this is like what my exposure, it's a really quick and dirty way to say, where's all my exposure going in all these drafts? Like you see on DraftKings here, 43% Chase Brown, right? Popping off the screen to you. 0 James Cook, 0 Rachaad White. It just kind of pops off the screen in this draft board view, but then you can also look for individual players. So I don't know. Let's look at the Chase Brown team. So now I can see my Chase Brown, who is on my Chase Brown teams, right? Like I'm fading Christian McCaffrey. So naturally I don't have any Christian McCaffrey, but don't have much Amon-Ra and Chase. I have 42% Chase Brown and I only have 1 Amon-Ra team with Chase Brown. That's something that I would personally like to rectify, because I do much prefer Justin Jefferson to Amon-Ra, like straight up, but there's no reason that I should only have Amon-Ra on 1 Chase Brown team if Chase Brown's like a flag player for me, right? You can search up to 4 different players. So you want to look at the Chase Brown, Justin Jefferson teams. You can look for those, 2 in here. And I really like the draft board view personally. So like, boom, right now I see, here's all my Justin Jefferson and Chase Brown teams. Obviously there's 4 of them. So you see there's 4 teams there. What do those look like? Oh shit.
You've drafted 2 shares of Terry McLaurin on these teams for some reason. Just really into Terry McLaurin.
And 3 of them have Keenan Allen. So if Keenan Allen fails, right, I tank all my Justin Jefferson and Chase Brown teams. This is like what I spend a lot of my time doing, is looking at like kind of specifically around my flag plant players, right? Like I mentioned Tyler Algier, Chase Brown, all these different guys that I know I'm going to take a ton of. Like, I don't want those guys. I don't want to be right about that stand, because that's clearly a stand that I'm taking this year, and then have these things that I did not intend to do, like bring down my whole portfolio that year. So that's a lot of what I'm doing. And then the other kind of cool thing that I particularly enjoy is looking at what our opponents do. So you can see all the things that your opponents are doing, like at a macro level here, like at the exposure stuff. So like on DraftKings, the highest owned stacks on my opponent's teams is the Packers, interestingly. 44% of my opponents are drafting an elite quarterback, 43 elite tight end, right? A bunch of different stuff. The most popular week 17 stack is Miami and Cleveland.
This is when you say your opponents, this is specifically the drafts you're in, or this is
the drafts I'm in. The drafts I'm in. So because I don't have access to all the other drafts, right? So it's only so this is not indicative necessarily of the full field, but it can help you get a directional picture that's like,
sure,
all right, there's a certain things that stand out amongst at a macro level, but then you can dig into it too. You have the draft board view, but for your opponents, right? So you want to see I'll marry what I did on my draft board, right? I'm like, all right, let's look at mostly for the early round guys. So like you'll see some funny stuff when you look at like, all right, let's look at Justin Jefferson teams. You'll see with my opponents, there's like guys who get taken at a much, much, much higher rate with Justin Jefferson than other players because naturally their ADPs align, right? So like Achane's on almost 20% of my opponents' Justin Jefferson teams. Obviously Drake London doesn't really fall that far, but Cooper Kupp is on one of my opponents' Justin Jefferson teams, right? Like Chris Olave is like on hardly any, Jalen Waddle's on hardly any. So like if I value those players close enough together, right? They're in a tier together or something. If I think Cooper Kupp and Jalen Waddle are close enough to Nico Collins or Deebo Samuel, but my opponents are never drafting that combination, it can help me inform some decisions about how to put together my portfolio. So a bunch of different other stuff. We don't got to go into all of it, but as you see here, there's a whole bunch of different tabs. If you sign up for Spike, go to Spike Week Premium up here in the subscribe menu. It's $40 a month, and I use it literally every single day. We built the tools. That probably the thing I'm most proud of is like we just built the tools that like we want to use. It's not like anything crazy. We're just people who draft a ton of best ball teams, and we built some tools to help us hopefully make better teams.
Yeah, that is awesome. Those are fantastic tools. Excited to jump in, use a bunch of those. I know you probably got to get going. I'm gonna jump into some of the slow drafts here in a minute with the chat and everything else. But tell everybody like what you're working on. Obviously Spike Week, but what projects you have coming up? What stuff to look out for?
Yeah, obviously the tools are our bread and butter, but we do have what we call an almanac, which has all of our like strategy content and rankings and like data backed research and all that. So you can get the rankings there. That's what I'm feverishly updating the rankings, basically every morning now. And then what I'm putting together, kind of similar to what you're doing, like down the home stretch is like we've been doing this content since like these drafts opened. Obviously, being best ball focused, we're doing this stuff throughout the whole summer. But your strategy changes at this. We talked a lot about that, right? Like I was not drafting Jalen Naylor in May, okay? But like I'm doing a lot of strategy content from within the almanac about the things that I'm doing specifically right now in drafts, right? Like we took Jordan Mason. That's it. When guys pop up late in the summer that we weren't drafting before, that's a huge advantage in these best ball tournaments when, 60% of the tournament went and they never got drafted a single time. They can only be so popular. That's actually what happened with Kyren Williams last year. The biggest smash of all time in fantasy was 25% owned in all of Best Ball Mania. Only 25% of drafts selected Kyren Williams. So even if you were like concerned about that player, like it's kind of can just be advantageous to take the dive because even if you're wrong, like guess what? 18th round pick, you're probably going to be wrong. Like Jordan Mason, probably going to be useless. But if he is something, he's an even greater edge than the guys who've been drafted all summer. Sure. Right? Like if he hits versus if Dameon Pierce hits, there's much better, leverage on someone like a Jordan Mason. So that's kind of the focus for the next month of all the content coming out at Spike Week is what to do here down the home stretch.
That is awesome, man. Thanks so much for coming on. I love that
Absolutely.
team. I think our team has a real shot to do some damage. This contest, it's funny, even at the higher price point, like you can just get eliminated really early. We showed the breakdown. Only like half the teams drafted are going to make it to like week 4, hoping that we get some sweat equity out of that one.
100%. And the plan is for us to square off in the final. That's the plan. So get ready. Draft your 5 big eliminators, and you and I can be the 2 guys in the final, and we can just victory lap around all of week 17.
That's right. All right, man.
All right, brother.
Take it easy.
See you.
Thanks for hanging out. We are now going to hop over, and then also soon got another guest coming on. Jakob Sanderson is going to come join us you guys really enjoyed when he was on a few weeks back. We did a draft together and argued about Anthony Richardson, and I wound up infamously saying that Anthony Richardson was like the most overrated pick in fantasy or something, which then I walked back like 7 times on that same stream. But before then, I don't know how long he's going to be. I just sent him the link a minute ago. But between now and then, let's talk about what I did this morning, which was drive to Oregon and max. I maxed the mini Schnauzer because I never get in these like fun, smaller contests. It's like whatever. It's 20 max. It's $3 to enter. I'll just mess around with a bunch of those teams. Added 41 BBMs. I meant to do, I was going to do 40, but I had this moment where I was like, well, I mean, if one gets thrown out and I finish with 99, if I don't make it back down here, again, I'm a little worried about the slow draft windows closing. Like, I'm going to try to get back down there again. But if I finish with 101 BBMs this year, I'll be stoked about it. I have 60 in the books. Entered 41 more. There's still some unfilled. You guys want to draft against me? I mean, I don't necessarily want to draft with a bunch of you who think exactly like me. But yeah, I got some unfilled. I've had people message me also and be like, a slow draft getting thrown out as well. Yeah, it's probably not going to happen. I've had some people message me and be like, oh, are you entering a bunch of slows right now? All right, I'll hold off for a little while. And so if you also don't want to draft against me, no, not to grab that. Benny says, how far is the drive? It's 2.5 hours to the border from where I am. Am I a traffic drafter? I am definitely not. I've thought about that. Like, if I entered a fast in Oregon and then I could start driving back, I could do it on my way back. It would give me something to do. I don't think that's a thing that, I mean, I guess if you're in traffic and he said red lights, I don't know the Devin Kitchen background. I'm on a freeway. I'm not going to drive on a freeway and try to draft a team, even if it's a $3 team or something. Recipe for me getting in an accident, of course. But yeah, 2.5 hours down to the Oregon border. I made it down there. I entered all these drafts. I turned around and drove straight back home. 65 drafts. I also did you'll see some big eliminators in here. I did 4 of them only because I started to enter them and I was like, you know what? This is what happens in all my BBMs and stuff too. Every one in these drafts is going to be the same in all 4. And I just was like, I'm going to get so annoyed if like a couple of the guys in here have very similar strategies to me or really are on some guys that I want to be on and are sniping me across all 5 of my, there's only a 5 entry limit for this contest. But I threw 4. I was thinking I should probably just do 3 or 2 and then make it back down here again and do 2 or 3 again. I think because it's a 5 max, it's not going to fill super quickly, right? The people who love Eliminator are going to jump in and do their 5, but I think it will linger a little bit later. If I can get out of state again before week 1, I'm trying to think through some ways that I might be able to do that. I might be able to also fast draft one of these because like if I have an opportunity to fast draft, like I will be in Vegas the morning of the Thursday night football game that kicks off week 1, and that's when everything closes. So but I also don't know if you can draft in Vegas. Vegas might be another place where you can't draft, I realized. And so maybe I was thinking like maybe I could do a couple fast drafts on Thursday, even while I'm drafting some mains down there at the FFPC event. However, you cannot, says the consigliere. Got to set up a layover. All right, Billy Jones, you guys got me. I appreciate you guys. I had been okay. So I either got to set up a layover. I already got my flights booked. Either got to set up a layover, or I need to make that drive one more time and enter at least one more of these big eliminators, as well as, I mean, I want to get into one of the big dogs or one of the mastiffs. By the way, I'm going to do something fun with that. I had this goal of getting to 3K subscribers before week 1. I'm going to do something where if I get to 3K, I probably won't at this point because I haven't been pushing enough. We're at 1.7. We're pushing 2K. I was going to do something where if I get to 3, I draft a mastiff or something. I had some people ask about whether I'd be doing another one of those this year. I didn't enter one here because those are also contests. I'm going to be doing some with some co-managers. Those are contests that are easier for me to get into from home through co-manage arrangements and things like that. So I mostly wanted to push my BBM drafts up. And so I did 41 BBMs. I did 20 mini schnauzers for the hell of it. And then a couple of those big eliminators. I wanted to make sure to get in some. Like I said, I probably should have done 2 or 3 so I could split it up and do a different group of them later. But I was like, man, I might not get back down here. I want to at least get like 4 of the 5 in. So whatever. I landed on 4. So I got 4 of those. And that's part of why I did a 41 BBMs, because I like nice round numbers. And that gave me 65 drafts. I was going to do 64 drafts. Look at that. FF Doom just said, I'm so sorry, Gretch. I thought I was already subbed. The rest of you don't have an excuse. He just told you, like, he thought he was subbed. He went and checked, and then he subscribed. Go subscribe right now. Go like the video, or we can't be friends. When's your next best ball rankings update? Very soon, because I'm now in a bunch of drafts. I've been working on a lot of other content, writing a ton of stuff, doing a ton of stuff. And so I didn't really have the time necessarily. Now I have the incentive, right? I got to go out of my way. Thank you, C Money. Got another sub there. Got to go out of my way to get those rankings done, because I'm in all these drafts now. What I got to do is I need to re-download the ADP, cross-reference that with my ranks, and start making some changes to the guys that have moved a lot, because that's the big thing that I noticed when I drafted with Sean last week. For those of you who caught that stream, was that there had already been so much movement since I had released that on last Sunday. Now we're the next Wednesday. It's been about 10 days since I released those. I have not done a big rankings update, and there has been movement that, my rankings are not great. I don't know anything about this, Pious Devil. I think I'm subscribed. My notifications were personalized instead of all, though, and I got no ping for the stream. I'm not sure how that works. I don't know anything about the Rakeback program either. Do you just have to complete or just enter? If somebody in the chat knows, help AZ Mountain Man out here. But yeah, we got our buddy Jakob Sanderson here. Let's welcome him on. How you doing, man?
Good, man. How's it going?
It's going good. Wanted to get you on to argue some more about, whoever, Anthony Richardson or
Sam
or
Darnold now.
Yeah. I saw you message or paste some stuff about Sam Darnold being like a top 3 quarterback in history.
That's
like
a very
Hall of
accurate
Famer.
characterization of my tweet. Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
I thought you said that he's the best player that has ever lived, and I was just like, whoa, let's chill on that a little bit. I think you said he's a QB2, some QB1 upside. We all love Kevin O'Connell and what he could mean.
Fringe QB1 upside, which I think people are really focusing on. Yeah,
I mean, listen, you say QB1. So for me, Jacob,
basically, I view him as, I think it's possible. Like, I'm going to put him in like the Geno Baker group, but I think it's within his range of outcomes to perform in line with like the Goff Tua group.
Okay, I have Geno at QB 21. I have Baker at QB 26. You say Goff Tua, I have them at QB 15 and 16. I guess that's more comfortably higher. The QB 2. But yeah, I mean, to me, I was like, when you say fringe QB1 upside, like you're kicking out Jordan Love or Caleb Williams or somebody like that, because there's a lot of good quarterbacks out there.
Yeah, well, I think it's just natural that like some of those guys are going to disappoint or get hurt or whatever, and that's why there's always some random dude that ends up being like the QB 12 that we don't really suspect. So
you're thinking
like, I have him
end of
ranked,
season QB 12 type.
Yes, like I have Sam Darnold ranked as the QB 22 right now in best ball. I might even project him a little higher than that. Obviously, I haven't like done a Sam Darnold full season projection. That's kind of baking in a little bit of bench risk there. I also think in best ball, like part of the reason that I'm ranking 22? Him over, I have him at 22. Part of the reason I have him ranked a little higher is like compared to say Geno Smith or Baker Mayfield, median projection wise, I think Geno and Baker, especially Geno, project better. My argument for Darnold would be he's been drafted. I don't know exactly. I'm going to just guess it's around 5% of teams to this point in Best Ball Mania. Maybe it's 10, maybe it's 2. I don't know, but not a lot of teams. So if he ends up being a smash, you're just not going to be facing a lot of Darnold teams in the finals in the way that you will with other guys. Particularly, I think Jefferson. If Jefferson is a smash, like he was probably disproportionately likely to be stacked with McCarthy already. So there's going to be a lot of kind of dead Jefferson teams floating out there. Whereas if you have with Darnold, I think you have an advantage there. So I think there's like contest specific reasons to probably over rank him versus what I actually project him as. But I think he's just kind of in the mix of QB2s, like is what I would say. Like, assigning a number to it is tough, but I think you're getting a little bit of rushing upside.
The contest specific stuff I think makes a ton of sense. If you were to be agnostic on that stuff, because I mean it matters. I'm curious where you would rank him relative to you mentioned Geno and Darnold. What about like Justin Fields?
Yeah, I mean Fields is a whole unique ball game, right? He's not based on projection at all. Like if we knew he was starting the whole season, he's like the QB8 and he might be the QB0 and play not at all. That's very team dependent. Like
QB0 is even better than QB1. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's totally team dependent because like if I've built up another stack, I would rather just play the stack than play Fields. But anytime that I don't have that stack built up, then I just immediately pivot to Fields. Like I'm already 12% Fields in Best Ball Mania. He's one of my higher drafted quarterbacks. I'm going to see where I have it ranked right now. Let's see. Yeah, I have Fields ranked lower than these guys just because I do think he's still not better than like 50, 60% to be starting in the fantasy playoffs. And if you just like have a dead roster spot at quarterback, I think it's really limiting because you probably want to make sure that you're taking very specific builds. So I'll be probably prioritizing Darnold ahead of Fields on Jefferson teams, but like Fields is in consideration on every single team. Whereas Darnold, I'll especially with the Addison injury today, is basically only in my consideration set on a Justin Jefferson team.
That makes sense. Do you want to fire up a draft here?
Yeah. Also, I think the way I'd put Darnold, by the way, is I'd put him like right next to Will Levis. I think is a good comparison in terms of a guy who is in a system that I'm very optimistic about, and I think sucks. Yeah, that's right. Like I think that's now I feel better about the Darnold system than the Levis system because Jefferson is like infinitely better, and I think we know KOC is good. We're kind of hopeful Callahan is good.
Right.
Yeah, let's hop into a draft. What draft do you want to do? I'm down to do a BBM. I had floated potential big dog if you have commenters that are going to jump in, but I'm down doing a BBM.
Oh, a big dog. I have not drafted one of those yet. I would be down. I don't know if the listeners want to jump in, but
let's see. Let's see how many spots remain if we click enter.
Yeah.
Here. I'm sure if we posted it on Twitter, we could get this thing filled pretty quick.
We could definitely get it to fill. If you want to do one of those, I mean,
I'm down to do one of those. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Ent's do it.
I assume we'll be doing the Liam Murphy special of you PayPaling me the 50% entry here.
That's right. No, I mean, I'm.
Oh,
the way that it works is you come on my stream and then you have to pay for me to enter with you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, yeah, we'll go ahead and split that. We'll make that work. I don't know
we're only waiting on 3 people. We're in business here.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tweet it out.
I don't know if that's just because a bunch of people joined or if it was just already close to full, but yeah, we got 3 spots left. We're gonna be in business here in a big way.
We're going to be doing a lot of cagey stuff, a lot of talking through in the chat.
We're going to make good use of the private chat today.
A lot of oh my God, you're a light motor? Holy crap, the chat is going to hate you.
Oh. All right. Here,
you happy? There we go.
Happy now?
Whew. That was scary. Had a little moment.
We drafted together before. I'm sure that I was on light mode first.
I don't think you were. I think you had some shame then, and now you.
No, I've never been. I've never once. This is the first time I've ever seen dark mode on my own screen.
Really? Wow.
But I must admit, with your background, like with the whole black and yellow situation, the light mode is especially rough for your situation here.
Right. I'm going back to our last stream right now. So that I can check this. Where? No, you were on dark mode the whole time. I don't think.
I bet we had the same discussion then.
Okay.
Because I don't. It's definitely not by default. I probably had it on light, and you probably shamed me into the dark mode immediately.
That's right.
That's
Default light. I was default light when my eyes worked, but I'm getting old. I mean, so this is funny. They're calling you a boomer in the chat. I kind of feel like the dark mode thing is something that happens when you get old. Like when you're young, you're like, I don't really need to worry about this. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's the backwards way of looking at it.
So we got so for the big dog, for us / for the audience here, advance 4 to 12, advance 2 out of 6, advance 2 out of 8, and then 64 person final. So definitely don't need to be
4 out of 12 weeks 1 to 14.
Yeah, so it's 4 to 12, and then it's 2 out of 6, and then it's 2 out of 8.
Okay.
Instead of
okay.
I think the other one was what? 2 out of 12, 1 out of 12, 1 out of 18. Is that right for BBM? Something like that.
Yeah, I should know that, but I don't know the exact. I just know that it's like it's very extreme, and it's 1 out of big groups. Right. I think it's 1 out of it's 1 out of 15. So these are much like this to me is way more about just drafting good players. Like,
that's what I was gonna say. Like we don't have to be like quite as extreme about like week 17 bringbacks. We don't have to be quite as extreme about like the aiming for the 98th percentile type outcomes. It's definitely more. We can be a little bit more boomery here, for sure. And yeah, I think it's going to be a player focused situation.
Dude, I'm gonna pull one of my classic moves that the chat knows, but I'm gonna do it while I have a guest on, which is to just leave. I've left live streams and they just stare at my chair, but I'm gonna let you just talk about Sam Darnold because I really want to be more caffeine before we. Yeah, I'm gonna try to grab some caffeine before hopping. Why don't you do some like Anthony Richardson stuff? People like that.
I saw in the comments before I came on. The first comment I saw was, "You guys better not talk about AR again." And I was like, "Oh, I guess
we did it for like 40 minutes." I'm just gonna grab some iced tea. I need some caffeine. Be right back.
Sweet. Yeah, hope you guys are doing well. Consigliere is asking if I'm in a work shirt. Yes, I am. I was fortunate that I got to start work today at 7 a.m. Vancouver time, which is the only way that I could justify getting out of the office by 1, so I could come and draft teams with Gretsch. But still got the work shirt on. Got the suit jacket just over there. We got 3 more spots still to fill, so it'd be nice if people want to come spend $500 to draft against us here. Justin Jefferson takes. Davis is in the chat here talking about Justin Jefferson. It's not going to change my view too much. Like, I released my first set of redraft rankings last weekend. I had JJ at 7 in my redraft rankings. No, I think I had him at 6 actually. And I'm going to move him behind Chase. I had him behind the running backs because I wanted them to be like a little bit applicable more to the NFC, FFPC drafting environment where just a tough scene people to draft running backs. Kobe Shorts, if you're asking if I'm maxing the big dog, absolutely not. I don't have that much dog in me. Consigliere asked me if I torted the shit out of someone this morning. That's pretty good. No,
I tore the shit out of someone this morning. That's great. Nice work. Yeah. I could hear that whole thing. That was pretty good. I just threw you out there to be the court jester. You did a great job there. You did mention your ranks, and I wanted to talk about that because I saw big time fan of the Substack newsletter, Thinking About Thinking. Make sure you're subscribed. Jacob, I cannot recommend his work enough. I saw that you released your rankings earlier this week, and you did a little like rankings Q&A, I think yesterday. I have not gotten a chance to look at either.
I haven't done the A. I've just posted the Q. So I've just been collecting the Qs, and then I'm going to do the A on Saturday.
You're like, give me the questions. Got it. I have not had a chance to look at your rankings. I was going to ask you if you've had a chance to look at mine and if you know of any big disagreements at all, but that might not.
I've looked at your rankings. I can't say that I like know them off heart. I looked at them briefly. The ones that the big things that stick out in my mind immediately is you're definitely more bullish on Kyren Williams than me, which I think I knew already.
Okay.
I'm kind of with everybody else in your universe. being pro Mark Andrews. So that's probably not a new debate that you have.
I'm not anti Mark Andrews. I meant to talk about this recently, but I have concern about. So we got a 10th there. We're waiting on 2. All right, we're almost there.
Yeah, waiting on 2.
I'm gonna tweet that again. But yeah, no, that's fair. Mark Andrews.
Let me pull up my rankings here. Let me pull up your rankings because I know my rankings better than I know your rankings.
Nice, we only need 1.
Oh, here we go.
We're about to go live.
Yeah, Andrews, Kyron were ones that stuck out. Pull up. Here we go. I think we're usually like mostly similar on a lot of dudes, which isn't entirely shocking. So I think most of the stuff, like I listened to your stuff with Sean. I'm higher on Alvin Kamara than you since I have him in my top 40 running backs. So I know that's tough for you, but let's see here. Ones that stick out.
Somebody in the comments wrote, "Damn, I might hop out. Been waiting for 24 hours now." We're about to get people live on this. Wait, sorry. I was tweeting that out. You just said you're high on Alvin Kamara?
No. I was making a joke about you ranking him at RB41. I said I have him in my top 40 running backs, which I suspect is higher than you after listening to your pod with Sean. The other day.
He got me to move him up. I've got him at RB33 now. I mean, it's a mild fade position. Yes, we're live. Look at this.
Oh, sweet. I mean, like I'm looking at I wish I had more takes here. I'm looking at the bolded, right? And it's like Garrett Wilson. Yeah, I'm super above the market on him.
You always get these shitty draft slots. You're always tweeting about how you join these and you get 112 every time.
Oh my God.
I drafted with Beimfohr. We get right in the middle of the top 5. I'm like, hey, great. This is beautiful. We can do whatever we want.
It's so bad, man. Like the one-off entries, like I did the single entry into the Bulldog into this 112. I have 2 entries so far into the sprint. Both of them are 112. I do my first solo FFPC draft on Monday night. Was it? And 112. So it's just nice. It's honestly the 110 is a big improvement. Like I feel pretty good about this.
We got. I mean, I don't know how he pronounced it. MSOS, who I know has done some stuff, or is Pat has talked to me about him. I don't know. I think he's a leg up sub, done some stuff with leg up. I don't know. But we just had him in the big eliminator as well. Sharp dude. We have CSU Ram 88 in here.
Oh yeah.
Peter Jennings, longtime DFS best ball stud. We had him on the Shipcast on ship chasing in season last year. Friend of the broader universe that I'm a part of. I'm not hyper close with him, but he's an awesome dude. One of my favorites. We have Uncool Pete, which might be Pete Overzet's burner. I don't know who. Yeah, he's like it's the opposite of Pete Overzet, who's actually cool.
With these, right? It's like there's a decent chance that some of these people entered into this like 5 hours ago and have no idea the draft is happening, right?
Right. I kind of feel bad.
I don't. Does
this say on the clock? I felt like that said 2 minutes.
Oh my God.
Okay. No, this is 30 seconds though. Okay.
Well, my original plan for our 10 pick is no longer available, Ben.
Oh shit, that was my plan too. He went 103. Get your guys season.
I mean, mutual favorite player. Like I thought I was pretty excited. Like both of us have him ranked over Amon-Ra St. Brown. That was one real thing between our rankings that are both pretty similar. I'm now with this new JJ McCarthy news. I might even move him ahead of Justin Jefferson. So very bullish on Wilson. I was secretly not that sad about the 10 because I thought we'd get Wilson there, but the room has other.
I know it would have been pretty sick to get Wilson there. Jacob, our view spiked when I tweeted out we're doing the big dog. I want to mention to subscribe and like the video, do all that cool stuff. Trying to get the channel subscription number up. We're at like, I think 1.7K. The goal's 3K before week 1. So I need you guys, everyone who's watching, to go click subscribe for me right now. We are 3 picks away. Bijan finally goes.
I think our decision is going to be made for us on this one.
For sure. Yeah. That's sort of the deal with 110. I was just hoping it was made for us and leaving Garrett Wilson for us instead of him going 103.
Yeah. That would have been, I mean, he's what? Is he your 6th ranked player, Garrett Wilson?
I definitely have him. too high. I did move him behind Justin Jefferson after Pat yelled at me a lot.
So I think we're probably going Dolce and Gabbana here, I'm thinking.
That's right. It is AJ Brown season. I don't get enough of him, but with the Puka injury, I mean, this tier ends at 10 now, and I'm actually loving this that I'm getting exposure to him in a big dog, because it's like, all right, in one draft, it's not going to ruin a bunch of my teams if he is slightly overvalued, but in one draft, I got this really high stakes build with you that we're gonna do really sharp stuff with AJ Brown. And I mean, he's a
reason to be happy when AJ Brown scores, and I want to be happy when AJ Brown.
Like hell yeah, my big dog with Jacob.
He's like one of my favorite players ever.
Right.
It's a joy to watch him. Yeah,
that's right.
I've been getting him more partially because I just live at the 110 to 112, so it's easier to get AJ Brown exposure if you just have the worst draft slot luck imaginable. But I've been taking Wilson first. I've been really lucky with Puka. I already had Puka as my clear 11. Cool. Oh my god. Okay.
So I was thinking maybe Jalen Hurts 3-4. Maybe that'd be a little early. We might not get Jalen Hurts at 310.
Well, it'll be what it'll be, right?
It'll be what it'll be. We don't need to be on him for sure. Big question here is, would you do Puka?
This is not a super flex tournament, right? Okay.
No. Big question here is,
I'm this.
I think so too.
Do you have a take that's not Puka?
No. I said the big question is, would you be Puka? I do kind of have concern about Kupp just scoring more than Puka this year at this point. Like pretty big concern, I would say. And some of that, I recorded the 2025 first and second rounds with Sean Siegel yesterday, Stealing Bananas episodes. A lot of people usually love those.
One of my favorite podcasts of the whole year.
So Sean said that while we were talking through Puka, he's like, I do think Kupp is going to score more points than him this year. And I was like, okay.
So what's that based on? Because I've seen that a lot too. And I from a lot of people, I think the world of, obviously Sean included in that. I'm not saying it can't happen. Like, of course it can happen. I don't really know where that sort of bullshit is coming. Is it the injury? Like,
I think it's all the camp. Yeah. Well, so Puka's hurt, and everyone at camp is saying that Kupp is back. He's healthy, and he's the focal point of the passing game again. Don't get it mistaken. He's the number one. He'll be the dude. And the big thing about last year that we saw was that Puka got a lot of those sort of first read targets, those option routes, whatever they are, in the middle of the field, and he was great at them. And the question was like, did that baton get completely passed to Puka last year as the number one, the guy that those plays are sort of designed for, or was Kupp compromised for the majority of the year? And will this year Puka kind of have to go back a little bit and wait a little bit to be that dude again? And I know it's a weird sort of non-linear thing, and I know that doesn't make a lot of sense. I will say that, like, that type of stuff, I mean, I'm going to kind of pull the boomer card. I've been around a little bit longer than you. I'm an old man. I feel like that. I can't think of great examples, but I feel like that type of stuff does happen more than, who just popped into my mind? It's like Randy Moss was so good, but Chris Carter was like still so heavily used early in Randy Moss's career, and he was way older. Yeah. Don't fact check me on that, because maybe maybe I'm wrong on that, honestly. But like, it's like that kind of a thing where it's like, if that dude's been there and been established for that long, you want the new, young, so obviously electric player to get all the work. But also, like, Kupp, if he was just compromised last year, isn't bad himself. Last year was mainly the 1 year. He was still pretty good earlier in 2022 before he got hurt. Wasn't quite as good as 2021. I don't know. I think that's the idea.
I mean, it could happen, right? Like, I'm definitely not ruling it out. I also think it doesn't necessarily have to be one or the other. Like, they could just be pretty even. And if they are pretty even, like maybe at where we get them at the 203 there, it's still hard for me to, like, I would consider Waddle, for instance, as early as a 203. I have him as my 12th ranked player. I can pretty much guarantee you that, barring injury, he's not going to be the focal point of his team's passing offense. And I think he would be a totally justifiable pick at 203. So,
well, hey, chat wants you to show the board.
Yeah. Even if that does happen with Kupp, I don't think that means Puka is necessarily a rough pick there. I think that really narrows down his window of being better than like Wilson and AJ Brown, for sure. I just am more skittish with Kupp. Like, I get the upside case, and maybe it's just a reason more to be out on Cop than in on Puka, but like where he's risen up to now in the second round, it's personally not for me. Like I know it's different because he already has the chemistry with Stafford. It does remind me a little bit of the year where Julio comes off the injury marred season, goes to Tennessee, and it's like, is AJ Brown even the wide receiver 1 on this team? Like, or is it Julio is the wide receiver 1 on this team? And then
I think your take
everything in camp was great.
It's perfectly defensible. Before we get back to the clock, I gotta tell the chat that because Davis had a funny one. Don't fact check me on this. Chris Carter and Randy Moss. 21-year-old Randy Moss is a rookie, 124 targets. Carter has 125. Carter's 33, 12 years older. 1999, 34-year-old Carter and 22-year-old Randy Moss. They both have 137 targets. 2000. So now we're going into year 3 for Moss. He's already hit. He plays all 16 games. 129 targets for Randy Moss. 35-year-old Chris Carter, 161 targets. He had 32 more targets that year at age 35 because teams do this shit.
Wow. All right. Well, that's a lot of targets.
It was I mean, the only reason I am celebrating so much is I nailed a random thing from a long time ago.
Okay, we're on the clock. I was really like, honestly, any of the 4 that went just before us would have been awesome. So I don't like this.
At this point, it's usually Diggs for
now
me.
And then,
what
do you care enough about Diggs? Well, I was gonna just pitch like, do you care enough about Diggs, or do we just take Hurts now and then whatever receiver?
Oh yeah, take Hurts. Let's take Hurts.
Okay.
I do really like Diggs, but I would rather just grab Hurts.
Although
one of the guys on the turn already took QB, I do think, and especially with the like higher floor element to this. The other question, also, I don't care enough about Diggs because if Diggs goes, like the other question is, do we want to go tight end here? Kelsey goes, and I think you can consider certainly a tight end.
I'm pretty open-minded to.
Yeah, Hurts was the clear pick in one of these two, and to me, Diggs versus like whether it would be Laporta or even McBride, I'd be totally fine. And so they go Kelsey, Laporta. I don't. What's that?
Okay. Well, I think we're going to get Diggs. Diggs is my highest rated receiver. Sounds like he's your highest rated receiver.
He is, unless you want to go,
or we go
McBride, because he's got a Puka thing.
I think we're sitting on the turn here. I like the 2v2 of Diggs plus Pitts or Kittle more than I like McBride plus the 5-6 turn receiver.
Let's do it. Yeah, AJ Brown, Puka, Diggs. We got the Jalen Hurts. I'm not really in on elite QB, but this is another one where I'm like, all right, cool. Like I get some higher stakes exposure to Jalen Hurts just like being really good all year, which I'm totally fine with. Like, and also with the 4 of 12 advance, like he's gonna raise our floor of scoring. I do think it's obviously very replaceable at QB, and that's the big point about elite quarterback is like you can 3 quarterback it in best ball late, and you give something up. But I'm pretty comfortable with the Jalen Hurts, AJ Brown stack, man. Like, even though I don't love these prices, like I'm pretty comfortable with it.
Yeah, I've been a little lower than the elite quarterbacks too. I think I'm slightly above market exposure on Stroud and on my boy A-Rich, but I think I'm under on Hurts. I'm under on Lamar. I'm like right at market on Mahomes and Allen. But I think with here, I mean, when you already have AJ Brown there, I think it fits. And you're right, very, very much a high floor build where you just get to roll with that instead of taking a little bit more of a chance on like a Caleb or a Daniel, some of the later quarterbers.
Look at CSU really Ram willing to put his nuts on the table and take Rashee Rice in the middle of the 4th. He's still underpriced there, and I love the pick. I mean, completely agree. I made this case on ADP chasing this week. I was filling in for Davis and Sam Sherman that he's probably been on their risers every single week. He keeps creeping up a few points every every week, and yet like no one is like maybe clearly stating it. So I kind of did. Like he's still multiple rounds undervalued at this point. Like I think
I agree.
The fact that we get this close to week 1 and we have no news of a suspension, it could still, a shoe could still drop. But he fell so much because people were like, he's going to miss 8 games. There was a while there where people thought he was going to miss the majority of the season. I made a case when he's at the 2-3 turn that he belongs at the 1-2 turn in terms of how he fits in this offense. The addition of Xavier Worthy and Marquise Brown since then changes that math somewhat. but it also changes their offense. They're going to be very vertical, and Rice is going to be this dude that eats underneath, man. There's going to be so much volume for him. Played 100% of the snaps with Patrick Mahomes in preseason week 1. He is in a really good spot going into year 2 as a guy who, as a rookie, had a 2.4 yards per route run, and is going to be an every down player for the best passing offense in football. And like, you get him in the middle of round 4 and it feels like a reach. Like with the current ADP climate, I love the pick by CSU ran that.
Yeah, retweet all of that. I'm in a slow sprint right now. I just took Rashee Rice at exactly the same pick CSU just did, pick 43, where I was just like, he's the best player on the board. I was jacked. The FFPC draft that I just did on Monday that I wrote up, I did like a draft review, sort of as a, here's how I use the rankings in an actual draft type of article. On there, wound up getting Rice at the 5-12, wound up getting Worthy to join him at the 7-12. Was really fun to play through that. I think Rice is going to be he's going to be a guy that him and Worthy both, especially with the Marquise Brown injury right now. Those are guys that I'm entering drafts to draft at this juncture.
Right. That's a great way of putting it. Entering drafts to draft, like making a point to get exposure. I just moved him up in my ranks after talking about him more. Cause I mean, just the fact that he's going here now, I have him down like, so people don't get him in every single league, but I had him like a tier lower than the T Higgins group. If he's going to start, like you said, you mentioned him going there, I think he probably should actually be going ahead of that group. But you know, we're starting to get into a range where it's like, okay, like I get it. I would probably right now think the true value on him is sort of the early to mid third. Like it's not a clean, like as clean of a 1-2 turn bet as I was making earlier, but I think you could still say that as far as like the way that the youth is pushed up, you could still say like he belongs like where Marvin Harrison is going. I honestly think you could make that case, but
if you told me for sure he's not suspended, I think there's a big tier break after that group of Neighbors and Ayuk and Evans. I would put Rice right after that group. I'd put him ahead of right ahead of like Diggs and Dell and Flowers.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of comes into, that's a really big tier. So it comes into where Pitts goes a little early there.
Okay.
Yeah, I was hoping that he in particular would make it back.
So let's see here. Oh my God. All right. So Cook is gone. He would have been the only running back I really would have caped for. There's one. Well, I don't know if, okay. So I probably like 3 players here. We got 2 picks. The 3 players I like are Worthy, Walker, Kittle. I don't know if there's another guy that you really would target.
Let's do Worthy. Let's do Worthy.
Okay.
I like all 3 of those guys too. I do think the pick should be receiver. And then because we already took a QB and then we're hoping to get Kittle coming back, both these guys on the turn have a tight end. If they take Kittle, fine. We'll do something else. But Worthy is
tight end here over
the
Walker pick. That's bizarre. So let's talk through the Walker Kittle, because if we went so like,
because Walker's a really good pick
odds
here too, man.
Pretty good odds of getting Bowers at the 7-8 turn, although you never know.
Yeah, so but no, I think that's,
to me, the 2v2 would be like Walker, Bowers versus NVS. Okay, this person is auto drafting this team, I think. That's
man. Is this gonna get thrown out?
I would hope not from a big dog, but anyway.
Throw Kittle and Walker in the queue real quick, and so, we'll just.
Okay, so 2v2 would basically be something like Kittle, Warren versus something like Walker, Bowers. I don't know which one you.
If Ayuk gets traded, Kittle is like, dude. I mean, the contingent upside.
Do you think he's getting traded? High. I think it's like 70-30 he stays, but obviously
I kind of do too.
Well, but we got 5 seconds here. What would you do?
I'd probably be Kittle. I'd be Kittle. I really like the Walker call.
That was some Pete over Zach.
Nice. That
nimble
was
fingers, by the way. I wasn't entirely sure if I was hoping that I did it or not. I was pretty 50-50 on that pick, but hopefully that was a slide from
I found Peter Jennings' YouTube burner here. Apparently it's called the Dwalian. He says the CSU Rams guy is cooking with this team. Yeah, we were talking about the Rashee Rice pick. He goes and gets Patrick Mahomes there. No, I mean, that is a really tough spot, but I like your point about Bowers, and I would have liked to have him. I don't necessarily feel great with Bowers as a tight end 1. I do kind of feel great with Kittle. Like, I mean, I think the Kittle, I really do think there's a pretty big drop off at that point. Man, so the guy took Josh Allen and then he went with MVS.
Yeah, that might have
like
been
a star method
star
fail.
Well, but the problem with star
Davis,
method
is this a
how are you
classic?
star methoding? If you're gonna star method, like you've got to have you got to star method in order, right? Like that should have been Keon Coleman.
Are we changing the title or not? Is that something that like does Overzet do that? Does he change the title midstream? Can I do that? I didn't know that. I think they want me because the title is still ripping an eliminator with Beimfohr.
Yeah, we're not ripping an eliminator, and I'm not Beimfohr.
Underdog $500 big dog live draft.
Gosh,
with Jakob Sanderson, and then
I just can't get over that someone just spent $500 to draft MVS in the 6th. That's tough.
I mean, I'm in. So I wanted to say that I loved your Walker call because Walker to me is really rising and should be. And I mean, I keep pushing him up my.
But he's not really rising, right? That's the thing. It's like he's rising to us, and I think he's gonna eventually get caught up. I feel like we're in a spot where this is like a week where we want to get ahead of things and start getting some.
He's a dead zone running back right now that you want to be taking at 603. Man, the fact that he goes all the way at 609 here is just a mistake, dude. Like he is a 3rd rounder. He should be at like right with Isaiah Pacheco to me at this point. Like
I agree. I've made when I did my redraft rankings. Again, I wish there was more things we disagreed on. We didn't. We can get into the Kyron discussion or something later. But or Andrews. But
Davis, that's a bad star method. Not my star method.
Not my star method. Hashtag not my star method.
Right.
The Walker and Cook, like especially as I was making my redraft ranks, I was focusing less on the underdog ADP and more so on FFPC, NFC, and even kind of considering some of the home league hijinks that you'll see on Yahoo, ESPN, etc. And like to me, it's like if you don't get one of Breece, Bijan, or McCaffrey in the 1st round, pretty much the only running backs I'm interested in clicking anywhere close to their ADP until sort of the 0 RB range is like Cook and Walker or an Achane. And so I think Walker ultimately, like as I sort of I've been overweight on him on best ball slightly all year, but as I pivot now towards like the high stakes redraft season, I think he's going to be someone I'm really making a big part of my portfolio. He has that explosive play style. He has the youth. There's offensive uncertainty there where they could just give him a big role. They're talking like they want to. I think he really stands out as a pick. Like I've had him ahead of Mixon and White all year. I think he's like worlds better than those guys. I think he's a better pick than Josh Jacobs. I think it's him and Etienne and Pacheco and Cook should all be kind of in a group to me.
That's more or less where I have him ranked.
Back.
I mean, I have that group. I have Etienne higher than them actually, but
all right, we're back at it here.
I just took Hollywood in the last draft, and I don't understand this.
I don't really like Hollywood. I've been pretty out on him. I don't think we need to do it with Worthy and with 4 receivers. Okay. I would be like, this is kind of gross pick, but what thoughts on James Conner?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of where I'm at too. I'm all right with it. Especially in a higher floor setting like this, it gets us to a fast start. If he stays healthy, it's pretty nice. There's a little bit more weight on the regular season points in this, you know, and going full 0 RB and all that stuff is not necessarily. I maybe would have went Ladd or Keon there, but I mean, what about Addison? Are you out on Addison or?
Did he just get injured like today?
Oh, that's right. He got hurt.
Not believed to be serious, apparently. All right. I don't know.
Yeah. No, let's let him fall. We don't want to take him. I don't know about Keon. He's one that like everybody's really into the preseason week 1 usage for Keon, I guess. I'd probably just go running back again here, and we can do your, 4 early receivers and then play it late strategy.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. These would probably be the 2 running backs that probably not. I don't think I want Mostert and Connor. That's a little too much
fragility,
oldness for my liking. I would be Keon or Warren.
Mostert went. Warren would be my running back.
There's another running back do you like? I don't know how you feel about these guys.
No. Warren would be my running back pick. I could see Keon. I don't know, man. It's up to you. I think I'm Warren, honestly.
You're Warren? You don't have to convince me into drafting Jalen Warren.
Let's take him.
All right.
So we are. I mean, it's only 4 receivers, and we did actually have a chance to take a 5th receiver. It's 4 with a Xavier Worthy pick. That's a little bit of an upside swing. We had a chance to get a little bit of the guy in the turn took Jerry Jeudy that turn. Who did he go back to the grid?
Oh yeah. All right. There we go. Let's get the grid going. So he goes Aaron Jones, which is a normal pick, but then Jerry Jeudy, which is a wacko pick. He's been like alternating between normal picks and weird picks. Like Taylor's normal, Allen's weird, Flowers is normal, Laporta's normal, Njoku is kind of weird, but not totally insane. MVS is obviously unhinged. Aaron Jones normal, Jeudy is
rating how unhinged each of his picks were on a scale of 1 to 10. MVS totally 10 out of 10, completely unhinged.
Yeah, that's correct.
Jeudy and Njoku, he's definitely setting up a way too early Deshaun Watson pick. Get ready for that. That's coming. This guy's really into the Browns pass volume. I mean, it's correlating. Like, now we're talking. Somebody knows ball in the chat. Jacob's figuring something out. He's probably sending me something in the private chat, getting real serious over here. What are you thinking?
No, sorry, I was just checking. I literally just got an email, so I sorry that was.
Thought that was a draft related thing. FF Doom does the hashtag collude a little. I mean, I don't know anything about this kind of stuff, but why would somebody join a $500 draft? You think they're just like trying to give everyone else in this room a little bit of value? I mean, whatever. I guess we're benefiting from it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's worth it. Like,
it doesn't seem worth it
to me.
Right. Like, so, and one of the things about that is it doesn't, like, only 4 of 12 make it, right? Like, yeah, so you're taking that one guy out. It is helpful. Now only 4 of 11 make it for us, right? If that guy's team is truly going to be so bad that he can't advance.
Yeah.
But, like, how do you ensure that all the value that he's leaving there gets spread to the other 11 drafters? It doesn't all go to one person. That's what I was going to say. Like, whoever he's colluding with, like, say he's colluding with us, how do we be sure that he gives us all of that value? He really can't. There's not a ton that he can do.
They're saying in the chat that I might have had the wrong rule. It's possible that when I Googled this, that I was looking at the wrong rule set, that maybe I had 2023 pulled up. That is possible.
Nice. That's great.
True.
That's why you bring a lawyer on the show, is so that when they look up the rules, they can't figure out what year.
Luckily, I don't think that our team is necessarily all that.
Is this how you do law in Canada?
My apologies. Tough one. Gonna have to mea culpa on that one.
So I'm loving good to know like a Chase Brown pick in here. Is there receivers that we want to be considering at this spot?
Yeah, I'm looking at the receivers, and I'm not loving what I'm seeing. Like,
okay,
I mean, Sutton's not terrible here, but
no. Let's take Chase Brown. Right? Are you good with Chase Brown?
Is that your guy? Yeah. I mean, my preference would be probably Robinson or Spears. Probably Spears.
No, it would be Chase Brown for me. Like,
all right,
nuts on the table one here.
Okay,
Brian Robinson, dude. Like, we'll have to have that chat in a moment. But
yeah,
you could have got me on Spears. I can get there with Spears, and I think Spears may be the pick on the way back because of ADP. But Brown's really rising. Getting him at 106 here is really nice. I'm curious why you're not as in on Brown.
Yeah, I have a lot of. When he was going at 120, I had like 20% Chase Brown. So I get the idea. I just am quite concerned about the talent profile on that one. Like, is he good at football? I think is a very big question mark. Like, had the lowest success rate of any running back above the carry threshold last year.
He had 58 touches. I mean, how low was the threshold?
Well, that's also a problem. Right? Like, you didn't.
That's a problem, but they've talked about wanting to use him, and a lot of those carries are going to be, I imagine, against stacked boxes or late game situations where it's like obvious that they're running. I mean, that's his success rate.
So I mean, you watch him this time, right? I mean, I don't know if you've seen the cut up of him just like blatantly missing wide open holes this week.
People have talked about that part of it, and that's a concern for me. I admit that.
Yeah, like I'm not sure that he's. All right, let's litigate the Brown call afterwards. I'm fun. I'd be fun with Sutton or with Spears. Like, those would be my top 2 picks here.
How comfortable are you continuing to push wide receiver here? I don't do like enough fast drafts, and
like less comfortable now that Downs is injured.
Is hurt.
So because that was kind of my safety blanket. Like I think Sutton here is pretty good value.
I still think we should take Spears, honestly. Oh, you think Sutton's a good value? I mean, I just don't.
I'd be Sutton.
I don't think he's any different than the receivers we can get later, and I do think Spears is. So, look, like, I mean, yeah, we're more running back heavy than we want to be, but these are like running backs that we're hoping will help impact our flex. And we're gonna.
I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable with this build. Like this is a build that I pretty much always do. So I'm totally fine.
I'm
with
way less
with
comfortable with
this type of build.
So the Chase Brown thing, the point I would bring up, and I've sent this tweet out, is he had I think a dozen games in college with 25 plus touches in the Big Ten, and he had 125 yards in every single one. And that's just, and like was the focal point of his offense. I think being a workhorse is a skill, and then also was the fastest ball carrier as a running back last year. Yeah, I know it was like one play, and people want to say like, oh, like that's not the only thing that matters, and I don't think it's the only thing that matters, but clearly has game speed and athleticism. Like that is a relevant note to me. You go look at this dude's game log in his final season at Illinois. It's 100 plus rushing yards in every single game. It's like, again, through a Big Ten season when he's clearly their offense, and he's like running the ball against Michigan and all these dudes in November. Like this idea that he like isn't a good runner. You go back to his second to final season. He had a 223-yard game like at Penn State on 33 carries. He had 257 in a game against Charlotte. That's obviously Charlotte, but I mean, he's got a bunch of these like monster workhorse high rush yard games, and people talk about him like he's a scat back. He's got the athleticism to go with it. This is a really good offense for receiving. Low key, I've talked about this a bunch, but their catch rates in the Bengals offense for running backs have been really high since Joe Burrow got drafted. And I think that's actually a sticky thing where like they get the ball out to their backs intentionally, and he's actually very accurate and puts the right weight on these little checkdowns. And it's not like random whether or not like quarterbacks are going to be good at that type of thing. If you saw Jaden Daniels try to throw a screen, and I love Jaden Daniels, but like you'll know that certain quarterbacks are better at this than others. And I think that's a huge element too, where like Brown's going to catch some passes, he's going to catch some screens in space. He's very athletic. This idea that he's like not good enough, and like also Zach Moss sucks. You're a Colts guy, you know he's
I agree that Zach Moss is not good. Like I had before the flippening, like basically for most of the season when it was Zach Moss, late 90s, Chase Brown, pick 120, I was like 19% Brown, 1% Moss. So I'm not in like a massive degree of differentiation for you. I do think that Brown is still like a total unknown. Like there was things about his prospect profile that I liked, specifically the volume aspect mixed with the athleticism aspect, but he was an older prospect who took a while to start to get there. Some of the advanced metrics on him I had as fine, like not troubling, but not incredible either. He was usually in the kind of the 60th percentile of stuff that I was looking at coming out of college, and missed tackles forced and breakaway stuff. In terms of last year, it's just a black box situation to me. Like we didn't see that much. He had some really strong kind of surface level efficiency, but it was built on a couple of big plays. Some of the success rate stuff was poor. If you just want to say we kind of don't know anything from last year, then I think that's reasonable enough.
And there's data that shows that day 3 picks that hit tend to hit later. You don't get handed opportunity. Sure. But going into year 2, they're like, we're only going to add Zach Moss, and we're going to say that Chase Brown's a part of the backfield.
Bengals last year, half PPR expected fantasy points per game were not a gold mine. They were 22nd in the NFL in that. So to me, I just don't view this as like a spot that is quite as good. Jake Browning was not a big problem for running back production. Like I don't know what their split is off the top of my head, but he was not really siphoning that off to my recollection. Like I think he was
basically the offense was like trying to be functional with Jake Browning as opposed to what it can be when they're at full health. And also T. Higgins was hurt. Like I mean, like I would just say that's not like 22nd.
I guess I just don't know that they're that much better of a situation compared to other backfields where I'm far more confident in the talent of the player. Like I'm very confident saying Tyjae Spears is good. And Chase Brown might be good. I don't know for sure.
Yeah, I'm worried about that part of it too. We're almost up. We should keep talking about this. I'm cutting in on you too much, and I apologize for that because I'm very interested in this take.
Two guys at receiver.
Do you have no interest? I've never taken Shaheed, but
no, I don't take. I don't take receivers whose name starts with Shaw. I
don't know what that means.
Shaheed and Shakir are just two big fades for me. Mitchell and Polk are the ones standing out to me. I would pound the table for Mitchell personally.
All right, well, let's take Mitchell. I don't need any of these running backs. I think it's one of the receivers. I don't like Shaheed, but they do have like whatever available opportunity. He'll have some spike weeks. He's like he should be going later, but he's also like good. So it's just kind of a weird.
Yeah, I think I'm like
I've never taken.
I've just been calling them the Shaws because I think I'm like 1% Shaheed and 0% Shakir.
So like that. Shaheed's different than Shakir to me because like Shaheed's actually like
better
produced.
Oh, he goes anyway here.
Yeah, he went. That's all right.
That's well, I guess you actually right. You're the only guy in the cabal that doesn't like Jalen Polk, right?
No, I mean he was like my favorite player in college football last year for my alma mater, but I think people think he's more than he is on an offense that's projected to score the fewest amount of points in the NFL. But
would you take like Mike Williams instead?
No, I mean I would take Polk. I actually do have Mike Williams ranked higher in, but I mean we already have 2 week 14 buys. I don't know. I think Mike Williams is going to be a lot better than his ADP suggests. You're in on him?
I'm okay with Mike Williams.
Okay, let's take him.
Yeah. All right.
I think in half PPR, especially like he's got the profile. He's actually sounds like he's going to play early in the year. I would have been okay with Polk there too, but we did have 2 week 14 buys with Diggs and Mitchell. Then I think Williams is going to run a ton of routes, be the number 2 receiver opposite an elite number 1. And he's going to get in these 50-50 spots. And Rodgers is a really good quarterback for throwing those 50-50 spots. I've given this take pretty much all off season.
Yeah.
And I stand by it. Like, I think he's going to catch a lot of balls in, big play spots and in the red zone and in spots that are actually impactful for half PPR best ball. Like he'll have some spike games. Like he's always been good. This guy was like actually had a career year last year in a very, in a small sample before he got hurt.
He would have been, I'm very confident that he would have been like an electric pick last year if he didn't get hurt based on what we saw over those little bit. Like I think he was on pace. I mean, you saw what Keenan did last year in that offensive environment when he was healthy too. And then knowing in hindsight that the reason why we were bumping Mike Williams down was Quentin Johnston, who's like apparently one of the worst receivers in the world.
Yeah.
So like I think like Mike Williams would have been phenomenal.
And Mike Williams is like his whole career has been like a 4th, 5th round pick, and now he's going to an offense. Like this is one of the better setups he's actually had. Like, I don't know. I mean, obviously Justin Herbert's a really good quarterback too, but I think Aaron Rodgers is the type of quarterback that Mike Williams needs. Like Mike Williams, not a big separator, really good ball winner, and Rodgers throws those guys open. Like I thought that was a big part of why like Christian Watson had the big rookie year and was concerned about his ability to do it last year. It's been true of like the James Jones. Like this is to me is not like, oh, he's going to be Devonta Adams. It's like he's going to be James Jones, right? He's going to score 12 touchdowns like James Jones did, and everyone's going to be like, oh yeah, Mike Williams is like a good goal line guy. He's always been a good goal line player. I mean, anyway, I don't take a ton of them,
take. I think especially like I don't take a lot of them either in a vacuum. I have Polk rated higher there, but it's just like I'm not really in a desire to like. I get so much Polk on myself. I don't need to force my co-managers to take my Polk shares from 32% to 34%. And also, I think in this team, like we're a little shallow at wide receiver here. Our last 2 wide receiver picks previously to Williams were both rookies. Worthy wide range outcomes. Mitchell honestly could be nothing. So I think getting a stable veteran body in there is probably not the worst thing.
Yeah, I think it was a smarter move, honestly, than taking.
I like him more than Shaheed, straight up, to be honest. Like I
probably do too. I have him ranked ahead.
I think he's a better player than Shaheed.
Yeah. We've talked ourselves. We are fully Mike Williams pilled on this program right now. We have talked ourselves
all
big time into Mike Williams.
Mike Will made it.
Jalen Polk is chilling. What do we have? 6 receivers.
Chilling. Polk is chilling, and then we probably might want to do Rodgers at some point. Do we have another? I don't think that's our only stackable quarterback right now.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
But we can kind of push it. What is the Garrett Wilson person doing at quarterback? Garrett Wilson person has Love and Daniels. They might be done. I think we might be able to really push Rodgers.
We took Kittle.
Yeah, but
I was thinking.
Oh, never mind about pushing Rodgers.
Okay, let's take Polk as our.
I think Polk here. You got a screaming value on Polk.
That is crazy. We almost just took him and he came all the way back around to us. So fine.
Nice. Do you wanna let one out, Ben? Ow!
I thought you were saying like a Go Dogs or something for the Husky thing.
That was a value hound and it was a Husky hound.
That's right. I like that.
I
also
quarterback, by the way. No.
Well, I mean, we can do this a lot of different ways late. We have Jalen Hurts as well. We only have the 4 running backs. I kind of think this pick is a running back pick.
All right.
McLaughlin or Marshawn Lloyd to me. I don't have really.
I'm pretty out on the Lloyd situation. Chuba would have interest in me. Jaleel would have some interest in me, and Ray Davis and Bucky Irving would have a lot of interest.
Well, we could just go. We can always go to Bucky.
Yeah, my highest rated here, I think, is Bucky Irving.
He's my highest rostered player.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I
have him ranked ahead of Lloyd straight up. I have McLaughlin another tier down, and I have Chuba probably a tier down from there. So Bucky,
I would have Davis or Irving. Davis and Irving are both 2 of my highest rostered players.
Okay, I'm lower on Davis than you.
Yeah, I like them both interchangeably. So if you like Irving more than Davis, I'm fine with Irving here.
I do. I like Irving more than Davis. Yeah, I mean Lloyd's the other one for me with Irving.
I'm pretty out on Lloyd. I would be Lloyd would be
the guy on the turn didn't take Deshaun Watson there, at ADP.
I don't think I think that you're trying to ascribe rational drafting to a guy who took Marquez.
No, I'm just
in the 7th round and.
I know.
I'm just not sure that's gonna work.
I want to address a couple things, and I'm gonna. Our buddy Roheen, I think it is, had a couple comments. He mentioned the Bengals have been an area as you were talking through. Mike Clay's got them project for the most dropbacks in past him. It's not a 2023 thing. I talked about this with Erik Beimfohr on the last show. I have them projected for my second highest pass rate in the league. That they have been +6, +8% pass rate over expected. No, when I said the last show, I meant earlier on this show, literally on this particular show. That's not that's part of the reason that I'm kind of out on Pacheco. And you guys want to draft Pacheco in the fucking second round. And they're the team that has the higher pass rate than the Bengals. I'm talking about taking Chase Brown in the middle rounds. He plays on pass downs and a good passing offense sets up running backs. That's not a reason to not take a running back in my mind, personally, if it's a good pass game.
Well, I agree with that. I'm not saying the Bengals environment is bad. I'm just saying if you're looking at Bengals split backfield versus Titans split backfield or Commanders split backfield, to me, the burden of proof is then on you to say, no, the Bengals situation is not just better, but substantially better because from an individual talent bet,
I can make a really easy case
between Spears and Brown. If you're just from an individual player, it's clearly Spears. So if you're saying I want to take Brown ahead of Spears, it's you have to be really bullish on the environment to make that case.
I've been pretty low on the Titans backfield and wrote up in my preseason week 1 takeaways that I don't love that. And I moved Tony Pollard way up as a result. Thought he looked really, really good. Probably haven't reacted enough on Tyjae Spears. I do because I already had I kept him high, right? And I do who was the one guy I was willing to play for the Titans. I do think that's going to be a really good spot for the high value touches that I love to talk about. The Washington Commanders are going to be dead last in the NFL in team high value touches, and no one cares. They're going to be last. They're not going to throw to the running back. They're going to scramble. Jaden Daniels' scramble rates are double Anthony Richardson's every year of his college career.
But the Cliff Kingsbury history at the goal line with running back touches is fantastic. He's top 10 every year in running back touchdowns.
Well, they got to score points. They're projected to be very low in points scored.
They've had bad offenses in Arizona where they've been total middle of the pack offenses in Arizona, and they've been top 10 in running back touchdowns. And that was with a mobile quarterback in Kyler Murray. He gives green zone touches to running backs. He just funnels them.
I'd take a bet that Brian Robinson's not going to score 10 touchdowns, which you need. You need 10 plus for him. He's a high success rate, not explosive runner that's not going to catch passes. You're not winning anything with that. And everyone's like, oh, he needs his respect for his success rate. Kareem's always talking about a success rate.
Yeah, he's right.
You guys are. He's a small win player that you guys all act like is something more than he is.
He's a small win running back who is priced in we could have done the 10th round.
He's also a big miss running back though, because number one, all running backs are. Number two, you guys are certain that Austin Eckler is done because he had one down year from efficiency. He led the NFL in touchdowns 2 years ago. He just got 2 of the 4 green zone touches in their first preseason game. He could be right there with Robinson. being a big problem on stuff that you guys are just blowing past.
So Robinson is a massive miss player if Eckler plays half the snaps. Like he's not a
no. I said
player,
he's a big miss because every running back is a big miss.
Sure, but compared to other running backs, I think he's like one of the highest floor.
Well, no, I mean if they're, I will say if they split the high value touches, or if Eckler has the lead, which he probably will, he'll probably catch more passes and be involved in the dead zone. I mean the green zone. Then in a team that's like bottom 5 in team high value touches, which you're saying that they're going to get a lot of opportunity there. They're projected to score really few points, and they're really going to be low in the receptions the way that Jaden Daniels scrambles.
But that doesn't affect Robinson much anyway. He just had a successful season with 30 receptions, and all of it was on early downs.
He's not getting 30, dude. He's getting 12. There's a difference between 30 and 15. Like that's 30's viable.
All right, let's do. Okay, we're back up here. Two guys that I really like here.
Well, you really like Ray Davis, right?
Yeah. So Ray Davis is the guy I would have been right there with Bucky last turn. He's here 2 rounds after ADP. And then I also really like your other UW guy here, Jalen McMillan.
I like McMillan a lot here too. We're 1-5-7-1 though. We got to do something at tight end and QB too.
Okay, we got to figure something out here.
We could just close out Davis. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so let's
close out running back with Davis.
So
we're
QB
real quick?
We're probably what 2-6-8-2 at the end of the day. So we need one of each.
Yeah, but that one QB has to be someone who's going to play. There's no.
So it's going to be. I mean, May is probably where I'd be planning to take this. I think we can take him.
Wait, what? Drake May's going to sit half the year. How do you do a 2 QB build with Drake May with a week 5 bye quarterback?
Well, okay.
There's no way I would take Drake May on this team.
Right.
I don't take a lot of him anyway. I'm pretty out on him as well. I know he stacks well, but it would have to be a 3 QB build, and I don't know how we get there.
All right.
It would be Bo Nix. Bo Nix is the only, and Derek Carr are the only ones that remain. Well, I guess Bryce Young. Those are the only ones that really.
Yeah.
We're in a tough spot.
So we could do Carr with Jawan Johnson if you want to do that.
Yeah, I do like that.
So
I like Jawan Johnson a lot as our tight end too, but how do we get them both? So we should have done that at this time.
I mean, we can get one of them here and one of them next. We could probably get them both in 17 and 18, to be honest. But if you want to play it safer, we could take one of them here and forego McMillan.
I don't think we're going to get them both.
I feel pretty good about our odds to get them both here. Yeah, McMillan goes anyway.
I guess we could do a Daniel Jones, Theo Johnson as a backup.
I mean, like
a Bryce Young, Jatavian Sanders.
I think we just do Carr here, and then like if the absolute worst thing is that we don't get Jawan Johnson.
Are you out on Nix? You don't.
I'm fine with Nix, but I don't see how we're stacking him. I don't want to do Dulcich as my second tight end.
Okay. Yeah, it would just be unstacked. It would just be Nix, and I don't think the pick there was Ray Davis. It was a fine pick, but we probably even though he was a value pick.
Yeah, I would say we probably should have talked through the difference of opinion on May before we made that pick. I just kind of thought we were moving towards a round 18 Drake May pick. Just based on him being the only available. Yeah, I have no issue with that. With Hurts as our other quarterback.
He has a week 5 bye. You think May's definitely starting week 5?
No, I don't definitely think that. But I don't know. That's it. I think he's 50-50 to start by week 5, and if he doesn't, it's like a difference of 10 to 15 points. And
this is another one where again the cabal is, I think, is crazy. Drake May's, you guys are way too bullish on Drake May's games played. I'll just put it that way. I don't feel confident about it.
I think the history, or at least recent NFL history, on.
This is a great example of our article I wrote called Misapplying the Aggregate to the Specific. This is the point that keeps getting made. He's not the aggregate. He's a very specific, unique case that they've been saying since the draft. He's extremely young.
Say this.
We're not good enough for him to start. He's 21. That's been the case since they brought in Brissett.
He's always bringing someone other than the Broncos.
Yeah.
The Raiders.
Brissett's a little different.
Remember when the Bears brought in Dalton? The other teams have brought him up. They brought in Glennon.
The market hates the Pats. Again, I understand it's just me versus 4 voices that are all making the same point, and you guys think it's I'm the only one who hates them. They're projected to score the least amount of points in the NFL by the betting market. If you guys are all this high on the Pats, you're all this high on Drake May. go put some overs on their win totals and stuff. Like you can bet that directly.
Yeah, I think that this we're gonna find out soon. It's funny. It's very much one where like if you have strong feelings about something, you will wind up feeling that everybody's against you no matter what. Because I think all I hear is about how Drake May is going to sit the whole year, and I think it's like banana land.
I don't think he's going to sit the whole year, but a two QB build and a $500. I mean, with a week 5 QB buy, like it's just a risk that you don't need to. So I guess my foundational premise is you should overstate games played in best ball, right? Like I would be more open to this kind of theory or strategy in a managed league or like a high stakes league. We already took Drake May in one of our main events.
Sorry,
Pat got me on.
Can we put the Consigliere comment up? And look, I've been with. There's an idea that the past decision makers are out on May that I find especially bothersome. Like I've seen this stuff. It's like they just
let's focus on our 17-18 turn before we jump into like a comment like that, because obviously they took him 3rd overall. They could have traded out. They don't believe any of that. No one buys it. I did put his
but I'm
comment
not bringing this up with a straw man. Like I hear this stuff actually like quite a bit. Like where people are like, they don't like him. It's like I think they like the guy that they just took, but.
No, they definitely do. Like some of that stuff is a straw man. I'm not making that case at all.
All right. We do get.
And May actually went before our pick. That would have been a disaster. So let's take Juwan Johnson, right? Let's run to the podium on Juwan. That's great. You were right. He came back. Pick. I feel great that he came back. Our 7 receivers are not that strong, which is a bummer. You got Greg Dortch in there. Will you click receiver? We definitely need to get an 8.
Yeah.
I feel much better about our 2 QB, 2 tight end builds now that we pulled off that Carr Juwan thing. And I'm not high on Carr. I would be way higher on Knicks. You don't like the Mims play. I see. You just bypassed him.
No, I mean, I don't hate the Mims play. I guess what I like about this team is I feel like we have a lot of fragility in our receiver room. Like Worthy is a little high upside, big swing. Yeah. Mitchell's a big swing. Polk's a big swing. Like I like the idea of early season. Like I know for sure, maybe not for sure, but I'm more confident Greg Dortch is running routes, catching passes, and getting.
Will you scroll down a little?
Yeah, for sure.
I hear that point. I apologize for kind of cutting into it. I'm just trying to see if there's other examples of that are being over. Were you going to say Khalif Raymond?
No, I almost got excited about the Johnny Wilson stack, but then I remember that's the exact opposite of everything I just said about Greg Dortch that I want. So
I think Khalif Raymond, all the stuff that Jalen Naylor is definitely going to play it at RB3 and Beimfohr was just making a big case for him and could actually be more of a. My issue with Dortch is I don't see where the ceiling is, and I don't know that he plays it. Like Zay could still rotate.
You're making a case for Khalif Raymond?
No, Naylor. Naylor's going to definitely run routes right, and then Addison's hurt too. Let's take Naylor. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yeah. I mean, I have enough Greg Dortch to.
I just got off with Beimfohr, and he was like, he's one of these dudes. And Beimfohr's a big college football guy. He's one of these dudes where I'm like, I don't care what the numbers say. I think he's good. And I was like, all right, well, I mean, that's interesting to me.
Yeah, I like Naylor. He's he really flashed as a rookie. If I recall correctly, he was like the one random name that would show up on every like yards per route run table you made if you didn't set the route threshold high enough. And then like he was an interesting dude that a lot of people liked coming out. I agree he's going to run routes. Like I have like 3% Brandon Powell exposure from like earlier JJ McCarthy stacks before when I thought he was going to be the wide receiver 3 there. Yeah. So I'm all in on that.
I do think the wide receiver 3 in this offense, for the reasons you were talking about earlier with the Darnold stuff, matters. And you hit on some of that. And you're what am I trying to say? We now have more information on that is what I'm trying to say. We get Jalen Naylor now, some clarity on that role. So a little bit hectic at the end there, but I do think we landed the plane okay. I think Naylor was a pretty decent round.
Yeah, I think we got unlucky by a guy taking an unstacked Aaron Rodgers half a round ahead of ADP. Honestly, that was just
but I think the Carr Juwan stuff works.
Yeah.
It works for me largely because I like Juwan. My preferred way to play tight end right now is to go in elite and then Juwan Johnson in the 17th round. Like I love that 2 tight end room. And so we have him stacked with Carr.
That was the reason I was more in on him than Nick's. I kind of wanted to take Juwan Johnson.
That was smart.
Regardless.
Yeah.
I'm not as in on Mims right now. I've been 1 foot in, 1 foot out with Mims, honestly, all year. Like early in the draft season, I was very decisively like, I'm going to bet on Franklin. Like I don't want to really bet on the guy who was not very impressive in year one. Similar archetype. They just drafted, is familiar with Nick's strong college production profile. Like I would just rather take the fresh bet. Then we started hearing all the stuff about Franklin's way down the depth chart. Let me pull up that draft here, view full draft for anybody that wants to take a look. There we go.
Were you trying to open up the draft grid?
Oh yeah. It went in a new window. So then it. Sorry, I was going to make it big, and then here I'll. Anyway,
share the other window. Yeah.
Yeah.
The chat asked, Rohin, you're asking these great questions that are, I mean, some of them are tilting me a little, but this is a good one. Is Jalen Naylor week one brain? I think it is, but we were talking about trying to find a week one brain player. And what I liked about it relative to Dortch, who's also kind of week one brain, is that if Naylor, like we both agree that he looks really likely to be the wide receiver 3. If he's not good or great or anything, then he's basically KJ Osborne. He's basically the Greg Dortch play. But I just liked that there's an upside element that we could stack in there. So he's week one brain, but like we're at least like he's a young dude. We can tell ourselves a story a little bit. So this is a final team. We got AJ Brown, Puka Nacua, Jalen Hurts, Stephon Diggs, Xavier Worthy to start. So we get the Hurts, AJ Brown, 4 receivers in the first 5. Went away from receiver pretty heavily after that. Unfortunately, got sniped on Marcus Valdes-Scantling at the 6-7 turn. We got George Kittle, James Conner, and Jalen Warren in round 6, 7, 8. We scroll down a little bit. I can't. Oh, there it goes. George Kittle, James Conner, Jalen Warren, Chase Brown, Tyjae Spears. Get that 4 running back, Connor, Warren, Brown, Spears group. Adonai Mitchell, Mike Williams, and Jalen Polk. We went back to that middle wide receiver tier to get a little bit of depth and length. I really like the Williams pick in hindsight because I am a little bit worried about, only 4 receivers early, and one of them Xavier Worthy, and there's some concern there. Although Xavier Worthy played a lot with the first team, looks locked in as a starter from week 1, so I'm pretty damn bullish on him. Hope you're right on Adonai Mitchell. That's one that I'm probably not as into as you, but you pretty stoked on that. So you'll have to trust me on Chase Brown. I'll have to trust you on Adonai Mitchell. We go to Bucky Irving, Ray Davis, Derek Carr, Juwan Johnson, and Jalen Naylor in the final round. I really love it, man. I think Irving and Ray Davis, the running backs are probably like my favorite part, or the Kittle Juwan Johnson 2 tight end thing I said, but the running backs wind up being like, even in a 0 RB build, I think a really nice blend of everything. You get James Conner at the top and Jalen Warren. Those dudes are going to be very stable producers as long as they're healthy. I think the Chase Brown, Tyjae Spears infusion of, some upside, and then Bucky Irving and Ray Davis, some rookies later, is a really nice 6 running back build.
Yeah, it's very on brand for you that we didn't draft our first running back until the 7th round. We drafted 4 receivers in the first 5 rounds, and you come away saying, "I think our running backs are very strong and worried about our receivers." That's right. That's very fitting for Benjamin Gretsch. But we basically drafted the "I'm worried about your running backs, love your wide receivers" team, and you come away from that team saying, "I love our running backs, I'm worried about our wide receivers."
Yeah. What is this? AB going, like Antonio Brown going to the Commanders? Somebody in the chat said, "Did you guys see somebody's going to the Commanders?"
Antonio Brown.
That would be weird, but who else would AB? Oh, Martavis Bryant signed with Washington. Maybe that's
that has no effects for me.
Yeah, at all. Sorry, go ahead and finish your
Yeah, just I love our running back room. I think it's very, very good. I agree with you. We get Bucky Irving and Ray Davis are one of those takes I think you're very much with me on, the other one not as much, but maybe we can talk about it. Those are my 2 favorite running backs, those 2 and Estime, basically post round 12. I target the shit out of those guys. I think I'm 20% plus on both in my best ball portfolio. Really excited to get those guys there. yeah, the quarterback stuff is interesting. I think I'm willing to hear you guys out on the May thing. Like I
certainly don't love Carr, so it's not like it's
nobody,
a Carr.
Nobody loves Carr.
Yeah,
but, you get what you pay for at the round 16 quarterback bodega.
Right.
So,
Right.
like if you're taking a quarterback that late, right, you're either drafting a very boring Derek Carr or you're taking a shot on a rookie who might not start. So I think that's reasonable enough. Yeah, the
I'm
Knicks
not
thing,
out I'm not out on May, but one of the things that I think is happening
kind of are.
I'm not out on the logic. I'm not saying that you guys are like insane, but I do think when you get to the point where you're like, oh, in a $500 draft, I'm comfortable with a 2 QB build, taking Drake May. That's where I'm like,
I take issue with the $500 draft part, right? Like realistically, like
we should draft it like it's a $10 team.
Like
sure.
I should be drafting the same way in a puppy that I'm drafting in a.
Well, let me reframe that because of the advanced structure.
Yeah.
Right. Like the contest structure is what I mean by that more is that it's a smaller field tournament. When I start talking
smaller
about
field, you don't need to be as perfect in the final. Yeah. That's
right.
Totally
and so I would like Derek Carr's not going to kill us. Drake May could literally kill this team if Jalen Hurts gets a 3-week injury and we can't even fill it with points because Drake May's not starting and we have a 2 quarterback build. We're fucked. Like I don't like that. Like that's to me is like the risk of ruin element that I was trying to in a BBM. Sure, like if you want to take those swings and be like Drake May is going to play 15 to 17 games or 17 to 17, how whatever your flavor is, then fine. But I do think it's a little bit risky in this room and in this format and in a when I say a higher dollar, I mean a smaller field situation.
Totally
but yeah, I'm not like out on the. What I was going to say, though, is the thing I think that's happening, and this is something that happens with fantasy every year. We joke about it with certain stuff. We joke about it with the like, who was this year's Puka Nacua? Who's this year's Kyron Williams? And everyone goes, well, we know it's nobody. But like that has been ingrained. Everyone knows it's nobody.
Right. People are doing the Houston offense thing with
the Houston offense thing last year was such an outlier. And I don't think people understand that best ball's too young. And I don't think people have played fantasy long enough or are thinking back far enough. Teams don't do what Houston did last year from the very bottom, from Vegas projecting you to score the very bottom. We had like the Bills, like Josh Allen year with Stephon Diggs, but there was a little bit of hype with them, right? We're talking about a team that everyone is so out on. They're being projected to score fewer points than the freaking Carolina Panthers. I can go into the Alex Van Pelt stuff. When I wrote up my offseason stealing signals post, I linked to your great Substack where you talked about Alex Van Pelt. The reason he left the Browns was not really fair to him. He actually did a pretty good job there, but it's because he's a run-based guy. That's the other issue for me is like they're telling you with the Alex Van Pelt hire, and when you listen to their head coach in every interview, we're going to run the damn ball. So even if Drake May does play, you're like, well, does a scoring manifest in any kind of meaningful way? Like this offense, a December game in Foxborough where they're going to run the ball 75 times? Like that's not, I don't care if he's playing at that point either. You need him to be Stroud. And then even I think plus, like, because some of the situational stuff is actually working against him. Stroud had a new offensive coordinator,
plus, right? Like Stroud could have been 75% of Stroud and have been
But the offensive coordinator stuff was better for Stroud. They had a new young offensive coordinator. They're playing in a dome in Houston. So some of that stuff was like
first. They were -2% pass rate over.
They were -2, but what I'm saying is some of it pushed them, even in a Stroud breakout scenario, closer to neutral. Some of the not like the elements and the offensive coordinator stuff pushed them back towards neutral in a way that May's running against the current a little more on than even Stroud was. Not Stroud plus. Sure. You're right.
I mean, I'll give it some credence, right? Like I'm willing to concede that, like, you know, what was the discussion we just got into on Twitter today, right? Like I'm more bullish on Sam Darnold because I give a lot of credence to the situation kind of on these quarterbacks. So I get that, like, hard for me to hold that position and then also be like, you know, Drake May truther no matter what. I get it. It's just, you know, May's a guy that I had a ton of conviction on as a prospect from like a dynasty lens before the draft, before anything. And you could take it one of two ways, right? Like you could say, hey, like you just have take lock and you got a bad run out and you're just trying to force a square peg in a round hole. It's totally possible if that's the case. I guess where I come in is like, if I'm right, and I would rather bet on myself being right on this type of play here, then the chance to draft him in round 18 is like a chance we get once, right? Like, you know, we just talked about with Stroud. That's we're never getting that again, right? Like we can be in on Stroud now, and that's great. I think we should be in on Stroud now. I think he's still kind of underpriced in the 7th, but it's not on the 18th again. And the one thing that you're totally right about the pattern matching of the Texans thing, it bothers me when I hear people say that, because like I would just like wish people would then like read everything that I wrote about the Texans last year. It's like it's not like I just like sat there being like, oh, the Texans suck, and then a year later I'm like, they're the Texans. Like every single time I wrote on my Substack last summer, I was like, you got to draft the shit out of the Texans. You got to draft the shit out of the Texans. You got to draft the shit out of the Texans. So I guess like that's the only thing that bothers me is like I feel as though it's not as though I'm like applying last year's logic to the situation. It's just like I am.
No, that's
I was saying the same thing last year.
Yeah, that's like, very fair. I mean, you've earned the ability to make that statement. That you see it again this year. So I mean, but I don't see that it's going to happen. Like I didn't think it was going to happen last year, right? Like I made a whole post about. So Stroud was starting week 1. I was going to say, having said that, don't you see that the May one is a little bit tougher to hit, or do you not?
I mean, it's tougher to hit. I guess I just don't care that much about advancing teams. That's the thing.
Well, I do in this contest when it's a little smaller field, and you're like, I just need to chip at a chair a little bit.
Okay, fair enough. So let's if we look more towards like the BBM, or just generally speaking, like especially in BBM, like the odds of you getting to a finals are just so incredibly low that like I'm just not really playing it necessarily. Where like I'm super concerned about when he starts. Getting him in a wide variety of structures, like I'm getting him into 3 quarterback builds, we're getting 2 quarterback builds. And then I'm also just betting on May in non-May ways, right? Like part of the May bet for me is like, I'm not going to be 30% Drake May, but I can be 30% Jalen Polk. And I have teams where I have Polk and I have Henry, or I have Polk and I have Baker, or whatever. And it's like, if the May bet hits, but it doesn't hit right away because it doesn't start till week 9, it's like, at least I can still get access to being right through those avenues where maybe I don't advance that many May teams because he doesn't start until too late, but he's this big smash and I have Polk on other teams, other quarterbacks. I think I only have like 13% Drake May in Underdog right now. Part of that's just like, I think my highest drafted quarterback Underdog is like 14% because I spread it so much based on stacking that it's kind of hard to get 25% of a quarterback for me. But I don't know, that the May case is just that I think he throws deep really well. I think he's good and he runs. And he's really, really cheap. And he's not like, I don't know, like we drafted Trey Lance like the freaking like 7th round. Obviously didn't work out. But like
that's true.
It just seems like it's a pretty well calibrated bet to me.
I feel like I tried to learn a lesson from that. I mean, I'm not saying that you didn't, but I definitely and as especially in best ball, as like
fair.
One of the biggest things about Leone's manifesto and the work that Leone's done, and when I talked to Leone, who's a good buddy behind the scenes, about like what he's learning, is like he's like, yeah, there's a lot of these little edges, these things. The effects are kind of tough. But one of the biggest things that he is confident that his research has shown that there is an effect of is games played, is having players actually on your roster playing, because we don't get to make any changes, right? Like I talked about this before. Pat talked me into Drake May already in a main event, even though we had like Mahomes. And I was like, I don't even think we need a QB2, but we ended up taking him as our flyer because the idea was like, well, if he starts week 1, it's a huge hit. I thought we should take a flyer on a non-QB. It didn't, you're making a face. Like you probably were on my side on this one, maybe.
I thought you had a thing is nonsense.
What's that? Oh,
sorry. At first I was confused because I don't know, maybe it was a different team. I remember you guys having an argument about it on a team with Daniels where you took May.
Maybe that was on ship chasing. This one was
whatever
it
was. Anyway, then the face on the with Mahomes thing is because if I had Patrick Mahomes, I just wouldn't draft a backup quarterback,
a second QB. Yeah. Which I mean, we didn't like make a strong opinion on it. We couldn't really decide.
I would take like Fields. I would take a shot on Fields.
Sure. So, but like that, I think that was sort of Pat's case. But anyway, I was more okay with it in that setting than. Now I kind of lost my train of thought, but. We've
Worst
done
thing that happens there is you take him and then you cut him.
Right, exactly. It was the game's played point. It's like I'm not saying that I'm confident, like I'm super confident he's not going to play. In fact, there's so many of you guys, like part of the reason I got so passionate early, for some of you guys that were like, stop making sense. Like Chris was earlier saying he's in on him. Stop being convincing. I don't like it. Rowan was saying the only reason he was kind of needling me is he has such a big bag on Jalen Polk. He in defensive is 29%, a Jalen Polk one. Chris had said earlier, I'm a May guy too, but I think this is good logic. So my point to you guys would be that I don't feel as strongly as I sounded. I'm saying that because I'm always running into the win against it with Pat, with you, with a bunch of people who I really respect, with Pete, obviously, as well, but not as strongly necessarily on the May thing specifically. But like I respect you guys, the analysts, so much, and when I talk, it's like Davis, I think is pretty into to May, and it's like you guys are all assuming that May to me is something that I think not necessarily more stable, because you were talking through it as not being a stable thing either necessarily. You just don't care if you advance teams. You're just like willing to take these shots. Although, again, we talked about how this format was a little different, right? Different. For that. But that like even I think there's a wide range of like even where Drake May plays a bunch of games. And I know like for Pat, he would just say, I think he's such a good prospect, and you might as well, that's a hit at that point. Somebody in the chat said, even Bryce Young had a small win rate last year. If May does play a lot at his low ADPs, probably like a small win rate player.
Let me just put this to you, right? They come out as a thought experiment to trying to separate how much of this is based on Pat's environment versus, I mean, the Patriots, not Pat Kerrane's environment.
Yeah.
It's not based on the Patriots environment versus what we think of May as a player versus games played concerns. To be clear, I'm like 99.99% sure this won't happen, but hypothetical scenario, Gerard Mayo comes out in 5 minutes. He just says, Drake May is our week 1 starter. Where would you draft Drake May in that vacuum?
That's a great hypothetical. I thought you were going to say, where would he go? I think he would, because I think the community is overstating it. I think he would go to like week 14. Round 14. I think he would go into like the Deshaun Watson range immediately.
Right. And would you be clicking him with the field, way ahead of the field, behind the field? Like how are you approaching a round 14 Drake May that's starting 17 games?
That's a good hype. That's why I said it's a good hypothetical, because I do think if he's in the round 14 range, I mean, like, because with his profile, if he's actually starting 17 games, like, yeah, you can make the case with the mobility and the vertical passing that he's a good pick there. I don't think he should be as high as Daniels or anything, but consider where Daniels is going. You'd be getting a discount on that. And like, how much different is he as a scorer than Daniels? And like, this is a point that Pat's made since the beginning of the offseason. I'm sure you have as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, I talked to Pat. We keep referencing Pat because I do ship chasing with Pat every week, and I've been talking to him about it the whole offseason. But that would be an interesting conversation. I think I would be at least even with the field around week 14, around round 14. If it went a little higher, I think round 14 might be understated. I think maybe he would actually get up to like around 12ish. And like, if he went there, I'd be very comfortable being under.
Yeah. Like if he went ahead of like Justin Herbert, I'm not doing that.
Yeah. I'd be under on that. In like round 14ish range, I do think, I would probably get some exposure to him, and mostly in the chance that I'm wrong though. But like, that's to your point, kind of how you have to play best ball is like, you got to have exposure to the things that have ceiling outcomes. And you're like, I don't care if they don't advance. Like you were saying, like sometimes the advance rate stuff isn't the most important.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't think like, I hope that people don't come away from this, me saying like, I called the Houston thing and I'm calling the Pats. Like that's like, I'm stunned by how well the Houston thing played out. Like I thought it was a well-priced bet.
Unique. Yeah.
I thought it was a well-priced bet that was worth making at the time. And like when I did my, at the end of the season, I do a review where I'm like hits and misses, but I sorted into basically hits that I got right, like the exact way that I kind of thought I'd get it right, versus hits where I kind of got lucky, and then like misses where I'd make the same bet again, and misses where I think maybe I had a process error, and try to delineate between those things. And like Nico Collins was an example of one that I put in like the kind of got lucky category, in the sense that it was just like, I thought he was like clearly mispriced where he was going and drafted like an ungodly amount. But like, I had no idea that like what happened would happen. Like, I didn't think Nico Collins was that kind of player, right? Like if the market was like, we're pricing Nico Collins in the 7th, I would have been like, I have 2%, right? Like it was very much like an at cost best bet where I thought it was well calibrated. So I don't think there was necessarily like the Houston thing was always going to happen and we should have all been on it and we should have been all been on it that confident. I think it was like, that was, you bet on that scenario, I think, all the time, because sometimes the Houston thing happens, and when it happens, then it's like the lottery. But it's probably not going to happen. It's probably not going to happen for the Patriots either, right? The one thing that I would really, really push back on to everybody, especially people in the chat, especially we got more people saying that the Patriots don't like the quarterback they just drafted 3rd overall, which is like the most triggering thing to me. But every year, I feel like maybe you can think of counterexamples to this, but I just don't think that it's at all uncommon for bad teams to draft quarterbacks early and say, we're going to be patient with this guy. We're going to give him time. Like, that's just kind of the regular signaling that we get. And then the times that it doesn't happen, that they actually do sit all year, is almost always good teams. It's like Patrick Mahomes behind Alex Smith of the Chiefs, or it's Trey Lance behind Jimmy G on the 49ers. Like,
he's not going to sit all year.
I can't recall very many examples of bad teams just being content, sucking ass every single week, losing games with their quarterback.
And they start with a really tough schedule. And Pat's made that point, and he's convinced me that there's a stronger likelihood than I believe that he's going to go like, 6 weeks into the year, he's going to start playing or something, or 4 weeks into the year, he's going to start playing. What you were saying about the typical messaging, I would just push back on a little, because I don't think it's been the typical messaging. I know I already made this point about the aggregate thing. Like it's not been the typical messaging. They've been like going out of their way to be like, he's really young. We're not good enough for him to start. We don't want to ruin him. Like, they told you that they believe that getting him out there too early on a bad team behind a bad line might be bad for his development. Like, that's a weird, like, when you think that in the building, you're not going to act as rational about certain things. So, I mean, I don't think he sits the whole year at all. I definitely think we see him, but I do think there's a better chance than, and this is what I was saying a minute ago. I didn't really finish, but I was saying I'm making this case stronger than I believe it, in part because like there's so many people that I really respect that are on the other side of it. So I'm not trying to tell the chat to be 100% in on my thought, but basically the way I would frame it is I don't think that there's no chance that he doesn't start. And even the way that you put it just now was a really strong way to make that case. But that I don't think the way that you made that case is enough to justify taking him if the way if that manifests in a way, or the way that we should interpret that is he's going to play like 7 games and sit 10. Like, that's
don't think that's going to happen. I mean, it's possible. Like, anything's possible. But like, if I was setting the over under, like, I'm still setting it at like 5.5.
5.5 sits that he sits.
Yeah. Like, I still think he's in sooner than later. Like, it's just,
and plays the rest of the year. So that's fair. I mean, that's,
yeah. And I mean, and I also think there's some,
that really gets down to, I think the disagreement here is I think there's a much likelier chance that he sits further into the season. I think, because like you were talking about, if he goes in the round 14 range, I'm sitting here admitting that I'd probably be taking him there for some of the uncertainty elements. And so, I mean, it does come down to the games played thing. But again, that's a really important part of best ball, man. Like I would rather play him through managed leagues if I thought he was definitely gonna, not definitely, but you said that over under at 5.5. If I thought there was a really strong likelihood he's in by week 4 or so and playing the rest of the year, I'd love to stash him and manage for the first few weeks before the buys and just like then get a look at him and then cut him if I have to and move on. But in best ball, like, I'm like, dude, I want my quarterbacks, and not even just like to not miss a lot of games. There's an element to the best ball thing at quarterback where, like, if we could draft 20 teams and run all the sims, like they'd say to draft 3 QBs. Back in the day on like MFL 10s and stuff, it always said you want more QBs because QB scoring has a high floor, but there's like spike touchdown elements to it, and it does add points to your build over the course of a season. If we had enough draft spots, I think more people would draft more 3 QBs because I think the data would say
on DraftKings. I mean, when it's 20 round drafts on DraftKings, and you never know what you're going to get on DraftKings because people are anarchists. But you get in a normal enough draft room, like I'll take a third quarterback with Patrick Mahomes.
Right,
520 rounds.
It does add an element to your build.
Yeah.
So that's another part of it. Even if you do a 3 QB build, like you want the games played, you want these guys in there. But yeah, let's the Drake. We've done a multiple long rookie QB conversations.
We've done a Drake May conversation. We got half of a Brian Robinson conversation. We got a Chase Brown conversation. We had a lot. We got
half the Chase Brown conversation.
We massively disagree about today. We got a lot in. So that's good.
I know, it's great. Somebody in the chat was asking, and do you got to get going or anything? Just
not particularly.
Okay. Somebody in the chat was asking, I'm trying to find it because I bookmarked it in my brain, and I was asking us to saw some, and they said I believe it was slot 9. So start going through the team in slot 9 if you don't mind.
We're not going to sauce slot 12.
Oh yeah, let's. Oh man.
Okay, so this is GYM.
We got to look over. We got to look over Team 12, and then somebody else wanted us to look at CSU Rams team because he's very well known and it was a good team.
Of course. Okay, so Jim Goober is the one that we're saucing right here.
I believe so. If you're in the chat, please say it again. I'm trying to find. I'm trying to remember.
Well, I'm going to start. I'm going to start anyway. So we got Jim Goober over here. I'm already loving your wide receivers, and I'm already worried about your running backs. But you can only see one running back on the entire screen, and Ben just laid out for about an hour and a half that it's the worst offense ever constructed in human history. That's the RB1 that you have. So that's tough. That's a tough start. And then we got Zach Moss ahead of Chase Brown. I mean, I would say actually I'm not going to sauce you, Team 9. I'm going to congratulate you on the exotic vacation that you've been on for the last month, because you clearly haven't been reading any beat reports from Bengals camp since you took Zach Moss out of Chase Brown.
Yeah, it was our buddy Paul here said sauce my team in the 9 hole. He probably already took off because we talked about Drake May for 7 hours because I asked him to comment in the chat, but I did find it. Sorry. So go back to the top. It was a pure wide receiver build early.
Zero RB team. Yeah.
Very zero RB. He took Anthony Richardson with Michael Pittman. That's rough. Took he's got Marvin Harrison in there. I don't know who drafts Anthony Richardson. Further down, that's a joke for anyone not paying attention. It's a joke. Anthony Richardson's very draftable.
Zach Moss and Devin Singletary. There's like a
Ramondre, Zach Moss, and Devin Singletary.
You can't run faster than a 4.8.
That's the triple condom running back build right there. I got $500 on the line, and I waited too long at running back. I got to take all these dudes. Josh Downs.
This is the slowest running back room of all time.
Yeah, Justice Hill's your best shot at some upside, man. That's brutal. And then got Drake May at the end to stack with Hunter Henry.
Yeah. This is the team that sniped us on the unstacked Aaron Rodgers and then wanted us to talk about his team. Your team sucks, and he took us down with it.
Oh my God, he took unstacked Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
One pick ahead of us, and you wanted Aaron Rodgers there.
He got Conklin. He backstacked him with Tyler Conklin.
Brutal. Let's look at CSU Rams team real quick as well.
So Peter's got.
He went Jefferson, Debo, Devonta Smith, Rashee Rice. We really liked that pick, and then he stacked it with Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Joe Mixon in the 6th. Somebody in the chat was like, he just ruined his team. Yeah. I get it as like a stable RB1, but it should be Walker. Is that what you said? Yeah, he could have got Walker there. I much prefer Walker there. Brian Thomas, Hollywood.
This is a really good team.
Yeah. Brian Thomas, Hollywood Brown, Zamir White, Dak Prescott, Brock Purdy. Goes 3 good QBs. Gets Dak and Purdy.
Here's where we get the problem pick.
We get Ezekiel Elliott in the 12th round, Cole Kmet, Ricky Pearsall, Antonio Gibson, Malachi Corley.
We got Gerald Everett's backup.
Chiga Konkwo. Yeah, a lot of.
Those are the only 2 tight ends. Picks. Okay, that's if there's a Achilles heel to this team, it's the Cole Kmet, Chiga Konkwo tight end room. But
so Consigliere makes this point that it's always an auto draft with him. Peter definitely does do a decent amount of auto drafting. Would not surprise me if that was the case on this one with some of those later picks, but I mean,
yeah, probably the Brock Purdy pick feels like I auto drafted this team.
Right, pick, third pretty high QB especially feels like, and the fact that it went back to back with Dak and then Purdy, you're like, oh, he probably had it set to do 3 QBs, and it's like in this room QBs became a value, and so he got hit with 2 QBs in a row at that point.
So he's so that's pretty lucky to auto draft a Mahomes double stack though.
Well, he might have some. I don't know how the rules work, but
yeah, crazy.
Sorry, Roheen has asked this twice. What I saw a longer comment about what am I double counting? Are we starting from 4 to 6 sitting?
I think what he's trying to get at is when you bring up those comments that they're making.
Yeah.
That maybe you're reading too long of a timeline into them, as I think kind of what he's trying to say.
He's saying that because of those comments, May's going to sit 4 to 6. I think those comments are pushing it to like 10 games, and that's a reasonable case. I would say that's one of the interpretations, basically. I mean, I don't I don't think that's like wrong. And Pat's made similar cases. And I said that Pat has, made me think that it's quite possible he could play after 4 or 6 games or whatever. But again, the other part with the Hurts thing that I kind of panicked on when you were like, we'll do a 2 QB with May was like, he's a week 5 bye. I don't want to take a 0 at quarterback.
Which is a good point. Which that's just like legitimately non-derogatory. That's fair.
that's fair. We shouldn't do that with a QB 5. Like if it was with Josh Allen and he's week 12 bye, like, all right, maybe you could talk me into it. But like, yeah, I was a little panicked that I was like, dude, I don't think he's starting week 5. That's sort of similar to like I went over the top on the Anthony Richardson FUD when you were like, well, we're going to take him at the 4-5 turn. And that's when I was like, no, I don't mind taking him close to his ADP, but when we're planning to take him at the Lamar tier, like now we're just jumping the shark, in my opinion.
That was very far from his ADP. His ADP was like in the mid-5th.
I know. I think his ADP is a little high, but especially if you start going, I'm going to take him at the 4-5.
I was like, would you like to take him 2 picks out of ADP? You were like, what are you?
No, it was 9 or 10 picks ahead of ADP. And you mentioned it at the 2-3 turn when we took neighbors. You're like, I'm setting up the Anthony Richardson thing. Like, we're 20 picks away.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's I knew he'd be there because I had ADP.
Yeah. You're like, we're ready to go.
Good comment in the my favorite comment in the chat here is I thought this was Beimfohr on stream, not Sam Sherman. So that was it's a good Jacob looks like Sam Sherman take there, which is not untrue.
I felt like we don't need to like go back to the Chase Brown thing, but I felt like that one was the one.
That, yeah.
You made some strong points there. What was like, do you have a strong counter to the thing I was saying about his college profile? And then somebody in the chat was saying, another one of the of Rohin's comments earlier that I wanted to comment on was he brought up the Mike Williams, Michael Gallup thing. And I've said this a couple places. I have an issue with that one as well. I think that's
Michael Gallup
was bad before his ACL for 2 years. And then he hurt himself and then he came back and wasn't good. Mike Williams was on a career high season last year. The return to play thing, I like the injury analysts that do it as a percentage, like 80% of his ability. Michael Gallup had already failed in 2020 and 2021. His 2019 season was well in the rearview mirror at this point. Tore his ACL in 2021, came back in 2022 and wasn't good. People thought he was the 2019 Michael Gallup, and I just want to keep pointing that out. He's not a good example for the ACL concern. Now, if Mike Williams is 80% of what he's supposed to be, like my case would be that Mike Williams is a better player than Michael Gallup. Like he was a top 10 overall pick or whatever.
Mike Williams, we've been drafting Mike Williams like the top 5 rounds for like half a decade now, right? Like he's been a good player. I think honestly a player that's kind of underappreciated in fantasy circles because he doesn't necessarily have the most fantasy friendly skill set at all times, but he's been like a very valuable real life player who's had wide receiver 2 fantasy value for years.
That's exactly right. And I've been out on him at cost a lot over the years because of that. But now you're getting him and he just keeps falling like outside the wide receiver window very, very late. It's like, well, at this price, the skill set is great. Better in best ball, whatever. Score some touchdowns for me,
Yeah, I was pretty out on Mike Williams when it opened. Like if I recall correctly, unless I'm dreaming, like I want to say when BBM opened, he was like borderline pick 100, like early hundreds. And I had him as a never on my draft list, and like he's fallen like 2 to 3 rounds. We just got him at I think pick 136. I've been drafting him more and more.
Let me ask you a comp. When he first slid, I had made a case, I think, in one of my drafts with Pat, and he asked me about the Mike Williams thing after the show, and I was like, yeah, I mean, I would have him right there with Josh Palmer, who, for reference, Mike Williams always played over and was considered way better than
Palmer's moved up like 2 rounds.
It's a different situation, and Palmer has now moved up. And so Pat, I actually made the case, and Pat agreed with me. He's like, it's a good case. I'm going to move him back up in our ranks over at Leg Up. This was a month or 2 months ago, right behind Palmer. I'm going to, because there had started a little gap had started there. I see Palmer here went in the 8th round, and we got Mike Williams way after that. I still stand by this point. I've used that benchmark the rest of the offseason. Like, just because the market's moving that other direction, I got a little bit of a gap in my rankings now. I have Palmer a little bit higher. Where do you stand on that?
My rankings. I'm going to pull up my BBM rankings right now because I'm kind of curious how I have these guys ranked. So I have Palmer. I probably do have a pretty good gap. Yeah, I have Palmer. I have Palmer 2 rounds ahead of Mike Williams. That's probably too high.
But that's
Like,
more what I'm
actually-
interested in. Do you think that's like that's not a bad comparison? They're the same tier.
It's not
of
a
player,
bad
right?
comparison. I've had a hard time with Palmer because I've had a hard time with the Chargers generally this year because I really want to be in on Herbert at his price because I just think he's like way too talented of a quarterback to have 140 ADP. Like I just like one of the easier things I could see myself looking back on the season as being like, oh, like the 5th best quarterback in the NFL was drafted as like the QB 19 in fantasy, and I didn't have enough of that. But then I struggle because like I don't really want to take naked Herbert, and I look at Palmer in that range, and it's like I usually just want running backs, right? Like I'm usually far more into the running backs than like Josh Palmer in the 8th, and I'm okay with Ladd's price, but there's like other guys I kind of like a little bit more. And then I just wind up not being very in on Herbert. So I'm kind of trying to force myself to like click Palmer's name a little bit more than I want to, just so I can set up Herbert stacks. I want to be over market on Herbert, but I don't know. That's been the struggle.
I'm doing some of that
just
with
purely
that
in a vacuum.
Yeah, I'm doing some of that type of stuff.
Probably don't
with
feel
Palmer
that much
too.
better about Palmer than because like there's a very firm ceiling I think on what Palmer's talent is, right? Like he is who he is. Like to me, Palmer's kind of like a Romeo Dobbs type player. It's just that with Dobbs, like maybe there's an outlier scenario where everybody else is so good that his routes just start to get scaled back versus Palmer's routes, I think are exceptionally safe.
Josh T. Higgins Palmer. Rowan said a comment ago he loves my streams because he feels like a guest. I do keep bringing him up. I think it's your Calvin avatar. I freaking love it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love this from the ADP chasing thing. Josh Palmer should be compared to T. Higgins. That's a perfect one. MTM Revolt, sharp dude. We've had him in the chat a lot. Appreciate your comments. But here you did a actually that I'm going to actually you back on. Deep Threats started not doing well in 2021 as a reaction to the 2020 season where there was no fans and everything, which was the highest scoring NFL season in history. That's the year that Gallup fell off. His big year was 2019. He fell off in 2020 when teams were still putting up points.
I think we're trying to just apply like a lot of this is why this happened on Gallup that is just like kind of not necessary. Like there's a long history of kind of middling wide receiver prospects who have one really good year and don't ever do much else, right? Like Michael Gallup is just kind of like DJ Chark.
Right.
Like it's just like there's these guys that just like 1 year it all like Tyrell Williams had 1,000-yard season.
That's right. That's an old name. That is not a name that I've heard in a long time. What else do we got?
I think
any
that's
other
right. Should he have
big
1,000
chat
yards
stuff?
Season? I did the Dave
Tyrell
Static
Williams,
where I knew it was directionally accurate, but I didn't know if it was actually true.
The Gazelle.
Tyrell Williams did, in fact, his second year, he had 1,059 yards, 69 catches, and 7 touchdowns, believe it or not.
He was a stud.
Nuts.
I'm down to almost an hour. I entered all these slows this morning. I've not made a single pick in this batch of slows.
Want to draft some slows, then get out of here, or what?
Yeah, I do need to do some slows. You're welcome to hang if you want. You don't have to.
I'll hang while you draft your slows, and then I can head back to my life here.
They're all going to be a bunch
7
of
a.m. today, so
they're all going to be a bunch of first round picks. The other thing I was going to say is we could just rip a BBM on here. Kind of
I'd rip a BBM with you for
Let's
sure.
do that.
I can do,
these are all just going to be first round picks. I can do them in 5 minutes. We'll do them after.
Perfect.
I'll run the clock down to like 10 seconds. It's great.
All right, let's pull up the BBM here.
I'm going to use the restroom while you're ripping that. Going to once again leave you with the chair.
Okay, sounds good. For you folks, I'm going to, if you guys want to draft against us here in the BBM, I will give you a nice little 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 countdown. So I don't want to fake you guys out. I'm going to get in there. See this here? Well, I'll give Ben a little chance to relieve himself. So we'll go in a little bit. Any questions, you guys? Any questions for me? Anything you guys got? You want us to all have a nice little Brian Robinson appreciation moment without Gretsch coming in and interrupting us and talking bad on our plotting king, trying to pump up 87-year-old Austin Eckler? Seeing some yeses for that? Yeah. The Brian Robinson case is just, do you want to draft 250 carries with efficiency in round 10. Some of us do. Some of us don't. Someone's asking, what's my take on Jalen Tolbert? Jalen Tolbert, I think, has shown us that he's pretty bad. So, there's that. But definitely think he's going to be running a lot of routes this year, right? And, I've said I don't think Jake Ferguson is naturally a very good target owner. I think Brandon Cooks is pretty cooked. So Tolbert's going to have opportunities. He's definitely the type of guy that, like, he could maybe be like the Zay Jones of a couple of years ago, right? Where he's just running a lot of routes. He's in the best situation he's ever been in. We just kind of talked about how bad receivers can have one good year. Maybe that's Tolbert this year. I think he's well priced.
I just decided to do a couple quick picks. I only had 4 drafts that were like under 3 hours. They're all in an hour and a half. And the first 2 mini schnauzers I opened, I was at the 103 and Lamb was available. So I took Lamb in both.
Oh, nice.
And then the third one I opened, I was at the 101 and I was like, all right, well, I don't need to take Lamb at the 101. I'll just take CMC. I took him. And then I realized that was one of the big eliminators. And I had already mentally decided I was taking Lamb at 101 on that for sure. I like to go 0 RB on those. My $100 big eliminator, I only get to 5 backs. I took CMC 101.
Tough stuff.
Tough scene.
All right. For the people in the chat, I promised you a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 countdown. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Enter in.
Addison and crutches with a boot. All right.
I don't like that.
There you go. We're waiting on 6 people. These guys got time.
Yeah, you guys.
Everyone got in the early draft.
Yeah, maybe I faked everybody out. I had shout out Cody for the funny comment. I had told everybody to ask me whatever they wanted to ask me, and because I'm a bit of a windbag, I got through obviously one of the questions. And Cody said, "What are your thoughts on Drake May?"
Somebody in the chat.
Yeah, I just thought that was funny. We got one of the Bears stand in your portfolio. Really like the Bears.
Somebody in my comments on Twitter said they wanted to get a question in before ship chasing tonight.
Woo! Look at what we finally got, Ben.
We don't have ship chasing tonight, do we? Do I have something?
You do have ship chasing tonight. You're definitely are drafting with Maddox tonight, aren't you?
It's Wednesday.
Yeah.
Aren't all our drafts on Thursdays?
Pretty sure they're all on Wednesdays. No, they're all on Thursdays, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah. You guys are freaking me out, man. No, I drafted with Matic on Thursday, 8:15. Tomorrow night. Thank you, Historical Anomalies. One person that's actually paying attention to my schedule instead of trolling the hell out of me. You do have ship chasing tonight, very confidently.
I thought you did. I was wrong. I don't know why I thought I knew more about your schedule than you, but I guess just I assumed that the chat guy had something going on. We're got the 101 here, by the way, Ben. We're on the clock.
Let's do it. Let's fire it.
I put Lamb in the queue, but who do you want? We could do Hill if you want. We could do McCaffrey if you want.
No, I'm pretty into Lamb at this point. I mean, if you wanted to build a McCaffrey team, I would be okay with that. But
I've generally not been picking McCaffrey just for structural purposes this year.
Right.
So I've usually been Lamb or Hill at 101.
I'm taking some of him, but I literally I want to start taking more Lamb at the 101. I almost made that one pick in that big eliminator on the freeway. This is why I came back and shared that, because I was like, oh, I got the 101 in one of these. That's Lamb. And I was like, maybe I could just make it on the freeway. I was like, whatever, I'll make it later. I'll make it when I get home. But then I got home. I was 15 minutes before my stream was starting with Beimfohr. I hurried up. I had to make a thumbnail still. I just freaking do the whole thing really quick. And then I go and do these picks in the middle of this stream while I'm peeing. And I think I'm taking a CMC and a Schnauzer because I know that I'm taking Lamb at 101 in other spots already mentally, right? So it's like, okay, I'll get some exposure to CMC. I'm not trying to do a structural fade on CMC. I'm not. I think his scoring range is still so exceptional. I think the Ayuk trade could still happen They sign him to the new contract. He's had the injury concerns. He is an older back. There's a lot of reasons to be concerned. I also think that he could just absolutely gap every other running back in scoring, and it could just be magnificent. So I want some builds that are CMC builds, but like I had already mentally counted this big eliminator as a Lamb 101. And if I'm taking Lamb 101, then I'm not getting McCaffrey in every 101. So I got to take him in some of these other ones. And so I like literally was thinking I was like balancing my 101 exposure. And in doing so, I took him in the format that I've written 2 massive articles about, is a 0 RB format.
That is whoa.
I hit the table and your mic went down. That was pretty great.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, I know we live pretty close by. I didn't think we lived that close by.
Yeah.
Who's in this draft here? I bet we got a lot of friends and family. Okay, I see Rohim here. Problem is I don't know what your guys' commenter names are versus their underdog names, but I'm guessing we got to be 75 to 80% friends and family draft.
There's some people in here that are in the chat. Rohim said he's 9. That's him there.
Yeah.
Oh, 155 people watching. Go like the stream. Go subscribe to the channel. I'm trying to get the subscribers up. We have added 0.05K. What is that? 50? We've added about 50 subscribers.
That's 50. Look at this. Oh, that correct math. 0.05. That's what? That's like MVS's targets per route run, a 6th-round pick in the last draft.
0.05. I mean, it's bad. I don't know if it's quite that bad, but
it's got to be close. Wow, I got a feeling that Team 8 here might not be aware of what room he's in. Granted, the whole concept of the Avalanche draft is kind of gone now that every draft is an Avalanche draft, eh?
Yeah. We are
like it used to be like it'd be like, you know, I'd hop into a draft one night when you guys were doing ship chasing and it'd be like, whoa, it's crazy. Whereas now it's just kind of what every draft is. So it's not as much of an effect. All right, we're getting close to being on the clock here. Is there anyone at this turn that you feel like particularly strongly about? I mean,
sorry, I'm we're 3.5 hours in the stream and I'm just not even paying attention to the fact that I'm streaming at this moment. we're almost
log stream.
We're almost up.
Yeah, so we're a land team. We got 2 picks here.
So I don't feel really strongly about anyone. Okay, Adams goes. I would be actually. I mean, I think I do feel fairly strongly that Cup and Neighbors are both the right picks here. Like I think Neighbors is the one that I would kind of pound the table for. I think he's going to finish.
Neighbors is my highest rated. I've been lower on Cup, like we were mentioning. Yeah, I would be Smith for the correlation. But I'm not. I don't mind mixing it up.
Oh, because we took Lamb.
So.
Yeah, I was thinking we took CMC after all my talking about that. Yeah, I mean, you're out on this idea that Cup can be the legit.
I'm okay with Cup here. Like I don't draft a lot of him, and I won't draft a lot of him on my own team, so I don't mind mixing in a little exposure blanket here.
I think he's a really nice pairing with Neighbors, right? Like I think Neighbors is going to get a ton of volume, but there is that little bit of the rookie thing, and it's like the ways that Cup hits gives you a really nice floor. You still got to pay a really high price for Neighbors.
I think it's a great balance, right? Because Neighbors is a really good pick, and you got to balance that out by making a really bad pick.
Right. Everything in moderation, equilibrium.
Yeah, exactly. Cooper Kupp was the original exposure blanket.
That's right.
When I did the exposure blanket and then got on Pete's stream, I think it was the next day, and we had to draft someone who had the 4% exposure blanket too.
Yeah,
we had Cooper Kupp right there. I think I'm lower than that. I don't think I have the blanket anymore. I think I'm down to what Pat had all sorts of alterations. Was it the 2% sheet, the 1% beach towel?
Right. Yeah.
I think I'm a 2% sheet, but this got us maybe a little bit closer to the blanket. Chris is saying Neighbors to me. I agree. Yeah, I think the Neighbors and Harrison both have basically zero like routes concerns. Like they're gonna be out there running routes. Brian Thomas too. I thought that was really bullish that he came out and got 100% route share week 1 of the preseason. I know you haven't been as big into him, but I thought that was a really bullish line for him.
I once again, just went back to finishing reading the tweet that I had started reading a minute ago. Who was the player that I'm bullish on? I've closed Twitter.
No, we were people in the chat were talking about Neighbors getting on the field right away. I agree with that. And then I was pivoting. I was asking you what you thought of Brian Thomas coming out getting 100% of the routes, even at the expense of Christian Kirk in preseason. I thought that was a pretty bullish note for him.
Yeah, it was. It was exciting. Brian Thomas is a dude that I've been fairly out on. The price is perfectly right now. I'm very comfortable with taking him now. I'm not like going out of my way to get him. The other big bull sign though was he got an underthrown deep ball from CJ Beathard, and you saw the ball skills, which like this is where I've talked a lot about his targets per route.
That's how he wins in a big way.
That's how he wins, man. He had 17 touchdowns last year. He had like 9 million yards per target. Like the reason his yards per out run looks so amazing is because the yards per target side is so high, even though he couldn't earn targets. Sean always jokes with me though. He's like, yeah, if you score every time you get a target, like you can't get another target. Like, I mean, like, and there's a point to that, like a little bit of a point to that for sure. If you're housing a lot of stuff, like, I mean, that's not going to be great necessarily for your targets per out run.
Yeah, he can definitely be an efficiency guy. I mean, watching him, I watched them a lot just because I had Jaden Daniels on my biggest college fantasy team. So I had Brian Thomas stacked with him. So I was just watching that LSU offense a lot, and it really stuck out to me how impressive a ball winner he was. How quick he can be downfield. So
yeah,
he can the stuff that he does. He does.
Yeah, right. I think you want to have some exposure to him. There was just a point where he was going the cutoff that I used at one point, and I remember that I kind of announced to Crane that I was in on him eventually, because this is another one where me and Crane were somewhat disagreeing on, which is, I keep mentioning this, but like we agree on like 95% of stuff, which is why we argue so much when you get us on our 5%, because it's like, well, I mean, we should think the same. What's wrong here? But the cutoff I used was the end of the elite tight end tier, as I defined it, as George Kittle. When he was going ahead of Kittle and even ahead of Pitts for a while, I was like, I'm taking an elite tight end over Brian Thomas, and I'm figuring out, because then at that time in the next round you could get Deontay Johnson, JSN, and Rashee Rice, and I kept saying those three veterans should go ahead of Brian Thomas, and it was like, whoa, that's kind of a take. Now they all clearly go ahead of him, or maybe not JSN, but now most of them go ahead of him. And also Thomas is outside of that tight end area. And you're like, okay, well, what's the opportunity cost at this point? Like Brian Thomas is the pick at this point, get him out, get him in like early round 7 or mid round 7, like for sure.
Oh, and you look at his price and some of the high stakes stuff, and it's like outrageously cheap. Like you can take shots of him in like round 9, round 10 on some of the NFC FFPC stuff, and he's an absolute smash priority pick.
There. Which is weird. That is weird. Yeah.
We are arriving back here on the clock, and my first instinct was to set up my little Patrick Mahomes Rashee Rice stack, but obviously we're drafting with people who follow our work, so not surprising to see Rashee Rice is nowhere near on the board. I know what I would do here, which is Lamar Andrews, but I think that's not what you would do.
Fine, here. We can do Lamar Andrews. I'm getting pretty into Lamar. I don't have enough Lamar Andrews stuff. I probably won't do a lot of it on my own, so I might as well get one with you. I do think Andrews is a perfectly cromulent pick here. Like, he's fine.
Lamar Andrews Cup. We're doing the Week 17 stack from 3 years ago.
That's right. It's great. But Lamar, I'm like borderline going to put him ahead of Hurts. Like the pass rate stuff the pass rate stuff that Sacrilegious and Corain were pushing on me when we took Andrews and then also Zay Flowers in a main event the other night or last week.
I didn't understand why you guys did that.
So and then Pat and I went on to like argue about Andrews versus Kincaid for like 2 days after that. That was the big argument. No one saw that
because I listened. I was pumped. I mean, I love listening to you guys draft shows, and I loved everybody. So I was very on their side for picking Mark Andrews, and then I didn't really get why you guys were taking Zay Flowers. But
I was like, what are we doing? But as confident as they are in the pass rate stuff, and as much as I talked through that, I was like, man, like this is how Lamar gets back to QB1. Like the stuff, the Steve Young comments that he had. I want to say it was on the This Is Football show. with Kevin Clark, where he was talking about the ways that they've used Lamar have started to open up this possibility that he could be the greatest quarterback of all time, because he's the greatest rushing quarterback of all time, and it's not close. Like his dynamism as a mobile QB is so much different than like other mobile QBs run to space. Lamar is. I've said this in the most non-derogatory way I can say it, but like, because he always got told to play wide receiver or running back, but like if he couldn't throw, he could still be an NFL running back. It's not that he is a running back, but it is that like it's the reason I say non-derogatory thing is like, it's almost like saying some of those scouts were right, but I think to an extent they were just like, dude, you're really good at the ball in your hands. But yeah, he's always been a quarterback and he deserves to be a quarterback. And that was always kind of like silly that like people were like, oh, Lamar, you should play anything other than quarterback. But I'm just trying to celebrate the fact that he's as like agile and athletic and fast enough to literally be, in my opinion, an NFL running back with the ball in his hands. And I don't think there's ever been an NFL quarterback that you could say that about, including Michael Vick, including anyone that people would bring up. I think all those other QBs are mobile quarterbacks. I think Lamar is also a mobile quarterback. He's a quarterback, but he's good enough to be legitimately like just a running back. He's so dynamic with the ball in his hands, and it shows up in all the data. It shows up in his yards per carry and all of that type of stuff, both on scrambles and on designs.
That's a great case. That's a great case. You still won't draft a star tight end?
Yeah, the mobility stuff is why he can be the best quarterback of all time if he starts to throw a ton, and if the pass rate really does rise. The issue for me does get back to that stuff where his scramble rate is high and his sack rate is high, and the ways that the pass rate actually balloons to a rate that Andrews can be better than the other cases that I love. That's why I keep saying Andrews is a perfectly cromulent pick. I just really like the Kincaid bull thesis and the Pitts bull thesis and the McBride bull thesis. I've been on very consistent on that take all throughout, where I'm just really in on the elite tight ends. And the part for the Ravens that I'm saying is like, you got me in on the, not you, but you to everyone who's in on the Andrew stuff. You guys got me in on this Baltimore pass rate rising. I want Lamar. That's my answer. That I want Lamar and his rushing.
You don't want to stack him though?
No, I want him with like, you know. Well, no, I'm fine stacking him with Andrews. I'm just saying the way that manifests for me.
This is the one part I'll push back on. I like everything you said about Lamar, and I agree. I think I like all of the tight ends. So, and you probably can't be like 20% of all of them. So I guess somebody has to get left behind at the dance there. Maybe we'll have the next section of this discussion after we pick here. I assume we're going Rachaad White, obviously, at the selection.
Yes, yeah, he's a slider. Oh, darn. Snipe.
We're zero running backs through. I'm not even going to stay through 5.
Man, I used to be able to get Deontay JSN at this turn, and it's like that's not even a thing. Roma Dunze goes one pick ahead of us too.
That hurts. I would be Brian Thomas.
Yeah,
at one of
I think Brian Thomas is a smash here. Yeah, and at this point with like these tight ends and receivers off the board,
who the hell we're taking at the other one?
It's probably Hollywood Brown for me. Like, I know that's gross, but he's going to miss one game, right? Now you're getting him here.
Okay.
I'm saying that's probably for me, but
so I don't like the Hollywood pick, but I'm like trying to come up with a pick that I like more, and I'm not seeing one. I've not been very in on Watson this year. I was in on him when he was going in the mid 80s, but and then it's like,
I don't like Watson this high either. The thing about Hollywood Brown is like you're getting one of the cheapest shares, and people aren't going to push him so down because, like, even that says you expect him as 4 to 6 weeks, which we all know means like week 1. Beimfohr said that the way he heard it was like he's probably almost certainly going to miss week 1 and almost certainly going to be back for week 2 was the way that he heard it. And I was like, okay, we're missing one game. And I also saw one of the Twitter docs be like, this is a unique injury, but shouldn't be a high re-injury rate.
Yeah, my issue with it is like I don't really feel like I'm getting a discount because he's just going now like kind of where I had him ranked before he got hurt.
Sure.
I
don't have him high either. But this is
he was like there's fades and there's fades, and he was like probably my biggest fade in the tournament before we had this. Like I thought he was a really egregious pick.
I thought he was a really silly pick, but it was high as he was going. But so maybe you're not as in on me as the like systematic or systemic. I never know which one of those words is the right one.
I'm in on the Chiefs. I get all that.
Chiefs wide receiver play.
He's like, I just
Xavier and Rashee Rice are two of my highest
draft play. To me, it's very much like it's Rice and it's Worthy, and I don't care about the.
That's what I'm doing too. But like at this point, don't you want to like on this build where we don't have Rashee Rice or Worthy? Don't you want to have a little dip your toes?
When he got hurt, I was literally 0.0%. I had not drafted him on over 148 teams. And then I've already drafted him 3 times now.
So what, 149 teams? Oh, over. I thought you said on over 148 teams, and I was like, oh, you went over 148. So would you get to?
Oh no. I just meant like I've been doing a lot of drafts, and Hollywood is not part of the plans.
It sounded like a very exact. Like I reached the 148 draft plateau.
Yeah, no. I've already taken him a couple times. Both of those previous times that I've taken him were on Mahomes stacks. Where one of the things I've been doing is, like, I want to take Rice at this new price, but I'm also cognizant that there's a lot of Rices at better prices. Wow, that's a nice little rhyme.
That was great. Clip that.
So one of the things I've been doing is, like, if I'm going to take Rice now in the 5th or the 4th, so let's say I do Mahomes Rice at the 4-5 turn. If I can then just add Hollywood at the 6-7 turn, I'm just kind of getting the same team as those other cheap Rice teams in reverse order, because I'm getting that stack. I'm getting Rice 2 rounds more expensive, but I'm getting Hollywood 2 rounds cheaper. It's the same double at the same collective cost. So I've been kind of targeting Hollywood on those teams as one of the ways to make myself feel a little bit better about chasing Rashee Rice up the board. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's at least some way I've been doing it. But it's fine at that price. Like Watson's got closer to Reed to the point where I don't really get why I would favor Watson in that scenario. I think Reed is the better click between the two. And I don't even really like Reed that much at his cost. I'm even more out on Watson at that cost. Too bad. JSN is like usually pretty reliably there at the 6-7 turn. And that's my preference, is to look at JSN and to look at Brian Thomas more so than Watson or Hollywood.
But that's one of the things with the Hollywood slide. It's like, okay, now JSN has to replace him. But like, that's why then for me, it's like, all right, I'll just take Hollywood at that price at that point. I mean, I would probably still, if Addison didn't get hurt today, he was the one I was going to ask about. I'd probably still have Addison ahead. But like the fact that like
stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
The part that's scary there is like
it can land in the playoffs. Yeah.
If it lands in the playoffs, then he's just not draftable. So like, my issue with Addison is he had like, what was it, 16% targets per run as a rookie? Is that right?
I don't know.
Maybe it's off by 1.
It was lower than,
at least close.
Than we wanted to be.
If it's not correct, that's directionally accurate.
17.2.
Okay, 17.2
at an above average ADOT. It's not great, but it's not.
It's not awful. I just think with Addison, it's like he kind of had the rookie year, and maybe this is too simplistic, but the way I kind of view him is like, all right, he's an NFL player. He's a quality player. It doesn't pretend to me like difference maker. And if he is going to have the difference maker evolution at some point, I feel like it's probably not year 2 with Darnold next to Jefferson. So to me, I look at it, I'm like, is he going to be such a smash that it's worth me taking on that much risk? And it's just not for me. It's different than Rashee Rice, where I'm like, if he doesn't get suspended and he played, like he's just a guy you needed to have. With Addison, I'm like, do I need is 2-round discount on a wide receiver 3 like that important to me? Maybe not. All right, back up, and it's probably running back time here, right? At some point.
That's right. What's at the top of the queue? Oh, Addison.
Yeah,
the guy we're completely out
on.
I
guess we're drafting. Well, I'd like Brooks to be one of these picks, probably.
Okay.
How do you feel about Brooks?
That's fine.
Are we doing Chase Brown as the other pick here?
I mean, I would be Brown over Brooks, but where would you go?
Well, we were doing 2 either way, so
you could talk me into like Javonte Williams if you want to not do Brown.
Yeah, hell yeah, there we go.
Let's get a Javonte Williams.
I have Javonte Williams. It's very funny of you to say let's get a Javonte Williams when I think both of our entire seasons have just been Javonte Williams.
Right.
But,
yeah, I actually have him ahead of like Mostert and Jalen Warren and some of those guys that were gone.
Yeah,
and
I have Javonte Williams ranked as my RB17, which is
that's Hey, that's where I have him. I was going to be like, oh, you're higher than me, but no, that's exactly where I have him.
Okay, there we go. So it's funny. I did a draft with Ron on Sunday, and we came up in the 7th round pick, and he's listing off like 7 different names. I'm like, actually, my highest ranked is Javonte Williams, but I know he probably won't go for 2 rounds. And then he went like 2 picks after we picked, and I was like, should have just taken Javonte Williams.
Yeah. And then you're like, damn, I should have just taken Javonte Williams. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And if we're on the turn, like we might as well just take Javonte. So for me, that turn, I mean, I like the Jonathan Brooks pick. I've had some people make the case to me that I'm like a little too bullish on how, dominant he's going to be late. But I mean, I think that the potential for back-weighted production in a BBM draft in round 8 that could be really strong, because I do think the most likely scenario is they really ride him late, but maybe that's too bullish. So I've been trying to ease off him a little in all these builds. The pick for me there is a Javonte Chase double tap, but that's like, I do that so much that I really like Javonte with Brooks, because Javonte to me is like really high floor and you're free rolling efficiency. So it's like, all right, well, we get the early production from Javonte. Like, the gap between Javonte and Brian Robinson to me is massive, but maybe not for you.
Not for me, no.
It's the team high value touch thing. It's like, I think the Broncos are going to be top 5, and I think the Commanders are going to be bottom 5, and that's a big gap.
I couldn't agree more on the Broncos. I mean, we've been over that. I think we've been saying, I think we have almost the exact same take on the Broncos backfield, and I've been big on Javonte. I think Javonte and Estimate are both my top 5 most drafted running backs. So I support all that. I think you're shortchanging the goal line role on the Commanders' backs a little bit here, but we'll see. We'll see that in time.
Yeah,
there goes Brian Robinson, the best pick on the board. You laugh, but would you like to guess my current Brian Robinson exposure?
Oh, I got a 101 and another big eliminator. I'm gonna take.
There you go.
Right now, I only did 4 of my 5 here. I mentioned that earlier in the stream. Got 2 101s. So now, I mean, look, maybe I would have just done on the small eliminator. I was taking a ton of Tyreek already. Maybe I would have just done a McCaffrey intentionally.
There you go.
Sorry,
that's winning.
Keep going on. Yeah, that's a big win.
I was just gonna ask if you wanted to hazard a guess on my current Best Ball Mania Brian Robinson exposure. We're at 100 teams. Oh.
I mean, I already just feel sad for you that you want me to guess. Like, this has got to be so much and way too much.
Yeah, high number.
Is it 12%?
It's 27%.
Oh my God, you've drafted 27% of that, dude.
Yeah, easily my most highest drafted running back. It is very funny because the next 5 names after Brian Robinson are all like wretched food here. We got Estime, Bucky Irving, Javonte Williams, Tyjae Spears, Jalen Warren. But Brian Robinson is just the guy that brings it all together.
Chris is just trolling me. Draft CMC won't. Brian Robinson at 27%, Jacob. Oh, I mean, great. Look, he could.
Okay, we're on the clock here. Let's get back to yelling at me in a second. Okay, I think so. We got a correlation potential with Goddard to finish out tight end. I like Corum just as a pick.
Do we have Jalen Hurts? Oh no, he's just a bring back.
Just a bring back with Lamb.
You like Corum as a
Corum would be my top rated pick here.
Yeah. I think he's a pretty clear tier up.
And then what do we want to do here? Like, I'm not seeing any receivers close to ADP. We don't really need a receiver. To me, it'd be Goddard or another running back. Could do like Dowdle.
I mean, we can close out tight end with a Goddard pick. That's fine. I like the correlation point. That seemed like where you were leading, right?
That's where I'd lean, but I'd be into Dowdle too.
Let's do it. Let's do that.
5 receivers,
Corum's 3 running backs. Corum's
been a real priority pick for me.
I like that.
He's no Brian Robinson, but
See, this is you guys realize Jaden's going to run for a few touchdowns, right? Like that's
I mean, he's going to run for a few, but again, Cliff did this with Kyler Murray, and they had I gotta find the.
But he had James Conner, man,
and Kenyon Drake. Give Kenyon Drake. Kenyon Drake had over 10 touchdowns.
All right, you might get me into this take that Cliff Kingsbury is just like a run it in the red zone guy, and that Brian Robinson's definitely the beneficiary. I agree with that. That was clear in the preseason usage. I wrote about that in my preseason usage notes. You can read all those at bengals.substack.com. But yeah, he came in. Eckler came in because Robinson gotten so many carries on the drive at like the 7 and ran down to the 2, and then Robinson came in for the carry from the 2. It was like, we're getting Robinson back in for the goal line carry. And then they had him back on the field for the next snap, and there was a false start, and then he went off, and Eckler came back on at the 7. But the way that I wrote it, like I wrote it was more bullish for Robinson, even though they split the stuff a little bit, because Eckler ended up staying on for Daniels rushing TD as well, and he did get 2 carries on between the 5 and the 10. And so I they both had 2 green zone carries. Robinson had one from the 9 right when they got in there, and then another one from the 2. But I still wrote that was more bullish for Robinson. But I also, the point that I made was like, this area from the 5 to the 10 matters. And the fact that after the false start from the 2 took them back to the 7, that they pulled Robinson off and put Eckler back on. Like, Eckler made a living out of scoring TDs from the 6 or 7 yard line. Like, a lot of people only look at 5 yard and in. Like, if he's going to be the running back, even at the 6 and the 7, like, it takes some of the rushing touchdown equity away from Robinson. And I mean, most teams only run for like, I don't know, at most like 15 to 20 rush TD. Like, some teams
I'm really glad you say that, because here's Cliff Kingsbury. All right. So we got 2019. They have 20 rushing touchdowns, and 16 of those go to the running backs. Okay. So that's Kenyon Drake has 8. David Johnson has 4, and Chase Edmonds has 2. Okay. Next year, we have 22 rushing touchdowns. That year, Kyler Murray does get 11 of them, but Kenyon Drake still gets 10. Chase Edmonds gets 1. Then the next year is the one year that the Cardinals were actually awesome on offense. That year, they have 23 rushing touchdowns. James Conner gets 15. Kyler only gets 5. 2 to Chase Edmonds, 1 to Eno Benjamin. So 18 total for the running backs. The last year of the Cliff Kingsbury experience is 2022. That's the one year where this doesn't hold quite as much. But even on a truly rancid offense, they still have 16 rushing touchdowns. Kyler only gets 3 of those. 7 to Connor, 2 to Eno Benjamin, 1 each to Keontae Ingram, Darrell Williams, and Corey Clement. So you're getting pretty consistently in the top 10 of running back rush touchdowns, and really only one of those offenses was awesome in 2020.
So the one stat I would say is you got to go look at Kyler's scramble rates versus Jaden Daniels' scramble rates. Kyler's not actually like a massive scramble guy. Jaden Daniels is so high. And Kyler's actually low.
Not very high rushing touchdown rates in college for Jaden Daniels. Like, Bo Nix has more rushing touchdowns than Jaden Daniels.
Sure. Well, I mean, yeah, rates as a per. He had multiple 10 plus rush TD seasons in college, didn't he?
But they also scored like the most touchdowns ever in the last year.
And he ran a ton. So we're up. We should probably do that.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
I'm down to throw downs on this. Are you out on downs? Is he?
No, I'm in on downs. I'm just trying to figure out who the heck our second quarterback's going to be at some point. I guess it's not going to be Stafford apparently, because he's gone. So we're gonna maybe it's Daniel Jones at the end or something. Into downs.
Okay, let's take downs.
I assume you want obviously your favorite player in Austin Eckler. My vote would be J.K. Dobbins here. I don't know how you feel about him.
No, I'm definitely not in on Eckler. I'm way more out on Eckler than Robinson. Dobbins or Algier probably for me. I'm okay with Dobbins. I'd
go Dobbins. I think I would be Dobbins for sure, especially on this team. We've got Corum and Brooks. Like, I think we need someone who's going to play early.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, sweet. Jakob Sanderson. I'll take Drake May on a 1 QB build, notoriously worried about week 2.
Yeah, but that was a $500 draft. This is a $25 draft.
So this one, we got to really worry about getting some early running back touches.
So let me pull up Jaden Daniels here. I'm doing live stat check here. We got college reference on Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels, let's get some rushing. Here we go. Yeah, so we had 11 touchdowns rushing in the 2022 LSU offense, 10 rushing touchdowns in the 2023 LSU offense, which is a lot, but also, like, I'm pretty sure the 2023 LSU offense scored probably 98 touchdowns. So it's probably not that high of a percentage. But
well, I mean, he still had double-digit rushing TDs both of the last 2 years.
Sure.
And he had a receiving TD in 2022, apparently.
Yeah.
So Brian Robinson going to throw that? 6. Is he going to throw the receiving TDs to Jaden Daniels?
Potentially.
Yeah.
3, 4, and 6 in the previous years. One of those years was only 4 games because of COVID shortened, but the other 2 full seasons, 3 and 6 there.
even as you were reading those numbers, the year where Connor had 15 obviously was massive, and Drake had like 8 to 10 a couple of times. But there was the one year he had 10. The rest of the running backs had 1, and I don't think that Brian Robinson's going to have a 10-1 split on the TDs. It's kind of what I'm talking about with the Eckler thing. And so you get into this thing of like, I mean, and I don't know that 8's enough. If he doesn't catch enough passes and stuff, he's not an explosive play guy. He's a success rate guy. I do think he's going to run a decent amount. The other part about that offense, it always got criticized for being a horizontal rate offense, and they weren't like explosive down the field. Jane Daniels, when he scrambles, is an explosive scrambler in a way that Kyler maybe is not. And then he's a vertical. Well, I mean, Kyler is too, but he's also a vertical passer. Like one of the other parts of this is like, how much are they going to be like matriculating it down the field, or when they score, are they going to be scoring from distance? Like that's a tricky part of it too for Robinson. Or if Daniels is bad, then are they not scoring? You know what I mean? Like I think you can get a small win rate out of him. I'm worried about your 26% exposure. Like, I hope that you get a small win out of him, because I think it could be
I mean, I just think he's going to see 250 carries. He's going to score 8 to 10 touchdowns, and he's
probably not going to kill those builds. He's probably not.
And it's like I'm drafting. Like, to me, like I acknowledge that he's not going to be necessarily like, he's probably not the highest upside bet in the whole tournament, but I also think he's coming at a price where like he's not going next to crazy high upside backs. Like he's going next to guys that either, like, you can sell me on the upside of Chase Brown. You can also sell me on Chase Brown being kind of a 0. I think more likely it's just kind of some sort of split. It's like Spears is in that range, who I really like. Singletary's in that range, who to me is just kind of like Robinson, but with an offense that I'm less into, and with a profile that I'm less into. And then I'm drafting running backs that range, period, right? It's like if I go through my exposure, it's just a constant stream of like round 8 through 10 running backs. So I'm kind of 15% on all these guys. Robinson, I think, just is the best marriage of like very entrenched floor with, I don't know. I'm not as out on the ceiling. Like, I think if you want to bet on that Washington offense being a little better than we think through Daniels, which I think is possible, then to me, Robinson is a guy who benefits in a large way by getting a lot of touchdowns. And I think he's going to get a ton of carries. And like, if you give me the possibility of, if he has 1,100 rushing yards and 10 touchdowns, like that just is a smash from round 9, 10 turn.
You got Jaleel McLaughlin in the top of the queue. We have Javonte Williams. What am I missing?
Oh yeah, nothing. You're not missing anything.
Okay. What else do we have at like wide receiver, or you got?
Yeah, so
back,
we're at 4.
No, on the board, available.
Yeah, we could do
Jalen
McMillan.
Yeah, let's just take. We're low on the clock. I don't know that there's a clear running back pick here. We already have 4. I guess we could take a running back here.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna need. This is probably where we kind of end up here. Is this going to be 7-7-2? This feels like 7-7-2.
Sure.
Maybe 6-8.
I like the Daniel Jones thing you had, and kicking the can. We also could do Knicks with Javonte because he throws his back so damn much. I mean, Ray Davis. Or whatever,
like Ray or Gibson. I got Ray earlier, so if you want Gibson, I'll give it to him. But if you like Ray, then I'll do Ray.
I got him ranked literally back to back. I don't care.
All right,
let's take Ray.
Ray Davis.
Ray's the young.
How come you're not very into Ray Davis? Out of curiosity, I think he's a very strong bet.
I'm not out on him, and I'm glad that we got him there. I like to get him at a good price. I don't think he's going to be an explosive player. A lot of these questions when we talk about him, it's less about the profile, and I'm realizing you and Pat and a lot of other guys are more into the profile, and I'm like the projections boomer now. But like, I was literally, while you were talking about the Robinson thing, looking up that Washington's projected to score the seventh fewest points by look ahead lines, which by my model and my projections meant that they are projected for 36.3 expected TDs. So you're talking about 20 plus rush TDs. It's very rare for a team to have more rush TDs than pass TDs. I have them for 15.1. That's more than any other team below them in the expected points, or 4 slots above them. You got to get all the way back up to Arizona, actually. And then, the 3 teams above Arizona also. I mean, I have their 15 rush TDs are really high for where their expected points are. And their 21.7 pass TDs that I have are basically my second lowest. The only team really that I'm significantly lower with is New England, who You got to be really low on expected TDs if you're looking at it this way. Like that's what I was talking about with the Drake May stuff earlier. But I have their past TDs right by Pittsburgh and Indianapolis. We've had this conversation on as well. But like you made the case when we talked about Indianapolis that these offenses can really beat the market expectation. And so that's one of the ways that the Robinson play gets there is if Jay Daniels is a hit the way that I think he's a hit, then the offense also scores a lot more TDs than the market thinks they're going to score.
I do want to push back on this rush pass ratio because the Cliff stuff I think is like it's unique to him versus any other offense in the NFL. Like his 4 years, they were 23 and 27, 22 and 27, 15 and 17, and 18 and 20. So they're like, it's a near even ratio. Like if they score 36 touchdowns and he sticks to his historical norms, you would expect that to be like 1917 or 2016.
So I have 21.7, 15.1. You would want me to even narrow that. And that's maybe a fair point. Maybe Jane Daniels doesn't even throw 20 TDs this year, or they beat their scoring expectation. But yeah, okay, maybe there's meat on the bone in the 15 rush TDs. I got distracted a little bit because you asked me a different question, and I was like, I'm going back to these projections-based things.
I asked you the Ray Davis question, and you went back into how bad of a pick Brian Robinson is.
Not how bad of a pick Brian Robinson is, but that's my part of my case against the Brian Robinson ceiling. I think he can be a small win. And like Leone's made really good cases for running backs in these ranges that are small wins. But for me, it's like, this year we get a lot of those options, and I want the ones like Javonte that I think also have ceiling. You know what I mean? And I don't think that Robinson necessarily does it as much as the other guys, but he could be solid. We should talk Ray Davis in a moment because we do need to prepare for this pick a little bit. Did Daniel Jones
Daniel Jones is gone, which is like, I don't know how you really prepare for that, but that's annoying.
Yeah. That's annoying.
Yeah.
We could do a 3-6-7.
Someone took him in the 15th for I guess a Wan'Dale Robinson stack. I don't know. All right.
Got to get that locked up. We're on the clock. I would be either Fields or I might just lock up Knicks to answer we could do Fields and Knicks and do a 3 QB.
Yeah, that's probably okay with me. Let's do maybe a running back with that.
Just do Knicks
like
with an RB. That's fine.
Or you just want to do both? I guess we could do both. Like there's no running back here that's any good, I guess. So
yeah.
We could just quarterbacks and then a running back at our last pick.
Right. 3-6-7-2 is fine. We took Javonte, so we got the RB1.
That's fine with me.
Yeah,
right, let's do that.
The Bijan anchor. So
and then I'll just put a bunch of running backs in the queue here. Is there anyone that you really like? Shipley stands out to me. I've broken the seal where once I took Tank Bigsby once, then I started being able to take him more than once.
I haven't broken that seal since pre-draft. I was taking him because it was it was like, all right, he's the number 2.
Oh, Kendrick, that's another one that's interesting.
Yeah,
sitting there. Anybody else? Really Pierce.
I was gonna say Fidel, but then when Eric pressed me on that last time, I couldn't answer that. No, I mean these are all options. We'll see who's there. On the Ray Davis point, it gets back to this is not the same point about the expected TDs because Buffalo is expected to score the 5th most points in the league. But it gets back to these like team level projections based systemic things where it's like, okay, how does Ray Davis hit? Well, he hits with a bunch of rushing TDs because he's like a big physical back and James Cook's maybe not going to get that work and he takes the Latavius Murray role. Well, I'm also projecting that a decent chunk of Josh Allen's career high 15 rush TDs are going to actually carry over because after the coaching change, they skyrocketed. He had 4 2 TD rushing games after that point. He had 3 more in the playoffs. So if you look at his 19-game sample, he actually had 18 rush TDs last year. He had a 2 TD game in the playoffs, 3 other 2 TD rush TD games under Joe Brady after the coordinator change. It seemed clear to me that part of the answer to this thing that all the teams are looking for the answer is where the defenses are dropping in to the covered shells and trying to take away explosives was we got to let Josh Allen run. And especially when we get into the red zone, we have to use his legs as a weapon and force them to address that. And then we can get better pass looks. And I think that probably carries over. It seemed like a very clear like tonal shift. It's one of those things where people are like, well, Ken Dorsey got fired and Joe Brady was way better. And it's like, well, Joe Brady, like Ken Dorsey was trying to build an offense where he wasn't putting his star quarterback at risk. And Joe Brady was like, and I like Joe Brady, but he was like, I'll go ahead and put him at risk because it's a dynamic weapon. Like
I think they were just 500.
What's that?
I think a big part of the Allen rushing stuff is that normally the playoffs start and week 19 for the Bills, and they lost a bunch of games, so the playoffs started in week 10 for the Bills last year.
Right. That could be part of it too.
Like, I think that's a big part of the Allen rushing is like I think Allen rushing is kind of their break glass in case of emergency move.
Yeah.
And the emergency hit in a hurry for the Bills last year.
But it's not just that. So it was his attempts. It was all of that.
Yep.
And the TDs really spiked. Under Dorsey, he didn't have a 2 TD rush game, and he had fewer games. Sorry, he had more games with no rush TDs. So whatever it is, I think it's like 7 rush TDs in 10 games. He had 1 in 7 of the 10 games. And then under Brady, it's like he had 2 games with none, but he's scoring at least 1 every week, and every other game he's scoring 2. So it goes from like 0.7 per game to like 1.5 per game, like doubles. So like maybe you're right to a degree, but maybe also like that's not the whole explanation.
Very possible. We'll do. I assume it's Kendra here if he makes it to us. Is there anybody else that would be the backup plan?
I mean, Kendra would be the clear pick, and then I probably would just do Vidal. Yeah. All right.
All right. We get Kendra. Awesome. We get one of the 2 running backs that's going to get cut.
Right. We could have done either of the 2. They were both going to get cut.
My pushback on the Ray Davis and some of the Bills environment stuff. So I did this 5 underpriced backfields piece up on Thinking About Thinking, and one of the ones I was really bullish on that I came out on was the Bills. Overall last year, Bills were 10th in the NFL in backfield expected fantasy points and half PPR. Potentially noisy split, but you just went into some of that split with Joe Brady, which I think is valid to look at as well. They ended up actually pacing for 3rd in the NFL in half PPR running back expected points during the Joe Brady stuff. Their target rate went up to running backs. Their overall rush rate, of course, just like completely spiked. They went from.
But isn't that all Cook stuff? Like,
well, it is Cook stuff.
Oh, we lost you. We lost you.
Backfield stuff. Like,
sorry, start that point again. We lost you for a minute when you took your headphone out. It's Cook stuff. What'd you say?
Yeah, so it is Cook stuff. I'm very, very in on James Cook. But I also think it's Bill's backfield stuff to me too. Like, sure. I think it's Joe Brady wants to run the ball. He likes kind of playing small ball offense with running with the running backs, throwing to the running backs. I think it's Cook stuff first and foremost. Like, I've really been prioritizing James Cook in the 5th. And then with Ray Davis, you get in part a little bit of a standalone role where I think he can mix in for some goal line opportunities, that you could play some of the 2-minute drill pass pro stuff alongside Cook like Latavius did. But then the more appealing part is just, what if James Cook gets hurt and then, you get this running back friendly environment and it's Ray Davis gets potentially a lot of it. Like, he has that profile of a guy who was able to catch passes in college, handle volume in college. The talent level, I'm not sure. I think it's fine, but like, he's honestly like kind of Chase Brownie, where it's like an older running back who like did a lot in college. Just kind of like a less athletic Chase Brown is kind of how I would view Ray Davis. Maybe a little bit of like a Rashad White-ish profile, probably not quite as good of a pass catcher. Maybe just, Benjamin. But if it's, if Cook was to miss time and it's just Ray Davis and Ty Johnson, like, I think Ray Davis is clearly winning goal line work in that and is getting like a lot of the other early down work. I think he has a good combination of standalone plus a really high level of contingent value.
I mean, I laughed at something completely unrelated, but I was listening to, a pretty good chunk of that. And I think it was a reasonable take. I think the Ray Davis bull case is fine. Like, I think it's real. It just doesn't like get there for me because of the Josh Allen element, because of the James Cook element. It just feels like he could be left out in the cold a little bit. And I do think Ty Johnson maybe actually has a little bit of an impact on things, which could be a problem. But sure. What was it? Let's recap that team real quick. I don't even remember our first picks.
Let's sure. I'll pull that up here.
That was your 100th BBM.
I think it just hasn't updated. I think that was 101, but
okay. You got, or who did we get here? Okay, we got Lamb, Neighbors, Cooper Kupp, Lamar Jackson, and Mark Andrews at that 4-5. God, yeah, I forgot the Lamb Neighbors Cup start. That's a fun ass start. Brian Thomas and Hollywood Brown at the 6-7 to get us 5 solid wide receivers. We started in the 0 running back range after that with Jonathan Brooks and Javonte Williams. And then at the 10-11 turn.
And then I got to scroll.
Yeah.
We took Blake Corum. My beautiful team.
We got Blake Corum and Dallas Goedert. At the 12-13, Dallas Goedert closed out tight end for us. We took Josh Downs and J.K. Dobbins next, Jalen McMillan and Ray Davis. So Downs and McMillan to add to the early, 5 wide receiver build. Ray Davis, and then it was Fields and Nix after we got sniped on Daniel Jones. We decided to go 3 QB.
We had some bad luck with QB2s today. We were not really getting our planned QB2s.
And Kendre Miller at the end. That's a good team.
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
Well, I mean, I've drafted stronger running back rooms for sure.
This is the one where I like the receivers more.
Yeah. We've got an Achilles running back, an ACL running back, 2 rookie backups, and a guy who's going to get cut. But Javonte is going to be the RB1 overall, so it's going to all work out.
Right. And speaking of ACL running backs, the guy that you just said is going to be the RB1 overall, who's the one guy we're banking everything on, is coming back from a multi-ligament tear from 2 years ago.
Right. So we've got multi-ligament, we've got ACL and Achilles. Everything's represented on this team.
Yes.
Kendre Miller is usually good for 3 to 4 injuries per season, it seems. So, and Blake Corum also had a meniscus tear, but a year and a half ago. So we got really the whole leg is covered here.
That's right.
And we drafted Josh Downs, who's currently injured. So,
That's right.
Copp's coming off an injured season. Hollywood Brown's currently injured. I don't see any way this team goes wrong.
It seems pretty gorgeous.
High floor, you might say. I do think legitimately the first 7 rounds, pretty fantastic here in terms of building up the wide receivers. You've been pretty forceful in terms of I don't know many people that are as consistently getting 5 through 7 as you. I've very much been okay, I got to get my 4 through 6 usually. You're usually going that extra step to lock in the 5th, even in this environment. We get that.
I feel strongly about that too. So that's an interesting point, because I do think basically everything we know about the past data and all that stuff and about how that type of wide receiver stuff has worked would suggest that in this environment, it should work even more so, because I feel very comfortable believing in that there's going to be running back scoring from late. I wrote about this and I've talked about it on the streams a ton. The fact that there are so few strong running backs that we believe in and are drafting high tells you that 25 plus backfields are pretty wide open, and you can have situations that can crop up because of that. I believe fairly strongly that there's a really good contingent of middle round quarterbacks, and that elite QB is probably a little bit overplayed. I think it's not just that wide receivers are definitely the right way to play everything early. It's a little bit of the other positional stuff. Obviously, I'm very in on elite tight end and talk about that constantly, but I've done the stuff where I've done 5 early receivers and 2 elite tight ends 7 rounds in. And I'm and I think that type of team can win, because it's where do I think the early capital has to go? And what do I think is replaceable late? And I do think, the running back and quarterback stuff is pretty replaceable late. And that the wide receiver stuff, you can hit wide receiver with volume in some of those past years, but it gets thinner, man. As all the other receivers, the inverse of the running back thing, all the running backs are falling, right? So we get Kenneth Walker in the 6th round, and we get Javonte Williams in the 9th, and we get, all this other value falling and falling and falling. The inverse of that is to make your Jalen Polk bet that you like, and I don't think is definitely going to fail or anything. It does get a little more expensive. There's a little bit of a correction. I think you've written about it where because wide receivers are so heavy and then running backs get hammered, it does sort of balance out by the time Polk comes off in most cases. But some of these buzzy guys do go a little high, like Dontavian Wicks. I love the Dontavian Wicks bet.
Wait, are you about to not know Ball?
I'm going to make the Dontavian Wicks bet whenever I can, and I do make the Dontavian Wicks bet. But he's probably a pricier spot for that bet than, other years.
You're saying that early round 10 is pricey for a backup wide receiver?
Right. That's a handcuff wide receiver. No, I mean, we think that Wicks has a skill to potentially earn a lot of volume, and their coach is talking about, if you make me name a wide receiver 1, I'll puke. Okay. That's all fine. I'm in on Wicks. Like I'm definitely not about to not know Ball, but I think need to be clear. You're in too, but I think
I have to be in on Wicks. Even if I wasn't in on Wicks, I would just lie.
Yeah, I mean,
I can't be in the fantasy industry as being the guy out on
Right.
Wicks. Like I'm not getting invited on streams anymore.
Right.
I'm getting blasted on Twitter. No, I'm kidding. I felt like I was done on Wix pretty early, like before it became a meme. But I remain in on Wix. It's just I think I'm more like 14% or something. I'm not like 30% Wix or whatever.
Yeah, the Wix thing is so funny because when it started to take off, I remember I went and looked at my targets per out run stuff that I write in the beginning of the offseason, and it wasn't that bullish. And I was like,
is that it would be.
Yeah,
like,
and
the yards per target and the yards per route run are more bullish. The targets per run is like good for a rookie, but it's not really as good as you'd think based on how people talk about it.
But I only wanted that so that I would have been early on him and could have pointed to it because it's just like one of those total memes at this point. It's like a battle among analysts. I'm gonna be like, I was in on it first. Like I don't usually do that, but when it comes to Dontavian Wicks, of course you want to be first. But I got to go dig into stealing signals in season last year because I'm quite sure there was points where I was like, Dontavian Wicks is the truth at some point. I don't know.
I know based on my dynasty exposure that I was near the earliest because I have like 40% where I was just scooping them off waivers. And it was basically just like I watched a game one time and I was like, that guy kind of looks sweet.
Yeah.
That was like basically the Wicks take originally.
So anyway, my main point there was not to dog on Wicks, obviously. It's just using him as an example of how to make those types of
you just Leggett just needs to hit and then you're fine.
Yeah, Leggett needs it. To make those types of what I think are good wide receiver bets that actually outside the wide receiver window that have ceiling that can lengthen a best ball build when you don't take a ton of early receivers is more challenging. Like, the other young guys that hit outside the wide receiver window in the past, like the T. Higgins year or the Chase Claypool rookie year, those guys were going in like round 15, man. And you're right. Yeah. Like Leggett is the point. Like if Leggett hits in round 15, then we get it. But it is
trickier pricing. Give me my Leggett bags.
Yeah, it's just trickier from a pricing standpoint, and I just love the way it fits when I can get the 5 early receivers and not ignore the position the rest of the way, but really build out the running back starting in that like round 8 range and do it heavily because I think you can start tiptoeing around it. But like our big dog draft earlier, we took 4 in a row.
We just went after it. We went 4
I know you're not in on Chase Brown, but that's how all my drafts look. And
no,
I love that.
I am in on Chase Brown. Like I want to be very clear.
Okay.
I pull up my exposures. Like it's
that's right. You said when he was cheaper, you were in on him a ton. You just
when he was cheap, like I wasn't even just in. Like I was like super in. Like,
over Tyjae Spears was tricky for you, and we got them both. Which is
like
great.
Spears. So I have 16% total Chase Brown. Like I've 2x the market on Chase Brown. So to be clear, I like him. It's just that the 2 guys he was going next to were 2 of the only 4 running backs that I have more of than Chase Brown. So like he just happened to fall where it was like Brian Robinson, Tyjae Spears, both those guys are major targets for me. If it had fallen where it was like, trying to think of 2 other guys, Devin Singletary and
I love this take. You got to start screenshotting dynasty waivers. I was in first, Jacob says, because of his dynasty waiver moves.
Yeah, I got to pull up my
Rowie thinks that he's the main character on today's stream because I've kind of made him that. So he's been asking me a bunch about the Team 9 review, and now he's like, chat, will you tell me my team is good? Apparently he had a good draft. Can we just tell him he did good? First of all, he took AJ Brown over Garrett Wilson, so you already lose.
So he watched our big dog draft and he decided, man, that's a great team. Let me just draft that team.
AJ Brown, Nico, Tank Dell, Jalen Hurts.
So he set up wait. So he took AJ Brown to set up Hurts, but then he was like, now I'm going to play for the CJ Stroud double stack.
Right.
But then he still took Hurts.
Then he took Hurts and didn't take Stroud.
Right. So I just want to know if you're thinking it through. That's all. I have questions.
Pitts. I don't know why you took both Nico and Dell either. I would have taken Flowers or T. Higgins over Dell in that room 10 out of 10 times if I took Nico.
He took Pitts because he's, it's like he just read, listen to the most recent stealing signals, right? And we got Gretsch talking about how Kyle Pitts should be the tight end 3. So maybe get your own idea.
Get your own idea. The Ramondre Mostert, Chase Brown, Tyjae Spears thing is literally, like you said, exactly what we just did. Basically.
Chris Godwin, because he's still reading Ben's 2023 stealing signals. He drafted an absolutely perfect running back room. No complaints. Polk, you're just trying to suck up to me. Darnell Mooney. It's okay. You drafted Darnell Mooney. I had ADP. That's tough.
Congrats.
Xavier Leggett. Okay, now we're talking. Now best pick of the draft. Let's go. There we go.
Baker Mayfield, because you got to get the Baker Mayfield Godwin. Anytime you can get the Mayfield Godwin stack, let me give you some numbers from last year to tell you a little bit about this stack because it's a fun one. Baker Mayfield threw 28 pass TDs. That's not that many. Of the receivers who caught his pass TDs, Mike Evans, the receiver that's not on your team, caught 13 of those 28. That's about half. Chris Godwin caught 2. So, I mean, like, the touchdown element here, you're going to want to swing back your direction.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. It seems like a perfectly cromulent team to me. But I'm curious on
Jalen Tolbert. I like
why you did the setup of the Hurt stack, but then still double stack Houston. That was interesting. But otherwise, love that team. Love our team. Love Brian Robinson.
Tell everyone where they can get all your stuff, man.
Yeah, if you want to draft 30% Brian Robinson and Xavier Leggett. The Leggett thing, by the way, is just like a quick aside. Every single time that I post a draft that I do or an exposure or anything, it like always has Xavier Leggett involved. And I don't like say anything about it. I just post him as like a part of a collective of a team. And every single time there's like 2 to 3 people in my comments being like, hey man, like, you okay? Like, you're drafting a lot of Xavier Leggett. Like, is there something up? You want to talk about it? Like, people are doing like a wellness check. It's like, no, I'm not. I'm not okay, but yeah, I'm gonna keep drafting him. Yeah, you can find me myself Thing What Thing. I have redraft tiers up there now. I have best ball ranks up there. I have a draft review. So if you have my draft ranks, you're thinking like, how do I put this into effect in a real draft where the ADP is all wonky? I just did a $350 draft and I posted a draft review of that of how I use the rankings, how I game plan for that draft in there. I also have my 500 price backfields piece. If you want to hear more about James Cook and Ray Davis, a bunch of other backs, I have that up there. And I'm doing a Q&A on my ranks. I'll have the A's out this weekend. That's all. Jakob Sanderson.substack.com. Oh, and I'll be on with Davis Maddock tomorrow, 7 a.m. Pacific time, 9 a.m. Central time, doing best ball stuff.
Nice. Check that out. You'll also be back next Wednesday because we already booked that. And then you had a little bit of time when we were talking through that and thought you might have some time to jump on and wound up doing a couple drafts with me here today. But we'll be back together next Wednesday to do some drafts. I never really got around to my slows. I showed you guys a little bit about what was going on with them. We didn't spin the wheel. We didn't do any of that fun stuff. Today, we're at the 4.5 hour mark. It's just not going to happen. We did some live streams. All those picks that I'm going to make later. What's that?
This is a longer time than the round of golf, like 4.5 hours.
This has been quite the stream. And I drove all the way down to Oregon and back today, which is like a 5-hour block I'll never get back. And so I literally I needed to answer emails. I got home and jumped on stream and I'm like, dude, I have so many notifications on Discord. I have Twitter notifications. I got stuff to do. I'm going to go. But I entered a whole bunch of new drafts, so I will be doing more streams. I don't know exactly when. I'm going to be doing an overnight, like a little sort of camping thing on Saturday night. I might be able to do a stream Saturday morning. Otherwise, I might do on Friday. These picks I'm going to make later are all going to be first-round picks, but we can start to pick up these builds as we get into them. But yeah, a lot more slow draft stuff to come. We'll do some more fast drafting as well with Jakob next Wednesday and maybe on some of these other streams. Again, go subscribe to the channel. I know where you live. I've seen where you sleep. I will come find you. This has been a blast for Erik, for Jakob. Appreciate you guys coming on. This has been Stealing Signals. Later.